Now, if you need this course and you want this course to be more structured and also you want full support when you are learning this course, you can get this course on Udemy, and also you can see it here on the screen. I will be adding the link to this course on the description of this video, and also when you use that link, you'll get a discount on this course. So make sure if you want a more structured course, you are going to use the link that is in description of this video to be able to get this course on Udemy. And when you buy this course at a very cheaper price of $9.99, or when if the coupon will have expired, you'll get this course at around $21. Then this course you'll be able to get it in a more structured. You get all resources that I have used in this course, and also you get my full support when you are stuck. So also you can be able to see how it is being structured here, and it's a total of 21 hours here, and also you'll be able to get a certificate of completion signed by me at the end of this course. So you'll be able to get all this, and at a affordable price of $9.9, or if the coupon will have expired at a price of 21 point something dollars. So if you want this course and to be more structured, and also you want my full support when you're stuck, also consider using the link in the description of this video so that you get this course. Let's get into now the project. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to continue building our application, and right now we are going to move to a new part, which is our admin dashboard here. So what I'm going to do in this diagram, I'm going to take this line here and also cancel this part here. And now at this part also, I'm going to add a admin dashboard, or I can just add as admin. So admin dashboard, and yeah, I want to drag it so that we can be able to see it very clearly. So I'm going to add now the first thing that I'm going to do here. Already I have done the setup, and I'm going to show you in a few. And this is because already I had done the setup for front end earlier on in other videos. So if you haven't gone through the other video, kindly go back and watch that video. So here I'm going to do the setup, and also we are going to look at the menu. And so let's see now how our backend should look like. So here I'm going to drag this up here, and if I come back here, you can be able to see this admin dashboard. So this is what we are going to build, or something that look like this. And also you'll be able to see other pages like users, products here. So what we are going to look at today is how we can be able to create this layout here using React Router DOM. So our application is this one here, and you can see it's just an empty application, as just I have said in a second data. I also added that we already had a setup for our frontend, so I don't see the need of going back and set up again. So also I have a documentation here on how to set up everything here, and also have removed the boilerplate code so that we don't have to remove it together. But in the other part for the front end, I removed the boilerplate, so you can just check for that if you haven't gone through other videos. So let me now continue. So I have already have my admin dashboard here. The code you can see is still like here, and down here you can see is my admin dashboard is running. So what I'm going to do, or the first thing that I'm going to do here, is to make sure that I create or install React Router DOM so that we can be able to install to be able to create the layout that we'll have for our admin dashboard. So I'm going to just add here npm install React router DOM, like that. And also I'm going to install React icons, because also we need that. So icons, like that, React icons. So I'm going to install these two packages. So the first package, React router DOM here, we are going to actually set up now the layout here, because let me show you the layout how it looks like. So for our layout here, you can see we have this part here that is the home page, and the home page we have the sidebar here. We have these three cards here that show the products, orders, and users. And also you can see on the right side here we have the total revenue, the total loss. We have this graph, and also we have this card that holds the latest transaction. After that, now also if I come to this page here, you'll notice that the menu is still there. It doesn't change, like you don't change from one page and then the menu disappears. The menu is still here. So I'm going to create the layout whereby this menu is still there even if you go to another page. So for the other part now, for example, if you want to log in, so let's try, for example, going to log in here. You'll be able to see that for the login here, you cannot be able to see the menu, because already also have created the layout that looks like that. So let's come here, and now for our code, let's see if it has already installed those two packages here, and you can see the packages have been installed. So I'm going to drag this down, because I think now we are not going to need to the terminal right now. So here I'm going to import several stuff. So I'm going to import from React Router DOM here, and I'm going to import create browser. So it will be create browser router. I'm going also to import outlet, and also I'm going to import router provider. So router provider right here. Also, the other thing that I want here is to be able to create a folder for the pages. So I'm going to have pages, and also inside this source folder also I'm going to create components. So components here. So for the components, the first thing that I'm going to add here is a menu, and that is our sidebar. I'm going to use RFC here to create the component here. So I'm going to remove the importation here. And also the other thing is here we are going to create like a home page. So let's have the home page here. I'm going to use RFCE, and let's also remove the importation here, because we are not going to require that. And also for this one, for the pages, also we are going to create another page that is for users. And let me add the component. So, and the last page that I'm going to build for this case now, others we are going to create later on, is the product page. So, or the products page, where we are going to display all the products. So let's do that. Here we have RFCE, and let me remove this importation also. I'm going to save that, and also here I'm going to save other pages. So even this component here. And what I'm going to do now is to create the layout here. And also I want to remove this here, because I'm going to make sure that here I only have router provider, and for the router provider here we are going to have different props. But for now, let's first of all create the layout. So const and then layout. So let's have a layout here as a function, and this function here we will be able to actually to return. So let me first of all have the return here. I'm going to return a div. So let's have this brackets. So here I'm going to have a div. So have a div here like that. And for this one, inside here now, we are going to specify how our layout will look like. So the first thing that I'm going to have here is a class name. So to make sure that I add how I want them to look like. So, and then inside here, I'm going to have a div. And for this div here, I'm going to have to call the menu component. So I'm going to have the menu component. I don't know if I can do the auto completion. So let's just import it manually, because as a sieve cannot be able to import it manually. So import menu from, and we are going to get the menu component from components, and then menu right there. And then after that, I'm going to have another div here. And for this div now, I'm going to have the outlet. So outlet like that. And this is because now what we want is that you can see here, first of all, we have a display flex. That means that we want our menu and other pages which are represented by outlet to be side by side, because you can see in this case here we have the menu and we have the other pages. You can see other pages are displayed here on the right. So that's what I'm doing. So, and then after that, another thing that I'm going to do is I want now to create a router. So let's come up here. After now we have the layout, let's create a router. So for the router here, so let's come here and create, so let's create here a router. So let's do that, create router. And oh, actually this is the I want to have this function from router DOM, and I think this has a small, yeah, it has a small c here. So I'm going to have it like that, and this is a function that accepts array and as an argument, and then inside this array here we can specify the path, which is the route. So here I'm going to have the, for example, the default route, and also after that we are going to have a element. So element here will, for example, we are going to specify here the element here to be the layout, or you can add as a page here. But in this case, because we want, when you go to the default page here, you are going to have to see like a different page. So that's why I have included this layout here. So, and then after that, I'm going to have children, because now other pages will be embedded here. So we are going to have the children here, and now after that, we can also have inside these children, we can have now the path, and this part here, we can have the default page here. We are going to show an element or the page, which is our home page. So I don't think I can be able to auto import it, so I'm going to import it manually. So I'm going to import home, and I'm going to import home from now not component but the pages here and the home like that. So after that, I'm going to add other parts now. Actually, so for example, the user, so I'm going to import users. So import users from now the pages, also pages, and from users like that. After that, let me import product or products page. So products page, and this is from pages, and then products like that. So if you're feeling like I'm going too fast, this is because this already we had done in the other video. So you can go back and watch the other video where we set up the layout and everything to do with React Router DOM, explain everything. So so that when you come back to this video, you can be able to understand everything. So for this one will be users, and here I can have the users page now. So users page, and then after that I can have now the products page. So products page like that. For this one I can have the products like that. So products page like that. And then the last thing that we need to do here is to set up. So here we need to set up the router as a prop. So I'm going to add here the router that we have created. So if I do this, save that, and let's see in our admin dashboard here, you can see first of all in the this home page here, you can see we have menu and home. So let's try to go to users path. So if I go to the users here, you can see the menu still is here, and users, we go to the other page which is user. So that's what I wanted. And also if we try and go to the product page, so products page, you will be able to see that menu will be still here, and the products here is the only that changes. So I'm going back now and try to create now the menu. So the menu is this part here on our left side. So let's come back here to my code. I'm going to format this because I feel that there's a lot of spaces. So I'm going to also cancel this or close that app.jsx. And in here, I want first of all to import the icons, because you can see here we have a lot of icons that you are using. You can see we have these icons here, and already I had prepared those icons, so we are not going to import them manually. So I'm going to copy that, and remember we had already actually installed these React icons, so it is very easy. So I'm going to come up here, import that, and we are going to use them here. So the first thing now in this part for menu. So now here what I'm going to do, let me first of all remove that space, and now inside this part here, let me first of all style. So class name, I'm going to specify first of all the height. So we are going to have a height of 100 v height, and also I'm going to have background should be a variation of gray. This one I'm going to give 100, and also I'm going to give a padding of 20 pixels. I'm also going to give the width of 350 pixels, and also you're going to have a shadow to be large like this. So this one I'm going to give a width of 350, and then other pages will take the rest of the page, so or the other part. So if I save that, and here you can already see that we have this part here for the menu, and you can see now the other pages will take this other part here. So let's go to the home page here, and also you'll be able to see that we have the menu side here, we have the home. So I'm going to also come up here, and I'm going to create an ordered list here to display our icons and our text. So let me first of all make sure that I style this. So class name here, I'm going to give the styling. So flex will be column, because this icon and text will be vertically. So I'm going to use items start also, and also I'm going to give justify to be start. So also I'm going to give margin top of 20 pixels, and also I'm going to give a padding left of, let's say, something like 20 pixels like that. So if I save this and come back here, you'll not be able to see any significant change. So after that, now let's try and have the first icon and the text. So this one here. So the first thing here, let's add the for example, the icon. So the first one is home icon, and after the home icon here, also I'm going to have the text. So text here is home. So let's see how it will look like this case so that we style. So you can see we have the icon here and also we have the text here. So let's do now the styling. So I'm going to have a class name here. So the first thing that I want is to make sure that they are horizontal to each other. So I'm going to add flex and then items to be center, to be on the same line. And also I'm going to give a font size of the icon and the text. And this one I'm going to give a 20 pixels font size. And if I come back here, you can be able to see that we have this here. You can see we have now icon and home here. So the other thing that I'm going to specify here is cursor will be pointer like that, and also I'm going to have a margin top to be of 20 pixels, and then I want to give transition colors, so this one, and the last thing is duration of the animation, or that a bit of animation. So this one will be here, so I'm going to save that. And if I come back here, you can see that there's a space here in between. So let's do that. So let me just come up here, and for the icon here, I'm going to give a styling, so margin right of 15 pixels, and also I'm going to give a text color. So for the text here, I'm going to give a variation of pink color. So this is going to give EF, and then 93, and also DB like that. So this is just a pink color. So if I do that, you can be able to see that now it's here. So, and then also the other thing that I want to do is that I want to give I think a styling, but I think we can just for now leave it like that. So format here the code. So I'm going to copy this, and we are going to have the another one here, and this one will be profile. So profile, and then here this one will be just another icon for user like that. Let's see now how it looks like. So you can see now we have this file user here. So if I come back here, also you can see we have this line here, the horizontal line. So let's add that. So for the horizontal line here, let's add it here. And also we are going to have a styling class name here, and we are going to have a width of full. For styling, I'm going to have a margin here y of 20 pixels, and also I'm going to have a border gray, of variation of gray, and then the variation here I'm going to give with 300 like that. If I save this, let's see if this will work. Yeah, you can see here we have this line here. So let's continue with other icons now. So for this, I'm going to have another icon here and the text. So after that, we can have another icon, and in this case, I'm going to add the users. So here I'm going to have users, and for users here, I'm going to have for users. I think this one we have it as actually let me add as Farbox. I think this will be much better. And if I come back here, you can be able to see here we have that, and I think I can import file users. I don't know if this one will be there, but yeah, you can see we have file users there, because we need to show that it's a lot of users or people, a group of people. And then after that, I'm going also to copy again. I'm going to have now, after the users, we are going to have the products. So let's have the products here. And in this case now I can add here Farbox. So I'm going to add also another here. And for this one, after the products, we can have now the orders. So orders here, orders. And for the icon for the orders here, I can use an icon called var clipboard list here. And let me save that, come back here. You can see we have that orders here. So after that, I'm going to copy this line here and paste down here like that. I'm going to copy also this icon and text here so that we continue using it right here. So after the users, I'm going to have another one which is banners. So because also we are going to have banners. So banners, and for the banners here, see the icon that I'm going to use for the banners, and I'm going to use a var elementor like that. I'm going to have also for after the var banners here, I'm going to have also the settings. So settings, and this one we are going to use a var cog icon. So I'm going to, let me specify it here. Don't want to okay, yeah, I'm going to have var cog. Yeah, you can see it there. And I think we have also the other one here for after the setting. We can have the other one, and this one will be backups. So backups, and here we can have the var HDD for the hard disk icon. So after that, now I think we can have a line again. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here like that, and let's continue with other parts. Now we are going to have charts. So copy this, paste it here, and then for this one we are going to have charts, so to show the graphs and everything. So for this var HDD here, and for the charts I'm going to use var chart bar like that, and also I'm going to have all logs here. So all logs like that, all logs. And then I think now after that, let's specify the icon. So for the logs here, I'm going to have a clipboard, and now the other part here we are going to have is the logout. So the logout, and for the logout here, I'm going to have a user here. So I think I can have maybe var sign out, something of the sort. Let me see if I have var sign out alt. Yeah, like that. I think that's okay now. So if I save that, come back here, you can see we have a logout here, we have the users, we have like the whole menu here. So I think I want to add, when you hover over this part here, you can have like a different maybe background. So let's do that. So I'm going to come up here, and for this one, let's add hover here. So hover, and then I'm going to have a BG, which is pink, and a variation of like, for example, 300. And then I'm going to have a text, also hover. We're going to have a text which is white like that. So if I do that, let's see if it will work now. So yeah, you can see we have that here, and I'm going to here have maybe the padding for the text here. The padding should be, for example, actually let's have a padding. So the padding, we can have a padding of, let's say, 20 pixels like that, and let's save that. And actually here should be when we have text. So when we have a text here, let's have a text. So and have a text, that's when we have the padding here. So let's do this. So if I do that, you can see we have a different color here. So I think what I can do is that I can just gray out. So let me just remove this styling here. This one we can do in the next video. So let me just remove them. This styling, we are going to look at that in the other video. So I think what we can do now is to push now our code. So I'm going to come up here, clear. I'm going to check for the branches that I have. So git branch, you can see we are on front end here, and I'm going to create another branch here. So for this branch is called admin. I'm going to check out to that branch, or to switch. So I'm going to switch to that, and if I do now git branch here, you can be able to see now we have the git branch here, and also we have switched to that branch. So I'm going to add everything, commit, and this one I can add here, added admin, and I'm going to push my code. So git push origin, and I'm going to push now the admin branch. So let me add the passphrase, and after that now let's come here and do the pull request. So I want to add here the I'm going to do the pull request here. So I'm going to repose, and in this case also this is where we are doing the we are pushing our code. So here we need to see, like, you can see we have this a notification. So compare and pull request. I'm going to create merge this because we want to merge it with our master branch, and after that it will be checking for ability to merge automatically, and merge, confirm merge, it's merging, and then after that we have actually done everything. So I'm going to close that and want to end this video here. So if you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe to this YouTube channel, also like this video, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload the next part of this project or any other video. So have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So let's continue building our admin dashboard here. And if you can see here on my diagram, we already created our menu, which also you can see in this project here. So I'm going to continue to build the home page. So I'm going to register here, home page. I'm going to add here building home page, like that. And also if you check here in my application, or this application that already we have built, you can see we have this home page here where we have these cards that shows the products, orders, and users. Also we have these tables, and also we have the part where we can show the total revenue and the total loss. And the last thing part here is we have this graph here, and in this case we are going to use Material UI. So after this, now you'll be able to know how to use Material UI to create these graphs here. So let's start. So I'm going to go to my code here, and I'm going to close the menu right now, and I'm going to open the home page. You can see we have the home page here, and this home page is the one that you can see here in our application. So I'm going to start building from here. So inside this div here, I'm going to start by styling, and we have a class name here. First thing that I'm going to give is the styling display flex, because we are going to have the part for the right and left. So I'm going to have also here to justify between so that they will be side by side but they will be apart. Also I'm going to have a screen, so I'm going to give a full screen, and also I'm going to give a padding of 2, and also I'm going to give a variation of gray color. In this case I'm going to give a variation of 200 like that. So here I will have these two part first of all. So you can see here I have this part here, and also I have this other part. So here I think also right here you can see that we have not like occupied the whole part. This is because I've not given like the whole width. So let me give the whole width also. Yeah. So screen, let's see, yeah, something of the sort. So if I save that, come back here, yeah, now you can see that it occupies the whole width here. Actually I won't be giving the whole width because you can see here it is you can see there is a scroll here and I don't want that, so I'm going to remove that first of all. So let's do this. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to have this part here. So let me show you. So I'm going to have this part that holds the cards and the table, and I'm going to have the other part here that holds the total MD, total loss, and the graph. So I'm going to create those two div here. So I'm going to call this left. So the left side like that. Let me comment this also. So if I comment that, have a div here, and this one I'm going to call it left, and I'm going to have also the other part here that is right part or right side, and I'm going to also comment on that. I'm going to have a div like that. So and this one will be right. So let's see how it will look like. So if I save that, come back here, you can be able to see left and right. So now let's concentrate also on the left side here. So for the left side here, we are going to start by looking at this part here that holds these 3 cards here. So let me first of all make sure that I style the whole card. So class name here, let's add a class name. Now for the left here, I'm going to have a flex and then flex column because the content will be displayed vertically, and also I'm going to give a width which is 3, or what we are going to have as 2/3 like that. So if I save this, let's see how it will look like. So right now you cannot see any changes. So after that, now inside here we can have now this part here that holds the cards. So the cards are displayed horizontally, so I'm going to add here display flex, and then inside here now let's create the first card, and the first card is this one here. So this first card here. So after that, now after this one we are going to have now the table. So let me have the table here. The table, actually let me just comment it. So comment that, and I want to also format my code like that. So after that, now I think, or let me just go back here because I think this one will affect how I ordered my divs. So let me just create table, and here I'm going to comment this now like that. And then now let's see how we can create a div here. So the first div here, which is a container, let's slide it. So class name here, I'm going to give it a background of white, so bg white here. I'm going also to give like a height of 52 like that, and also we are going to give a width of 52 like that. Also I'm going to give like a margin which is 5. I'm going to give a width of 60, and I think actually it should have a I had already given the width, so let me just give it a width of 60 here, like that. So a margin here of 5, and also I'm going to give a shadow large, so shadow large here, or extra large. Let me just do that. So rounded, I need to have a rounded corner, so this one will be LG, and then flex. I'm going to give the content to be vertically, so I'm going to use flex column, and I'm going to center the item, so item center, and also justify to be center, like that. So let's see if we can see any changes. So if I come up here, you can see that we have this card here, and I feel that this card is smaller than these ones. So I'm going to make sure that I add the width. So for the width here, I can just say maybe 70. So if I save that, I think that's big. So I'm going to just remain with 52 here, and we are going to see how it will align. So let's see now. Inside here, I'm going to create now this ring here. So you can see we have like a chart here inside. So let's create that. So here I'm going to have this part where we have a ring. So let's create a ring here. So class name. So the first thing that I'm going to give is also the height. So height of 32. I'm going to give also the width of 32 here. Also, I'm going to give like a border, but before that I can give the margin. I'm also going to give a border. So a border here, I want to give the border a width, so I'm going to give it 10 pixels. Also, I'm going to give the color of the border. So in my case, the first one will be blue. So, and then variation, I think I can give a variation of 400 for that blue. And also I want to make sure that the border is solid, so I'm going to add border solid and rounded to be full because it's a circle. So rounded to be full, and also I'm going to give flex, the display here to be flex, item should be center here, and also justify center. So we are going to have also justification to be center so that we can center everything. So if I do that, come back here, let's see if yeah, you can see we have this perfect circle here. So after that, now we can have the content inside that, which is a number. So I'm going to have a heading 2 here, and this one, for example, will be 699 here, and here we are going to have a class name, and then I'm going to give the styling here. So font will be bold, and also I'm going to give text to add the text font size, like that. So if I save that, come back to my application here, you can see it is centered here. And also I want to also give the, after this, now I want to have a heading here also, where I can be able to add like, or to show what is this part or this card is displaying the which statistics. So in my case here, I'm going to copy this and paste it here, because for this one here is an orders, for orders, like that. And I think now, because of this space, I can just format my code like that. So we have the table here and we have the right part here. So let me remove also this space. I think this space are too much, so I'm going to remove that. So if I just save this and come back here, you can be able to see that we have orders here, but I think this is too much, so I'm going to just say XL here, and also this one will be let's see, for example, let me first of all remove and give it a font semi-bold, like that. So if I do that, come back here to my application here, you can see orders. So I want to copy this and this card here, I'm going to change according to what I want to display. So add like these 3 here. So if you check on that, you can be able to see that we have these 3. So you can see here. So I want to change, like for example, this one actually should be for the products, and also this one also I want to change the color here. So for the color here, this one will be red. Let me change here to be red, and this one will be 100 here, and this one should be products. So products, like that. Also I'm going to give here another one. This one will be gray. So gray, this should be users. So you can give users also. So for example, you can give 200 or the number that you want. We are going to fetch it from the database when we integrate with our API or our backend. So if I save that, come back here, let's see, you can see that we have these 3 cards here. So also we are going to create the right part here, but for now, let's concentrate now with our table down here. So let's create our table. So I'm going to just scroll down here, and inside here now, we are going to create a table. So let me do that. So we have a table here. I'm going to style this part. So here the first thing that I'm going to give is a background of white. Also I'm going to give a margin 5, padding of 5, and also I'm going to make sure that the rounded will be LG here. So that card that holds the table. And then after that, inside here now, let me create another div. So for this div here, I'm going to give a class name. Also here, I'm going to make sure that I give a padding of 6. I'm going to give a background of white, like that. And also I'm going to give rounded to be MD, rounded to be medium or MD. So if I come back here, maybe you need to be able to see like a big difference. So you can see here we have that card that you are creating. So after that, now inside here, we are going to create now the heading first of all. So the heading here will be heading 3. This one is latest transaction. So latest transactions, like that. I want to give a class name here. So class name, and I'm going to have a text to be large. Also, I'm going to give font to be bold. I'm going to give a margin bottom of 4, like that. And if I come back here to my application, you can see latest transaction here. So the last thing that I want to, or the other part that I want to do here is to add the table. So for the table here, let me first of all style it. So class name here. So for the table, I'm going to give minimum width to be full, like that. Also, I want to give a table auto. So if you check here, we have this table auto here. And inside this table, we are going to have like the first thing, which is t-head, like that. And inside here, we can have tr, our table row. And now inside here also I can have th, which is table head. And then here we are going to have for customer, the row for the column for the customer. So I'm going to copy this, paste it. So the other one here will be amount and status. So amount, and now the other part here is status, like that. So I want to first of all make sure that I style the this table here, table row here. So I'm going to have a class name here, and I'm going to give a background to be gray. So and variation of gray of 100. And also I want to give here the styling, so class name, and here I'm going to give padding y of 2. I'm going to give padding x of 4, and I'm going to copy and paste it to the other columns. So let me do that here and also here. If I do that, come back to my application, you can see that we have this table right here. So let's add now the other part. After this row here, we are going to have now actually this one should be, we should wrap it with the table head. So I'm going to, actually I have already wrapped it, so no problem. So after that, now we can have the table body like that. So in here we can have the also table row like that, and I'm going to give styling here. So let me give the styling. So class name here, I'm going to give a border bottom like that. I'm not going to specify anything else. So here we are going to have the same this like the table data. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, but in this case now this one will be table data, and it won't be table header. So I'm going to copy this, you can copy this and paste it here. So for this one, if I save that, be able to see now we have this data down here. So what we are going to do now is that I'm going to give the information here. I'm going to copy and paste the information right here. So let's do that. So I'm going to copy from this. So like for the example, the name here, paste the name. So the customer name here. Also for the other amount, so for the amount here, I can give this, can add this here, and also let me paste it here, and I'm going to remove these extra spaces. The other part here is approved or pending. So let me just come up here and add. This one is approved, and also now we are going to make sure that I format this, and then I can copy this and duplicate it. So like that, and then if I do that, come back here, you can be able to see that we have this part here, and you can see that this one is approved, this is also approved, but I want to be declined. So let's have here approved or decline like that. And then here I want to give a color. So for example, this one we are going to give a color of green, so text green, and then I think this variation for green here is can give 500, and also that means that we need to give also here the color. So for this one will be red and a variation of like 500. Also I'm going to give here the text should be green and 500 like that. So if I save that, come back here, you can be able to see that now we have this table. So this part, don't worry, this part will be okay when we add the right side. So here I have also added now this part here. So let's go to the right side here. So let me come here to the right side, and for the right side here, so let me first of all format my code. So I'm going to remove this text here, and now let's concentrate on the right side. So for the right side, let me first of all make sure that I style the whole wrapper container here, and the first thing that I'm going to give here is a flex, and then flex column, because we are going to display the content here vertically. Also I'm going to give width here to be width of 1/3, so that it occupies the remaining part. Also, I'm going to give a padding here to background color to be white, and also I'm going to give a padding of 5, and also I'm going to give a shadow of extra large, and also rounded should be LG, like that. So if I save this, come back to here, you can be able to see that we have the other this other part here, and I don't know why this one is giving us like it is not occupying the other part here. So I'm going to make sure that I come up here, and maybe let's see where the where we are getting this part here. So this is flex. We have justify between. We have screen here, which is the full screen, and also padding 2. And here we have padding PG gray. So I'm going to give, for example, the width here to be 80 VW. Let's first of all see if we can do that. Yeah, you can see it is occupying this part here, but you can see this this part is scrolling this part down here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to reduce this to at least 70. So let's see for the 70. I think 70 is small, so I think 75. So let's give 75. So save that, come back here, and maybe 77. I think so. I think that will work now. I think here we cannot be able to scroll, so I think it's okay. So for the other part up here, I think I can also add the width. So let's see. So for this, the other part here where we have the table, so have the table down here. So for this container here that holds the table, so I don't see if we have added any width. So for this part here, we can add the width and give it, for example, 500 pixels. So let's see where it will. Okay, so let's give also like maybe 700 also, and give it like, let's use the VH. So let's do that. So here I can give 50 VW, that is. Save that, and if I do that, you can see it's occupying this part. So I think this one is occupying the same length with the table here. So we are going to align that in a later video, but right now let us first of all concentrate on this other part here where we have the right side, that we have this card for total revenue, total losses, and then the graph. So let me continue here with the right side. So, and then here we are going to have now the other part where we have the card, the first card here for the revenue. So I'm going to add a div here. Let us style this card. So scene name here. And I'm going to give, first of all, the background to be gray and a variation of gray. So this one will be variation of gray of 50. Also, I'm going to give a padding of 5. I'm going to give a margin bottom of 5. And I'm going to give a shadow here. So a shadow extra large. Also, I'm going to give a rounded LG. Yeah. Also, I'm going to give flex, a display flex, and also flex should be column, like that, and then items should be center. So item center. Inside here, I'm going to have a heading, but before that, let's see how it will look like. So you can see this card here. So let's do that now. Let's have that card or the text. So this one will be total revenue here. So let me copy this like that, paste it here in our application, and then let us style now this part. So class name, we are going to give here like the font to be bold, and also I'm going to give text to be extra large twice. So I'm going to copy that, and let's see. Yeah, you can see it's big there, and also I want to add this other part. So for that, I'm just going to copy and paste this down here, and I'm going to make sure that I copy from this one. This is total losses, and paste in our application here like that. And I think actually what I would have done is copy this and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here, so that we can see the total losses and also the total revenue. So I'm going to format my code here. So if I go back to my application here, you can be able to see that we have the total revenue and also the total losses here. So I want also to make sure that I can add this graph down here. So let's go to MUI or Material UI charts. So Material UI charts like that. And let's see the documentation on how to be able to add the graph. So the first thing here is to go to get started. So get started here, and you can see different charts. So for this case, you can see the first thing that you need to do is to install the Material UI charts here, and I don't know. Okay, so let me copy this, and then after that, inside here, I'm going to add now or to install. So cd into, I want to cd into the front end, and then let me paste it here now, and let us also see the other things that we need to do. So after the installation here, you need also to install other packages. For example, we have this package that is called Emotion here, which we need to install. So I'm going to copy that, and after now we have installed the material charts here, I'm going also to make sure that I install this emotion react here and also emotion style, because I think that is the style engine for Material UI. So let's copy and paste this. So paste that, and after that also I need to add to install this style engine here. So style engine of, and then also we can see the usage here. This is the documentation how to display charts. This is a single chart here, and it is a bar chart. You can see how you need to add the information. So let's see if this one has installed. So we have also this, like there's other graph here, and I think this graph is a composed chart, and you can see different charts are embedded in one component here. So let me see if the other emotion package has been installed, and yes. So let me paste also now the style engine here. So let us install the this one here, and then let's see now the graph that we want to use. So in my case here, this is a line graph. So let me look for the lines graph. So here is an overview. So I'm going to come up here, lines overview, and you can see different line chart here. So the one that I want to use is, I think, down here. So let's see. So I'm going to scroll down here. Yeah, this one, this is what I want to use here. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it where I want to use it. So copy that, and I'm going to actually paste it down here. So after we have these cards here, we can have now our chart here. So I need also to make sure that I import the data. So let me have the data. So because I don't have the data right now, and first thing that you need to do is to make sure that I can be able to import it. So in this case, because I don't see the importation for the line graph that I'm using, I'm just going to change take one of the importation and then customize. So I think here I don't have the example, and let's do that here. So let me just come up here in my page, and I'm going to import that like that. Actually, I think I have not copied the importation, so let me just come up here and import again. So copy that, and again let's add it here. So I think, actually I have already added here. So this one I'm going to add the line chart. So I'm going to import the line chart like that, and I think this one also should be from line chart also here. So that's how you import so line chart. So let me see if that is the naming down here. So line chart, yeah, it's line chart. So the other thing that I want now is the dataset. So let's see if we can get the dataset now. So for the dataset here, so I don't see if any dataset that we can use, but let me check if I can see any dataset here. So I think we can use the data set here. I don't see it, so let me check here for the data set. So now I've checked for line chart that has already data set, so I'm going to just copy and paste it here, and I'm going to format my code and see if the line chart will now be able to be displayed in my dashboard. So if I do that, I think yeah, like it's loading, and I think there's an error or something. So let it load, and I cannot be able to see now this line chart here. So I think there's some problem or something. So I'm going to first of all remove this line chart here, and let's see, and let's see here. So for the line chart, and I'm going to make sure that I remove this like that, and also this the importation up here like that. Let's see now. So if I save that, would be done, then reload here, you can be able to see that we have displayed now our dashboard. So that means the problem is coming from the display of line chart. So let's also now I have confirmed for the importation, and I'm going to do that. So let's import here the line chart. So you need to import like this, and this is a line chart here from material UI, Xcharts, and then line chart here. So that's where the one of the problem was coming from. So here also let's add now the other line chart here now. So the actual graph, so I'm going to paste here. So for this part here, already I have this data, so I'm going to just save that, and you can see now we have displayed our graph. So I don't want this video to be longer than this, but in the other video we'll be looking at how now this card here can be of the same width with our table here, or we can reduce the table or make sure that this card cover the whole width of the table here. So have a great day. Remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also make sure that to turn on the notification bell. So see you on the other video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So let's continue from where we left. So I had to take a break because I wasn't feeling good, and also there is a lot of work that I'm doing for my clients. So here you can see the dashboard that we created for the admin dashboard right here. And if you check on this part also, you can see we also were creating this home page here, but you can see this page here. You can see this admin dashboard here is not the same as this one. So I need to make sure that these three cards here align with this transaction card here, so that it looks like this one, because you can see this one looks really, really nice. So I want us to go back to the code. So this is the code here, and this is where we have the home page. So here we need to increase the width. Here I'm going to increase the width to have a width of 60, which is 15 rm. And also right here I'm going to change to give it the same 60, and also here I'm going to give it 60, so that they will be uniform. So I'm also going to zoom my editor here like that. I think that's okay. I think that will work. And also here I'm going to push down so that we can have a full view of the code. So I'm going to save this, and let us see if our application, or the application that you're building, has changed. And if you check here now, you can be able to see that now they are aligned. So our card here and these three card here, they have the same width here, so they look really, really nice. So when we have the data from the database, then we can be able to display it here. But for now, because we don't have any data from the database, we are going to just use this dummy data here. So the other thing that I want to do is to create a product page here. So when you click here, you need to go to product page. So what I'm going to do is that, let me go to the app.jsx here and see if I have already added the page for the product, and you can see it here. Also, I want to make sure that I add for the orders. So I'm going to copy that and paste it here like that. I'm going to remove this comma here, and here I'm going to add orders. So when you click orders, it should take you to orders page. But right here in my pages, I don't have orders page. So I'm going to add that. So orders page .jsx like that. And also I'm going to do RFCE like that, and create that page. So, and then here I can be able to remove the import, because we don't want it right now. And if you are wondering which why I'm seeing like the error that is occurring here, like for example, let me go back. So you can see here it is showing me that error here, and if I hover over it, you can see that the React is defined but never used. This is because I'm using an extension called ESLint, and that is the one that is helping me to at least be able to debug my code, and also be able to know if I have added code that I'm not using. So I'm going to save this and also come back to the app.jsx, and I'm going to now import that page here for the orders. So let me go to the orders. You can be able to see auto completion. So I'm going to copy to add it here, and you can see up here it has been imported. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to close this page, and then the other thing, I'm going to go to the menu, where this is where we have the sidebar. And what I'm going to do is, first of all, also I'm going to import here the link. I'm going to import link from React Router DOM. So from React Router DOM, and this will help us to navigate the page. Like for example, the page the page products and that. So to do that, I need to come here to the products. So I'm going to cut this first of all, and I'm going to wrap it using the link here like that. And let me paste here the code. So I'm going to format also the code here like that. And here I'm going to add 2, and then here I can specify to products. So to products, and because I don't want to come back here at this given time. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to wrap also the others, for example, for the orders here. So let me do that, have a link. So I think, let me just wrap the orders here. So the orders, we have a link here like that. and then I'm going to paste the that code and format this one. This one will be to the orders, so I'm going to add it here to the orders, like that. And after that, also let me wrap for the users here also. So I'm going to cut this, wrap it. So let me just wrap it using a link like this one here, and then I'm going to paste now the code for the link for the users right inside here. And also what I'm going to do is to format this. I'm going to add two, and this one is to users like that. And of course, I want to create another page that will be able to show us the banner. So I'm going to come up here to the pages. So right here we have the pages. Let me also make sure that I create another page, which is the banners page. So banners.jsx like that. And also it is RFCE like that. Also I need to make sure that I have so let me make sure that I add it here. So we have banner, so I'm going to copy this, copy that, and I'm going to paste it here. So for this one, I'm going to say banners, and I can be able to import here the banners page. So banners page like that. If you come up here, you can be able to see that we have imported that page. So I'm going to cross this. Also, I'm going to save that, and I can be able to wrap this also like the other ones. So here we have a link, and inside here now I can add the code. So here I can add two, and here I can be able to add the banners like that. So if I save this and scroll up here, so I can be able to come now to my code. And what I can do is that when I come, for example, to the products, click that, you can be able to see that you are navigating to the products page. Also, if I click on the products, you can see I'm navigating to products page. For the banners, the same. So for the orders, the same. So now I can proceed and create the products page here. And let's do that. So I'm going to navigate now. Let me close this and open the products page. I'm going also to close the banners and the orders. Those one we are going to create after some time. So in here, if I go back to my code here, I can just show you how I want the products page to look like. So you can see this is fetching the data from the database, and you can see here we are using this rich data grid table here, and you can see how good it is and how well it looks like. So if I select here, I can select all. You can see that we have 7 rows. You can see we have the pagination, and this comes out of the box with this data grid here. So this data grid here is from React MUI, Material UI. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to click data grid, or I'm going to look for the documentation for the data grid MUI, and actually you can see it here. So if I just click that, you can see the documentation here, and you'll be able to see even the installation and many other things. So you can be able to see it here. So how you can be able to install. So one thing that you need to do is to come here to get started before even you go to overview, and here you'll be able to see how to install it, sorry. So I'm going to copy the command here. So, and I think, I don't know why it is behaving this way. Okay, I think it's also my network. So I'm going to copy this terminal command, and then inside my code here, I'm going to open the terminal. So let me open a new terminal here. I'm going to push this up, and because also here I had already some other terminal, so I'm going to navigate to admin side like that. Let me clear everything here, and I'm going to paste the command here. So I can do that, and you'll be able to see that my code here, or the this data grid will be installed. And we can come also here for the documentation, and you can see that it has dependencies. For example, you need also to install style engine, and also you need to install what else, so emotion or something like that. So I think already had installed these ones when we were installing the chart for the MUI. So I'm not going uh, to install the style engine, because this one they share with you can see the emotion here, and also this style engine. They use the same with the charts, because this is a material UI, and we used the chart in our homepage for material UI, and they already installed the emotion here and the style. But if you have not done that, please make sure that you have installed these two, because it will give you error if you don't do that. So let me go back to the code now, and I think here it should have installed. And before it continues to install, or it has finished installing, we can go and check for the products page. So now I need the product page to look like this one. Let me just come here to the code. So right here you can see how I want the products page to look like. So we are going to have this part where we have all products, and we have this product, and then we are going to have the data grid. So here, if I check, you can be able to see that already this data grid MUI has been installed. So I'm going to just scroll this down, or to push this down like that, so that we can have a space where we can work in. So here I'm going to first of all make sure that I style this. I'm going to style the whole container. So I'm going to give it a padding of 5, and also I'm going to give the width here to be of 70 VW. So 70 VW like that. And also I want to have and now this the part here where you can show the all products and the button here. So let me also make sure that we have a div here. So I'm going to have a class name for styling. So the first thing that I need to do here is to make sure that it's flex. We have the flex here. So here I need to have items to be center. So item center, and also I'm going to have justify to be justify between like that. And also I'm going to give a margin of 30 pixels. So 30 pixels like that. And now here I can have the text, which is all products. So all products like that. And here I can be able to style this. So class name, I'm going to give it a margin of 20 pixels. So 20 pixels like that. I'm going to give a text font. This is like font size, or this is a font size of 20 pixels like that. And if I save this, come back to my code here. So I have this code. You'll be able to see that we have this text here, all products. So now the other thing that I want to do is to have now the button here, and the button is create like that. I'm going to have a class name, and this one I'm going to give like styling. So the background color, I want to have a background of color of 1E, 1E, 1E. This is like a dark color. So I'm going to give a padding of 20 or 10 pixels. Also, I want to give a font, to have a font of semi-bold like that. And also I'm going to give a text, to have a text of white. So text white. And also I want to give a cursor to be pointer like that. So if I save this and format, so and go back to my code here, be able to see that we have this button here. Now we have been left with this the other part that we have the data grid. So what I can do is that I'm going now here to the overview, or maybe even before overview here, I can just come back to get started. And for get started here, you can be able to see you need to create rows, and if you are using TypeScript, you need to add these types here. You also need to create columns here, and also if you are using TypeScript, add the type. And after that, now you need to add this data grid here after you have imported up here. So I'm going to copy this first thing first. So I'm going to copy that and paste it above here, so like that. And I'm going to remove this too, because I'm not going to use, or I'm not using TypeScript. I'm just using vanilla JavaScript, so like that. And then the other thing that I want to add here, let me first of all format the code so that I think we have a lot of spaces here. So let me just remove these extra spaces. I don't know why my code formatter is not working the way I want it to work. So here I'm going to have another div. So a div here, and let me just have a div. Auto completion for me is not working. So I'm going to have this part, and I can give it a class name. So a class name here, and the only thing that I'm going to add here is margin of like 30 pixels. But I think also we can just do away with it, because I think it is not necessary as per now. So what we are going to add here is the data grid here. So let's see how we can implement that. So the first thing that I need to do is to have rows. So I'm going to copy these rows here like that, and then paste it above here. And I'm going to remove the type here, because I'm not using TypeScript. And also I'm going to have the rows or columns, sorry. So I'm going to have the columns also right here. Copy that, and you can paste it here. So let me paste here like that, and remove this like that. And then after that, I think the other thing that I need to do is add now this data grid here, like this data grid. Let me just come here and paste inside here. And then if I save that and then come back to my code, so my code is right here, you'll be able to see that we have this data grid here. But I feel that it doesn't have a margin. So what I'm going to do is I think give the margin. So I'll give a margin of 30 pixels. Let me see. Yeah, 30 pixels like that. Let's see how it will look like. And yeah, you can see this one. This looks nice. So I want now to make sure that I add the data for our product here, because you can see this one is a bit different. And what we are going to do is already had prepared the data here, because I didn't want us to waste a lot of time. So this is like the rows, and we are going to prepare the columns. So this one is for the products. So I'm going to copy this, and let me just come up to, I think here, yeah, this one, copy that. And then inside here, I'm going to eliminate the rows like that. And because now this is the data, we are just going to remove now the rows here and call it data. And now we need to have columns. So for the columns, I think I'm going to just paste the code, and then we can discuss that. So let me do that. So let me copy the the column, because I don't want us to waste a lot of time. So if I just remove this column and paste it here, I think I don't know why I'm having these errors. So this error we have expected whatever. And so I don't know. I think that's because I have not added as a like a column. So let me just uh, go back and I'm going to just have the columns as a whole, so that we can have it displayed the way it should. So and let me copy now here. So we have columns and then paste it here. So you can see here that we need to import this link here and also that fa trash. So let me copy that, or let me import that. So import fa trash like that. You can be able to see how you can import it easily. And then import, so I'm going to import link, so from React Router DOM like that. And then if I do that and then come back here, save that, and then come back to my here, you can see that we are having this error here, unique ID blah blah blah. So I'm going to just make sure that I come up here to where we have the data grid and then add another option here. So for this option I can add get row ID. So get row ID here. So get row ID, and then here I'm going to select the row, and then I'm going to just point out to return row dot ID. I think I have an ID for the rows. Let me check. Yeah, underscore ID actually is underscore ID. So it is underscore ID like that. So if I do that, that error should be eliminated. Yeah, you can see that error has been eliminated right here. So, and also you can see we have these images here and they are being published right here. So I think now what we can do is we can go back and discuss the code. So right here, I think if I come back here, you'll be able to see that this is just a column, a representation of a column. For example, here we have the ID, and then the ID here, it's the header name, because you can see here, this is the header name here, and you can see this is what the one that is appearing. We have the product here, the field, and for this one, I need to make sure that you match here you can return a render cell where you can give it the width, and when you return this, for the example for the field here, you can add this render set here, and you can be able to you can be able to call this function, this anonymous function, and pass in the params, and through these params you can be able to select anything here. That's why you can see I have selected dash row and then those image here, and also for the title you can see here it's also called the title. So the other one is the brand. I think now we don't have the brand, so I'm going to have the description here. So description, and this one will be description, or description like that. So you can see this name here for the field, it must match the one that you want to show here. So if I do that and save and come back here, you'll be able to see that we are going to have a description. So right now I think yeah, you can see we have it here, the description. And I think that's all. As per now, we are showing pretty much the information that we want to show here. So also you can see if you don't want to have like this part where you need to show multiple products in one row here, or in one column, you can um, um, just keep using this render cell here and just use the field and the way, the simplest way it is here. And you can see for the other part here where we show the button here, and the button and the icon for delete, we have also added the render cell here. So you will go back, you will go through the code, and you'll be able to understand, because also I'm providing the code under the in the description of this video. So don't worry, you are going to get hang of it. So once you go through the code, so here you can be able to see now how easy it is to create a data grid. And here you can see this one is different, because this one you can be able to select, and to make sure that you can select, you only need to add another option here. And for this one, I'm going to add checkbox selection, like that. And when you save that, come back here, you'll be able to see that have added that part where you can be able to select. You can see you have this, and because this data grid is come out of the box with other features, like you can be able to sort by ascending, you can be able to sort by descending, you can be able to filter here. And filter is, you can be able to, for example, search. You can see this, all these features are coming, they are coming out of the box with the data grid from MUI. So now the other part, or the other thing that we want to do, is to also do the same for the users. And this will be very simple, because already we are going to replicate the same with what we have done with our products here. So I'm going to copy this and copy that. I'm going to make sure that I add it here. And here we am going to first of all make sure this, this is add users. And this one is, I'm not going to have create here, because I don't want us to have a feature where the admin will be adding the users. So also I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to import. So I'm going to copy the this part here where we have the let me just have a far trash here and this data grid, like that. Copy that, and we are going to paste up here. So this one, like that. But here also I have not copied the data grid, so let me copy the data grid and paste it here. So I think now also the other thing that you need here is the rows for the user, or the data for the user. So I'm going to copy this where we have the dummy user information, and paste it here. But in this case, I just want to call it data. Let me just have it as data here, like that. Call it the data. And I think yeah, you can see this is data. Yeah, so I think that's okay. Now we need to have columns, and let's copy. I'm going to copy that from another place. So let me do that. So here I'm going to have also the columns, and here you can see we need to have this icon. So I'm going to remove this and just import fa trash, like that, and I can be able to import that. And when I save this and maybe come back to my code, and now you can see the users are being displayed here, and even you can see their ID, their name, and their email, their phone number, and many other things. So now the other part that has been also left is where we have the orders, but I think this video is just long enough, so we are going to tackle that in the other part, or we are going to tackle the orders, and also we are going to look at the banners page here in the next video. So have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in the last video, we looked at the pages that we have in our admin dashboard. We looked at the users, and we created this rich data table here. And also we looked at our products page, and also you can see the table that we created here. So now I want us today to focus on banners page here, and also I want us to look at the orders page. And if you come here to this other project that we use for demo, if you click on the banners, you can be able to see that on this right here, we have the banners that we have already in our database and which are being displayed in the website. And here also we have where you can select the image for the banner and or the image, and then you can also add the title and then the subtitle. So the title is this one here, and the subtitle is the this one here. So let's do that. So but before that, I want to do also something, and that is pushing my code to GitHub. And you'll find the code of this project in the description of this video. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to push my code. So let me first of all look at the branch that we are in right now. So here you can see we are in the admin branch. So I'm just going to add the changes that I had done in the other video. So I'm going to commit also, and I'm going to just say maybe something like users page and products page, and I think that will be just fine. So I'm going to push, and I think I can just create an upstream here. So let me just copy this, and I'm going to paste it down here like that. Let me create an upstream so that we can just say git push. So let me add my passphrase. So after I've added the passphrase here, now we have created the upstream. So what I can do is that I can just say git push like that, and my code should be pushed. So let me add also the passphrase here, and after that, now the code will be pushed. And I think here you can see that it's saying that we are everything is up to date, and I think this is because we are pushing the master, so the admin here. So let me just I'm just going to leave it like that for now, but after this video we are going to push our code. So let's continue with the other part that we had, and I want to close the other code that I don't use, that I'm not using. So what I'm doing also is that, okay, let me just leave that. So I'm going to push this down so that we can have a space where we can working. So I'm going to close also the front end and concentrate on our back end, and let us go to the pages and then orders here. So let's start with our orders, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy the code from uh, the other pages, for example the user here. So here we are going to require this data grid here, and also we are going to have I'm going to have this icon here. So let me also make sure that I come up here to the orders, and I'm going to paste these two line of code, but I think I'm not going to require this here. Let me just see how the orders page looks like in the previous project. So here, if I click on orders, you can be able to see how orders are being displayed. So we are not going to have this that icon for trash. So also what I'm going to do here is that, let me just come back here. So I'm going to copy also the other part where we have the data. So for the data grid, we need to have the columns and the row is the data. So I had already prepared that. So here we have the demi data for our orders, and I'm going to just name it just the data. So let me change here to be just data like that, and I need now the columns. So for the columns, let me just come here. Had already prepared this, and if you are not understanding what I'm doing right now, high possibility is that you have not gone through the other videos. So I'm going to copy this column like that, and going to paste it up here, and also I can be able to import these two icons here. So let me import this, copy that, and I'm going to import this from React icons. So let me just paste it there, and then I can just say React icons and then FA. And then the other thing is, let me see the other one here. So we have this also. So I'm going to copy also this. Let me just come up here, and then I'm going to paste it there. And then the last one is this one here that we have for the clock here that will show us the pending orders. So I'm going to paste it there. And now the other thing that we have been left with, so this one I'm just going first of all to remove this function for delete order. And the other thing that has been left is this part here down here. So this one I'm just copy pasting everything because it's almost the same thing that we are doing. So I'm going to copy this, and here for the return, let me just paste it here. And this one I'm just going to add here all orders, or maybe I can just say orders, like that, orders. And then I'm going to remove this button here because there's no need for us to be, as admin, be able to create orders. That will be the work of the user. So I'm going to paste this, and then I'm going to at least explain a little bit about this code here where we have the columns, because this one can be people cannot be able to understand, or they cannot be able to understand easily the code that I have here. So if I come back to my code and then go back here, you already see here that we have the the data for our status, our orders. So what I'm going to explain is this part here, because the other part here already had explained in the previous video. So how we display the columns here, and also what we can do with this rich data table. So let me just come up here to my code, and you can see here one first thing that I'm doing here for the status. So you can see here I have a status field here, and what I'm doing here where we have the render side here is, for example, to look if the status of the order is 0 or that status is 1. That means that status is pending, and there I'm going to add this icon that is for the clock, this one here, and I'm giving it a color of yellow. If that means that the order doesn't have a status of 0, and also it doesn't have a status of 1, that means that that order has been delivered. And that's why you can see here I'm giving it the color green, and also the icon is different. And that's why if you come here to the code, you can be able to see that. So you can see here that the pending one has this clock icon, and it has a yellow color. But for the delivered, you can see it has this double tick, and it is green. And for the this field that is marked as delivered, which one that is delivered, if I come up here and then proceed to this field that is called mark as delivered, you can see here I'm just checking if I'm checking if the status is 1, and if the status is 0, and then I return this far check circle here, which is this one here, this one, the circle with this done icon. And let me also just show you something. So if it is delivered, that means that I should not check this this condition like this. I need to check if maybe the status is greater than 1. So I'm just going to remove this status here, and let me just add it here. Let me just go back a little bit. So here I'm just going to check if the order status is greater than 1, and then I can just add that here. So if it is greater than 1, then means that we are going to return this icon. And if it is less than 1, then we leave we leave it like that. That's why you can see here I have just used double quotation mark without anything. That means that it will leave that field like that. So if I save that and come back here, so to my code, you can be able to see only two that are delivered, and that's why you can see that we have this icon. Actually, I think I have done the opposite, because mark as delivered is the only place that you need to click on this icon. So yeah, so it was just okay the way it was. So I'm just going to uh, go back, and if I come back to my code, now when you click on this, you can mark it as delivered, and then if it is already delivered, you cannot mark it as delivered. So that was the logic of the code. So now that is the orders page. So now we can proceed to the banners page here. So here I have a banners page. So let us create the banners page, and from this other project here, we can see how the banners page will look like. So if we check here for this part here where we have active banners, so you can see we have active banners, and also we have this other part where we can be able to upload the image. So if you see here, when you click on this plus icon here, you can be able to select the image here of the product, and then, or the banner, and then you can be able to add the title and add the subtitle, and then you can upload that banner for that project, that is, or that to be able to be shown in the front side of this application. So I'm going to come back here and navigate to banners. So let's go to the banners, and we have the banners here. So let's try and create something that look like that page. So here, the first thing that you need to notice is that we have two parts. So we have this part here that have active banners, and we have this other part where we need to upload a banner, that is. So here I'm going to first of all be able to style. So I'm going to have a flex, because we are going to have two parts side by side. So I'm going to have a justify content to be evenly, and also I'm going to have a margin that is of 10%, so of around. So here I'm going to have the right or the left side like that, and I can be able to just highlight it or to just comment it, and I'm going to have the right side. Yeah, so the left side is where we have the active banners. The right side is where we are going to be able to upload the new banners. So I'm going to comment that. So I have the left part here. So I'm going to have the div here, or that will hold that container. So we have the left part here, and let us first of all style this. So here I'm going to have first of all margin right of 50 pixels like that, and then the other thing is inside here I can have the header, which I'm going to give a heading to, and this one we are going to have it as active banners like that. Let me style also this heading here, so class name, and here I'm going to just say text XL, and also I'm going to have font to be semi bold like that, and margin bottom of 4. I think that will be okay. So if I save this and come back to the application, so here you can be able to see that we have active banners here. So I think also here we need to make sure that it is styled here. So let me just make sure that I do that. So all around we need to have a margin of 10%, of which I have already done that. I don't know why it's not taking like a effect. So let me try like something like 15, and then when I do that, let's come here and see. So it's actually not changing, I think so. So this one, it is not changing. So let's see. Okay, so I'm going to Okay, I'm just going to remove this like that, and then let me just continue here. So after that, we are going to have another div, and this div here will have the active banners. So we are going to have them like they will be after one another, or they will be displayed vertically. So I'm going to just say flex and then flex column. So flex column, and also I'm going to have a space between them. So space Y, and then it will be space Y4. And also now inside here, now I can be able to display now uh, the the banner. So this container here will hold the banners. So this one will be class name here, and I'm going to have it to give it like a flex because I want the items inside the banner to, or this part here. Let me just show you. So this part here, I want it to have to be this container here. I want the products here to be aligned horizontally. So we are going to have the image, you are going to have this part here. We have the title and the description here. We have the button. So let me have that here. So flex, and also I'm going to have this part also, items to be center. So items should be center, and also I'm going to have justify to be between, and border to be border bottom, and also we are going to have a border to be gray. So border gray like that, and then it will be a variation of 200, and then padding bottom of 4 like that. And then inside here we are going to display the image. So here I'm going to have the image, and here I can display any image that I want. So let me see if I have any image here. So for the assets, so I don't have like an image right here right now. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just from this part here, I can be able to copy this URL for one of those products that we are displaying, and we are going to use it as a banner. So like that, and I can be able also to style the this image here. So let me add the class name, and here I can just say the width will be 32, the height will be 32 also, and also I'm going to have the object to be object cover, and then we are going to have rounded to be MD like that. So if I save that, format that, and save that, so if I come back here, you can be able to see that already. You can see here we are going to have a image, but it is not displayed. That I think because the URL here is not working or something like that. So let me just copy another URL here like that, copy that, and in my banners here I can be able to copy this also. Let me copy that, save it, and here if I reload here, you can see here we have like a image, but this image here is not for the product. So I think I need to have let me just come back here to the products and maybe look for another here. For example, I think this one would just be okay. So copy this, and in the banners here, let me replace this. Yeah, I think this one will be okay. So I'm going to remove this other part here. So let me remove that. Yes, like that. Save it. Now I think this now should work. Okay, we're just going to leave it like that for now. So, and also the other part is where we need to have a div here. that will hold the title and the description. So here I'm going to make sure that I style it. So class name, and here I'm going to give it like flex to be 1, and also I want to give a margin left of 4, and also here I can add now the heading. This one will be heading 1, and I want to style it here. So class name, here I'm going to give it like a text large XL. I'm going to have a font to be semi-bold like that, and also I want to give margin bottom of 2 like that. So I need to copy the title, so I'm going to copy the title here and also the description. So for this one, copy this, and let me paste it here. So for the heading, after the heading, now we can have like the paragraph. So let me just copy this here and paste it. So I'm just going to paste it here, and let me style this here. So class name, and here I can be able to now style this. So I'm just going to give it a variation. So for example, I'm going to give it a color variation of 600, and also margin bottom of 2. So if I do that and come back here to my code, let me see if this will be, yeah, you can see it's being displayed this way. And now I need to have now this button here. So for this button, I'm going to just add it here. So for this one, it will be easy. So this one will be delete, and then we can have a class name here to style it. So I'm going to have a background color of red variation, that is, and also I'm going to give a padding of 2. I'm going to give a text of white, and also I need to give a font to be semi-bold, and also I need to give a cursor to be pointer like that. So if I save that and then come back here, yeah, you can see we are going to have like this banner here. So we can have other, for example, banners. So if I want to add other banners, I can be able to copy this like that and paste it down here like that. So if I do that, come back here, be able to see that now the banners will be aligned here. So we need now to work on the left side where we need to add the banner. So let's do that. So for the other part, let me just come back here and scroll up to this, the right side here. So I'm going to give a div here. So for this one, I'm going to have a class name, and I'm going to make sure that they are displayed vertically. So that is display flex, and then flex should be column. So the first thing that I'm going also to have here is another div. So I want to have a styling here also. For this one, I'm going to give a flex of 1, and also I want to give a PG to be white, and also I want to give a padding of 5 like that. So for that, now I think inside here now we can have another div, okay, like that. And then after that, I need to have another div here. So actually I can just work with this. So let me just have a class name here, and I'm going to give a flex, then flex will be column like that. So for now, yeah, I need to have now this part. So let me show you which part I want here. So this part where we have this image, and then after that we have this circle that has a plus icon. So let me add it here now. So let me our div. So to create that part, so I'm going to have a class name here. So the first thing is to have a border. So a border that has a width of 2. I'm going to have a height, and I want the height to be having a height of 100 pixels. I'm going to have a width of 100 pixels, and also I'm going to have a border of let me add here a border of this color, and also I want to give a border solid, so border solid like that, and should be rounded MD like that. So after that, now I need to have let me just come here. So if I do that and come back to my code here, yeah, you can see we have this circle here. So now inside here, I think I can add even the thickness. So I think this one will be just okay if I add the thickness. So okay, we don't have like the thickness of 3 here, so I'm just going to stick with 2. And then inside here now I'm going to have now the the icon for the fab class. But before that, I'm going to have a label here, and this label we are going to use when we are selecting the image. So I'm going to format this, and after we having the label will wrap up the icon. So this one I need to, first of all, the label will wrap up the icon. So this one we are going to have a label here also like that, and then inside here we can have the icon. So for the icon, we are going to have a far plus icon, so like that. And then here I want to style the icon, so class name, and here I want to give text to have a font size of 20 pixels. And then here for the label, let me add the class name here. I want to give it a style of to be having cursor to be pointer, so that when you select the image, you can be able to know that you need to click that part. So I'm going to format this, and then if I come back here, you can see this one is not centered. And I think what I can do here is that I can have another div that wraps this part. So let me just come up here. Let me have a div here. So this div I'm going to just make sure that I'm going to make sure that I styled it. So I'm going to have maybe let me just add the for example the border. So let me have the border to be having a border of 2. And actually I think also I think this one I can just say flex, and then I can just add here item center to be able to center this part. So justify also to be center. Let me see if this one will just center my content. Yeah, you can see where it is placed, but I want to have for example, let me add the margin top of something like 20 pixels, or let me just 40 pixels like that, and save it. Yeah, you can see it's now placed at the center. So now, but I need to have an image here up here. So let me just add the that here. So that one we are going to have a label. So let me just come up here, and we are going to have a label. So this one I'm going to just say image like that. Let me see if this one will work the way I want. So for this one, yeah, you can see we have that. And then this one I can be able to, I think, style it. So I can say font to be semi-bold, this one, like that. Yes. So now let me format this also, and if I come back, yeah, you can see it is looking fine. And now the other thing is, for this text, we are going to work on it when we are actually doing the integration. So for now, I'm just going to leave it like that. So let me just come up here, and after we have this part where we have the this div, or where we have to select the image. So now we can have the other part where we display the title. So we display the title and then the input. So it will be just a div. So for this div here, so let me just add a class name, and then this one also we are going to have a flex, and then this one will have a flex column. So inside here, I'm going to have a span or a label, and this one, for example, will be title. And here now, let me add the class name. For this one, I'm going to give it just a font to be semi-bold. And here, I'm going to have an input that I'm going to style. So for example, this one, let me first of all show you how this input will look like. So you can see now, right now, you cannot be able to see the input. So what I'm going to do also is to make sure that here we have margin y to be 3, something of the sort. If I save that, come back here, you can see that we have a space. So for this input here, let me style this input. So the first thing that I'm going to give here is the width of 250 pixels, and also I'm going to give outline to be none, to have an outline of none. And then I'm going also to give a border bottom, so I can give a border bottom 2, and also I can give the color of that border. So I'm going to give a variation of gray, so like that. And then I'm going to call it border solid, or like that. So if I save this and then come back here, I think I can also add another part here now, one for the subtitle. So copy this, and I'm going to add this one to be subtitle. So subtitle, like that. So if I save this, come back here, you can see we have the subtitle. Let me see this one. So yeah, it's looking the same. So here I need to add now the button. So for the button, let me just come here, and then here we have the button. So this one will just be upload, and then let me style here. So for this one, I can actually copy from this other button here, and then I'm going to just change the color of that button. So copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to change the color here for this button. So for this one, I'm going to give this color here, which is like a black color, like that. I think it's 1E. So yeah, and then if I come back here, so you can see we have this for the upload. So I want also to change this from the label to a span. I think that's one here. This one will be, let me have it as a span. So this one should be span here, span. And the other thing here is that I want to have this as will just be semi-bold, font semi-bold, like that. And if you come back here now, you can see that we have the image, the title, and then subtitle. So the same as this one here. So I think now we are going to end this video here, but before that I want to upload the code. So let me upload the code here. Git add git commit. So we have this one here. Then let me do the push. So git push like that. So right now, because we have an upstream, it should push like that. So it should push the code. So I'm going to do the merge here. Let me see if I have a pull request. So to my GitHub, and then after that I'm going to repositories. After that I need to go to this repo here, and for this repo here I don't see I have a pull request. So compare and pull requests. So you can see the branches that I have here. So create and pull request, create pull request, and it is loading, is checking for ability to merge automatically, and after some times now you can merge and confirm merge. So it's merging, and after that now everything is just okay. So I think now that is it for this video. So if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, kindly subscribe and also like this video so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell. So have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to continue building our admin dashboard. And if I come back here, this is the project that we used for demo. And in this also other project here, you can see the other things that we covered in the last video. We covered this orders page. You can see the orders page here that we designed. And also we created this banners page here. So today I want us to also look at other pages. So if I come back here to this already created project that we used for demo, and then click on the products, and here for the products you can click on create, and when you click on create you can be able to see that we have this new product page here. For this new product page here, you can be able to select the image, and also you can be able to add information about the product. And then after you have added all the information, you can click on create, and this will create a product in the database. Also, I want us today to look at the detailed product page. So if you click on edit here, you'll be able to be directed here where we have a product, and you can see most information here. And another thing that you can do here is that you can be able to add things like you can be able to edit the information about the product and then be able to update using this button that you can see here. So what we are going to do is that let's go back to our code here, and then we can be able to create those two pages first of all. So here under these pages, so this one I want to push it down that way so that we can have a somewhere that we can work. So here I want us to create another page, and the page that I want to create is a new product .jsx like that. And I think actually here I created a folder, and it should be a file. So I'm going to delete this. So let me move it to recycle bin, and then I'm going to come up here and create. I'm going to create actually I don't know, I need to create a file. So this one will be new product.jsx like that. I'm going to use this shortcut RFCE, and then after that I can be able to remove this importation. I'm going to save that. And also another page that I'm going to create here is a product page, because this is where we are going to display all information about the product, and also you can be able to edit and update. So I'm going to use RFCE also. So here I'm going to remove this like that, And now the other thing that I want is I want to close these pages that we are not coding right now. So I'm going to remove them, and I'm going to be left with the new product page here and a product page. So here into app.jsx, you can be able to see that we are listing the pages here. So I'm going to copy this and create routes for those other pages. So I'm going to add it here, and you can see here, if you check, you can be able to see that we are creating them as a children to this route here because they need to be nested for the admin dashboard. So this one, we are going to call this new page, so, or new product, sorry. So new product like that, and then here I can be able to import the new product page. So new product, I think still here you can see the code is still syncing, so we cannot use the auto completion. So I'm going to import it later on. So I'm going to copy this, and also I'm going to paste down here. And now the other page that I want to add here is the product page, but I want to have product, and then here I'm going to have an ID. So this one will be ID of the product. Actually, it should be colon like that. So yeah, it should be like that. And this one will be just a product page. So here, if I come back here now, I can be able to import, or maybe let me see if auto completion will work. So I'm going to just add here product. Let me see if there, yeah, you can see auto completion is working. So also here I'm going to add product. You can be able to see this product here, and when I save, you can be able to see that we have imported these two pages here. So now if I want to go to the new product, so if I come back to this project that we are creating, and then here I can just go to this route new product here, and you'll be able to see that there's a new page that have been created here. So we can also be able to add now the information of the code that we are going to have here. So let's start by creating this new product here. So I'm going to go back to my code and then click on this new product. I'm going to close this app.jsx. And the other thing that I want is that here in the admin dashboard, when you click on create here, you can be able to see the page that you want to create. So the first thing is to add this header here. So I'm going to remove this here, and I need to give it a little bit of padding. So class name, and then I can give a padding of 5 like that. Now the other thing that I'm going to do is create a div here, and this div will just hold the heading. This one will be heading 1, so this one will be new product like that. I want to style this because I want to center my heading. So here I'm going to add flex and then items to be center. I want to justify content to be center also, and I want actually this one, yeah, should be center, and also I want to margin bottom to be 5 like that. So if I come back here, I can just be able to just add class name, and this one I just need to give a very large text 3XL, and then font weight I want it to be semi bold. So if I save this and come back here to my code, you can see this text here, and I feel like still is a very large text, but we are going to leave it like that. You can just change the font size here by maybe giving it to Excel like that. And if you come back here, you'll be able to see that it has reduced. I think that's a good size. So after that, after we have this heading here, so another thing that I'm going to create is now this part. So you can see here we have this part that holds that has a border have this shadow here. So you can see also inside here we have this left side and the right side. So let's do that. So I want to give first of all this div here that holds everything. So I'm going to style it. So I'm going to first of all give it margin top of 5. I'm going to give it a background color of white, like that, and also padding of 5. I want to give a shadow to be shadow large here, and also I want to give rounded to be LG, like that. So if I save that, and you'll not be able to notice anything for now, and or actually you can see this shadow here. So and that is the container that you are creating, and which is this container here. And then we are going to create the right side and the left side. So we are going to start with the left side. So I'm going to have left side here, and then I would just comment this comment, and here we can have a div. So div here. So this is the left side. So let's first of all concentrate on the left side. And for the left side here, actually I want to create I think I will create a form. So let's create a form, and form here. So this one will just be a form, and let me close here. It will just be a form. And this one we are going to have actually now inside here we are going to actually, let me just remove this. I want this to be the one that wraps the everything, because you can see here we have inputs. So this one are inputs and these are inputs. So we are going to have those two. So this one we are going to also make sure that we wrap everything with this form. So that means that left will be here and also right will. We are going to have the right side here. So let me just comment that. So for this, I'm going to make sure that I style it. So the first thing is need to have a flex, and then flex will be flex. We are going to give it flex to be column. I think so. Okay, now we have a flex column here, and also I want us to, if the screen is medium, we can give a flex to be row. And also I want to rounded to be LG. So that means if a screen is medium and we are going to actually have them as row, that means side by side. And in this case, you'll find that if the screen is small, then they will be displayed vertically. But when the screen is medium, then they will be displayed horizontally. So I think we can continue here. So for this case, now we have the left side. So let's create the left side now. So I'm going to have a div here for the left side, and we are going to style it. So we are going to have a class name. We are going to give it a flex of 1, because on the right side also we are going to give a flex of 1. This one will be space. We need to give a space y or vertically, and then 5, like that. And after that, now we can add now the the div here. Remember, everything here will be hold as a div. So for example, let's come here. So this one will be a div until here, and here, and this also will be a div. I want a div to hold the label name and the input. So let's start with this, the first one here. And for this, I'm going to copy like this part. You can see this part here. We had already implemented on the banners. There's no need for us to recreate it. So I'm going to come up here, and we have this part here. I'm going to copy it like that. So copy that, and then I'm going to come up here and paste it like that. I think there's something that I have not done correctly. So let me see if this here we have let me just see. So I think let me just copy this part here. Let me just copy this part. I think this one will be just okay. Yeah, because this one you can see it has hold this part here. So let me just come back here, and I'm going to paste it inside here like that. I think it's like that, and then we can just be able to auto import this, yeah, from React icons, and then I want to format my code, and then I'm going to close this. So for this one, I think now I can be able to come up here and say label, and then here I can just say image product image, and if I save this and format again, because I don't like the spaces that are being left. So if I come back to my, actually here you can be able to see that we are having this plus icon here. I don't know why it's not working the way I wanted. So I'm just going back to the banners here, and I think I need to copy this, the whole part here, from this part here up to here. Yeah, I think that's what I should have done. Sorry for that. And let's come back here, and inside here I can be able to paste it here now. I think that's now will work the way it should. So format this and save that, and if you come back here you can be able to see, yeah, this one is working, and also this one should be a product page. This one will be product page, so product page like that, and also this one will be label, so label, and let's change that to label, and also this one will be just a label like that. And then now I want to format this code, and here I think there's a space which I don't want, so like that. So this one is the first div here, so I'm going to have another div now that will hold also the label, and this one will be label here, and also for the label also we are going, so for the label here, for example, now here we are going to have a product name, so product name like that, and we are going to have an input here. So let me style this. So here we are going to have a class name. So for this class name, we are going to have to give it a display of block. Also, the other thing that I want to give is a margin bottom of 2. I'm going to give a font to be semi-bold, and like that. And now for the input here, let's make sure that we style this. So for this one, I'm going to have a styling, so I'm going to give it a fold width, and after that I'm going to give a padding 2. I'm going to give a border, and border here, so I want to give a border color, so we are going to give a variation of a gray color, so let's give like 300, and also I'm going to make sure that it's rounded. So I want you to see here the kind of the input that I want to create. You can be able to see it here. So for this one, but you can see for the placeholder here, you need to add like a placeholder which will show the what you need to add here. So product, this one is product name like that. So after that, if I save that, and then yeah, you can see now this one is okay. So the same as this, yeah. So but I also need to capitalize this name here like that, and then I'm going to copy this, copy that, paste it, and for this one we are going, after the product name we are going to have a product description. So product description like that, and this one now will be just text area. It won't be like text. So this one will be product description, and also I can just give it like columns and the rows. So calls here, actually it's not color, it should be calls, and this one I'm going to give it 15, and the rows I'm going to give it a rows of 7, like that. So if I save that and then you come back here, you'll be able to see how it looks like. So after that, now I'm going to paste the another div here, and this case now this one will be original or original price, product, and original price. So original price, yeah. And then yeah, I can be able to give like this one should be number, type of number here. And also here I can just give like dollars, so I can just say $100 or something of the sort. After that, we are going to give after the original price, we are going to have a discounted price. So this one will be product discounted price, because we can have discount. So discounted price, and for this one also it will be a number. This one I can just give like for example dollars 80, like that, and I'm going to paste it here again. So after the product discounted price, we are going to have also now the other part, like the wholesale. So I'm going to just cut this, remove it here, and the other part will now be on the right side. So if you can see here, you can see we have the discounted price here, and for after we have discounted price here, you can see we are going to continue on the other part here, which is the right side. So I'm going to come up here on the left side and then have a div. So for this div here, I'm going to have a class name. So I want to copy the everything that we did here. So this one will be flex1 and then space y5. So this one we are going to add flex1 so that they will be having the same width. So space y, and this one will be 5. So if I copy here, and then this one will be wholesale price. So let's add here wholesale price. So if we have a wholesale price here, so this one will be wholesale, and then this is just the number, also a type of number. So a number here, and I think also here we can just give it like 70, so $70. And after that, we can have a wholesale minimum quantity. So that means the amount of products or the number of products that you need to buy so that the wholesale price actually applies. So minimum quantity, and in this case here is just a number also, but in this case now is a number, but in this case now will be just a number. So for example 10 products, like that. I wanted to create something that also applies for the discounted price and also wholesale price. So for this, after the wholesale minimum quantity, we can have the brand, for example. So for the brand here, so let me add brand. So you can just type brand. For example, in cosmetics, we have a brand that is called Kylie. These are just some research that I had already done. And after that, we are going to have now here, after that, we are going to have, for example, a label, and this one will be concern. And for the concern here, what we need to do is to select. So if I just save this and then come back here, So here we don't have a space. I'm going to add that. So here you can see when you get to the concern, you need to select here. So there's this select an option here, and also we are going to have a skin type here and categories. So we are going to have also category here. So what we are going to do is that let me just come back here, and this one I'm going to give it let's say select. So let's see how select will work. So let's come back here to and give it select. So select like that, and then here I can be able to just make sure that I styled it. So for select here, I'm just going to give a border 2. I'm going to give a border color, which is this one, that is #44, like that. And then I'm going to give a border here, and then this one will be solid, and we can give a padding of 2. We can give a margin bottom of 4. We can give a small of MB and 0 here, SM, and a small for small screen we can give a margin right of 4, like that. So here you can see that we have a class name, and it has all this styling. So we are going to have options, and already created options, so that we don't have all that to do all that with you, so that we can save some time. So I'm going to paste it here, like that. And I think these options here also I'm going to place them in the resource part of this video. So this is a concern here, and if I save that and come back here, you'll be able to see that we have this part where we can be able to select. So don't worry for this space here, we are going to create that space in a few. So here I need also to capitalize this concern here. So for the concern, let me just see here. For concern, I can be able to add this concern here. And now after this div here, so we can have another div. So for this div here, let's have actually let me just paste here. No, okay. Let me just copy from this here, like that. And I can be able, or let me see what is the next part here. So actually it's a skin type, so I'm going to copy this with the select. So I'm going to copy this div here until here, I think, and then copy that, and I'm going to paste down here. But for this one will be just skin type. So skin type, skin type, skin type, and then I can be able to add here. Now select skin type here, and skin type, and then I can just add the options. So let me just come here. I had already created the options, and let me copy this and then paste it here and here. So this one will be just here, and then I think I have the other one here, which is let me see. So we have category, and then we have the create button. So I'm going to just copy this here, this div, and after that I can just paste it here, like that. So for this one will be category. Actually, let me just add here category, like that. And then here this one will be category, category like that, and then here we can have let's see the categories that we have. So we just have 4 categories, which is foundations, lotions, toners, and serums. So you can go ahead and add others. So this one I'm going to have toners. I'm going to have serums. So serums like that. I'm going to have here also the foundations, and also I'm going to have lotions as the part of category, and then I'm going to remove this option here. So after that, now we can have the button. So button, and for this button here we just have create. So for this one also I want to just give a styling. So let me just come here, add the styling, class name. This one we are going to have a background which is slate, and we are going to give 500 as a variation. Text will be white, and also I'm going to give padding or y or vertically to be 2, padding x will be 4, and then we are going to have rounded rounded, I think, yeah, like that. So if I save that, come back to my application, so you can see that we have all this, but you can see that we don't have a space right here. So to do that, I'm going to come back to, for example, this here. So where we have the right side. So I think the right side here, and here I can give a margin. For example, I can give a margin left of something like 5. Let me see if this will work. So if I do that, yeah, you can see now we have a space. We have a space. They are distinguished, and we can continue with other pages. So now we have created this part or this area here where we can be able to add the product. So now the other thing that we are going to do is to make sure that we have created the product page. So if you come here and for example, click on products and go to the edit, you can be able to see here the product page that we want to create. So here, to go to the product page, that we need to just add product, and after that I can be able to add any ID. So for example, you can see product and then ID here, and then we are going to have the product page here. So let's continue and create the product page. So we are going to close new here, that new product, and then here, this page here, we are going to start here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that I arrange how I want to create my product page. So if I take a look here to this admin dashboard for the product page, I can be able to have like 3 parts, and the 3 parts is, for example, this one will be the first part here, and this will be the second part, and this will be the third part. But you can see all these 3 parts here have the left side, and we are going to have the left side and the right side. So let's do that. So we are going to first of all make sure that we style the whole container that holds our product, and we are going to give it a padding of 5. I'm going to give a width of 170 the VW like that, and after that, if I save here and if I come back to the project, you cannot be able to see anything, so you cannot be able to notice anything. So we are going to start with this upper part here. So for this upper part, let's create a div. So for this div, actually let me just click on this div here, yeah, like that, and then here I can be able to style this. So first thing, because they are aligned horizontally, I'm going to give a flex, display flex, and then items will be center, and also we are going to have justify to be between, and also we are going to give a margin bottom of 5, like that. So after that, now we are going to have a heading, so heading 3, and this one will be just product, so product here, and after that we are going to have a button here that is create, so button, and this one will be create, like that. So this is the first part, and let me style this. So class name here, I'm going to give text to be 3XL. I'm going to give a font of semi-bold, like that. And for the button here, let me have a button. So here I'm going to give a PG and then slate. We are going to give it 500, like that. I'm going to give a text of white, and then also I'm going to give a margin Y here of 2, and also I'm going to give margin padding X of 4, and then this one will be rounded. So this will be rounded, like that. So if I save that and come back to this part of our application, you can see we have the product, and also we have the other upper part. So we need to have this also, the other part here. So I can just create here, for example, first part, first part, and let me just make sure that I comment this, like that. I'm going to have the second part, here. So we are having the second part, and like that. So you can be able to see that. And the other thing that I want here is to make sure that let me just see. So we have the second part here, and what else I can do is to make sure that I create another div. So for this div, let me first of all make sure that I styled it. So for this one, I'm going to have the div here. First of all, it will be, we are going to give a flex, and then we are going to give a flex to be column. I'm going to give it for medium screen. I'm going to give a flex of row, so that they will be centered horizontally, and then I'm going to give a gap 5. So after that, now I'm going to have the first part that will hold the chart, and I can come here and add the chart here. So let me have this part where I have the chart. So I'm going to just comment that. So here we are going to have the div that holds the chart. So for this one, I'm going to just give styling. So for this one, I'm just going to give a flex one, and line chart. So I'm going to make sure that I import the line chart. So let me just come here. Already I've prepared that. So this one is from MUI, and that means if you are not understanding this importation of line chart, you have not gone through the other videos, and you can just go back, check for those videos where we are discussing about these charts from material UI, and then you can come back here. So I'm going to format this like that and save. So if I come back to my application, you can see now we have the line chart here. So the other part that we have been left with is this part here. So let's do that now. So we have now, after the chart here, we are going to have this product card. So I'm just going to call it product card. Let's just call it product card, like that. And I am going to comment. So let's have the product card here. And okay, so now for the product card here, this one will be a little bit complicated, but we are going to manage it. So we are going to have a div. So for this div, I'm going to give a styling. So first thing, I'm going to give a flex of 1, and also I'm going to give the background to be white like that, and padding will be 5. Also, I'm going to give shadow to be shadow large, and also I'm going to give a rounded to be LG like that. So that part, if I come back here to my, you can see this part here, that is what we have been styling, and you can see it here. So now the other thing is to make sure that we have other divs inside here. So these divs, we are going to have, for example, this first div here, the second div, the third div, and the fourth div here. So let's do that. So the first div. So here I'm going to have a styling for that div. So class name, and I'm going to give it to be display flex. I'm going to have items to be center, and also I'm going to give margin bottom of 5 like that. I'm going to give here I'm going to give an image. So, and then image I already had I want to first of all style this image so that it has a it is rounded. So I'm going to give a height of 20, width of 20, and also I need to say rounded full to make sure that it is circle. So rounded to be full, you can be able to see this one here, and I'm going to give a margin right of 5 like that. So I think now I need to just add the source of the image here, and already I've I'd already copied this URL from Pixel's website. So I'm going to paste it there, and if I save that and then format my code, I'm going to save that, and if I come back here, you can be able to see that we have this circular image here. So after that, we are going to have this other part where we have the text. So this is a span. This one will be just a title of that image. So I'm going to copy this from here, copy that, and we are going to paste it here, and then let us give now the styling. So for this one, I'm going to give text will be just 2XL. I'm going to give also the font to be semi-bold, this one. So I think we can just come back here and see. Yeah, you can see that. So I need now to add these other divs here. So let's have another div, and this div, I think we are going to just give this div here. We can just have a div that wraps the other part, that is the bottom side. So space y and then 3. So now inside here, this will hold now the other divs. So for this one, let me just give it a class of display flex, and then we are going to have justify to be between, justify between, and now here we can have, for example, a span. So this one will be, let me just come here and make a styling. So this one will be font to be semi-bold. So you can see semi-bold here. And for example, this one will be ID like that. And I'm going to have a span here. So for this span, it can hold like the ID. I can just add here the ID is that. So I'm going to copy this, and I can paste it twice like that. So the other part is sales. So sales like that, the number of sales for this product. We can give the number of sales for this product is 625. I'm going to also give, for example, if it is in stock, and I think this one I can just add yes or no. So I'm just going to just say yes, yes, like that. So if I format this and then come back here, you can be able to see now how great that looks like. So if I come back here, you can be able to see the same. So now we need to go to the third part, which is this down part here. So let's do that. So I'm going to come here. I want to track where I am. So this one, we are here. So we need to have the third part. So that part, like that. So I want to comment that part. So we are going to have this div. So now this one will be just the down part or the last part. So we are going to give a class name of styling. So here I'm going to, for example, give a margin top of 5. I'm going to give a background white, and also I want to give a padding of 5. I want to give a shadow of LG like that, and then rounded here will be just LG like that. So after that we can have the form. So the form here, and this form will hold the inputs and the labels. So this one I want to give a styling for it. So first thing is flex will be column, and then also we are going to give, if there is a medium screen, then we can give the flex to be row, and you can give a gap of 5 like that. So, and then after that we are going to have a like the first part here. So let's have this part. So for this one we can give a class name, and first thing I need to give it a flex of 1, and also I want to give a space of y, then 5. So I want to give this as the left side, so left as left. So I'm going to comment this like that. So inside here we can have now the other part. So now, for example, we can have the this div here that holds the label. For this label, for example, this one is a product name like that, and then we can have the input. So input will be here. So for this input we can have a class name. So for this class name I want to style, so I'm going to give the width to be full, padding will be 2. I'm going to give a border, so border here, and I want to give border a color, so border gray of 200, and also I want to give it to be rounded like that. But this one I want to give a styling variation of 300 like that. So if I come back to my project here, you can be able to see that we have this product name here, and also for the label, let me style it so that we can have a name here. So we can give for example the text, the styling to be block, display block. Also I can give for example the margin bottom of 2, and also I want to give a font to be semi bold like that. And when I save that, come back here, you can see that now the name has been bolded. So after that I can now copy this and then paste it here. So for this one also we can have the product description. So product description, here, and I think this one, I don't know if it is a text area, so it's just an input. So for this one, we are going to display them here. So that's why you can see here I don't have this, because we are going to display actual information of that product. So don't worry. So we have the product original price. So product original price, I'm going to paste it here, I think so. Yeah, product original price, original price, and this one is original price, and this one is a number, is not a text. So this one is a number, and I'm going to also add here, like let me see, also we have original price and also discounted price. After that, let me see, in stock, that is. So let me just come back here, and we have a discounted price, discounted price, and also we have the other part where we have in stock, but this one will be just select. So in stock here we are going to have a select, and then after select here you can have options. So you can have option 1, which is yes, and we have option 2, which is no. So option 1 yes, and then no here, like that. So if I save that and format, so if I come back and see how it looks like, yeah, you can see we have that. So I think for this one, I need to copy, like for the input here, I want to copy that and paste it for the select. Let me add here class name, and then paste everything here. And if I come back, yeah, you can see now it's showing here. So now we need to add the other part, and that's where you'll see that this one will not be taking the full width here, because we are going to have another thing that will occupy here, which is this image here, and the button, and this icon here. So let's do that. So we have the other part. So let's have the right side. So this one is div. Let me track where we need to add that. So here we have the right side, right, like that. I'm going to comment that, and then here we can have a div. So for this one, let me add the class name, and for this one I'm going to first of all give a flex. So let me just give a flex of 1, and also I need to give a flex, and then flex column. I need to give also items to be center, item center, and space y5, that is to give a space of vertically. So if I do that, I want you to notice something. So if I come back here, you can see that now this is not taking like the full width, and that's because we have added the other div on the right side. So now for this right side here, the first thing that we are going to have is we are going to have this div, and this div that will hold everything that is inside here. So let's have a styling. So for this one, I'm going to give a display flex. Flex will be column, and also we are going to have items to be center, items center. Actually, it's item center, yeah, like that. And then inside here we can have the image. So I'm going to copy this image here, because also the image looks the same. So copy, the styling is everything is just the same. So I'm going to paste it here, and after the image we are going to have the label. So for this label here, I'm just going to give a styling class name, and then we can give a cursor to be cursor pointer like that. And then inside here we can have the icon for upload that, and this one should be from the React icons. So let me see if we can do the auto completion. So we cannot be able to do like the auto importation. So let me just come up here and import. So import that icon from React icons, you can see here, and FA, and here we can just have a far upload like that. Yes, so then we need to style that. We need to style this icon. So one thing that we are going to do is to make sure that it's big to Excel, and also it's gray color, and we are going to give a variation of gray color, and this one will be 700. So if I save that and format my code, because it is not organized. So if I do that, you can be able to see we have this. And I think if you check here, you can see actually this image is big. So let's add the size of the image also. So this one will be 40, and then 40 also. The other thing is I want to give, for example, the margin top of like 5. So if I save that, come back here, yeah, you can see we have now the image here. We have this part where we can click and upload. So, and then we have the last part here, and the last part is, let me see, yeah, we have the button. So let's have the button here. So for the button, we are going to have a update button, and then let me style it. So class name, and then this one we are going to give a background of slate and a variation of slate, and then the text is white. And also I need to give padding y of 2 and padding x of 4. And then lastly I need to give rounded like that. So if I save that and come back here, you can be able to see that also we don't have a space here. So I can just come up here and give for example, I think I can give of 5, margin bottom of 5. And if I come back here, you can see now how great it looks. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. I feel it's very long. And if you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe to this video and this YouTube channel. And also if you haven't liked this video, kindly like, so that it may also reach other people who are learning to code. So have a great day. See you on the next. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to start on integration, and you can see here that already we had created our front end. We have created our background services, and we can check this in our code. So let me close this code here, and let's open our code. So here you can be able to see that we had already implemented our front end. We have already implemented our background services, and also we had implemented the backend here. So, and also we had already implemented the admin side. So what we have left with is integration, because if you can come here, you'll be able to see that this is just a dummy data for our products. They are not coming from our database. And now that is what we are going to do now from here. So I know I have not been able to post consistently, and that is because of being busy working on a different project, because this is not what I do full time. So I think for now I will be regularly posting so that we complete this project. So now we can get into the video and start coding. Now, if we check here, you can be able to see, for example, when you come, for example, to this cart here, we are not be able to add the items here, and we are going to implement that. And also, if you come back here, you can be able to see that if we visit, for example, a product page here, so let's go to the product page, for example. Let me go to the product page here. We cannot be able to, for example, add to cart, because when you click on this add to cart here, this number here should increase. And you can be able now to visit at the cart and then go to the checkout. And also another thing is that we want, when we, for example, add an item to the cart and then, for example, reload here, then it means that you need also to remain the item in the cart to remain and not to disappear. So we need to do some state management thing. So here, for example, we are going to use that in using cart here and also for authentication. And in this case, we are going to use a library that is called Redux. We are going to use Redux toolkit, and also we are going to persist the data so that when you reload on this application or even close this page here, you'll find your information still there and also persist, because that's how you'll find many applications have been built, and that will also isn't the user experience of this application here. So now let's start by looking at integration. And by integration, now we need to consume data from our API or our backend. So the first thing that we are going to do is that we are going to install a package that will help us to do HTTP requests, and that is Axios. So let's first of all make sure that we have Axios here. So Axio is a package that you can install and will help you to make HTTP requests to your API or any other API. So let's do that. So I'm going to come up here in my code, and because I'm in front end here, I'm going to install that. So npm install, and I'm going to install Axio. Let me make sure that it's the spelling is the correct one. It's Axio. So Axios here. So install Axios, and this Axios we are going to install both on the front end and also in the back end. And this is because we are going to fetch data both on our front end and on our admin side, and both they will be consuming the same API, and they will be using the same database. So here I think it is installing. So I'm going to continue by explaining other things. So here we are going to also use Redux. So if you have never used Redux, now you'll be able to see how to use Redux in this video, and you can come up here in their documentation and learn more about Redux and how you can do state management and how also you can persist data using Redux. So we are going to use Redux. Also, we are going to use Redux toolkit because these are different. So Redux toolkit here to make our work easier. So this one. So if you come up here, you'll be able to see that we have a Redux toolkit, and this also will be able to persist. So you can come here and click on get started, and in here you can scroll down and be able to see the whole documentation and go through it. So another thing is we can do Redux persist. Look at the documentation, Redux persist with Redux toolkit, and here you can be able to see that there is a documentation for persist and hydration. So these three here, we are going to use the information here. So here I'm going to go back, and you can see that already it has installed in our front end. So I'm going to install also in our admin side. So admin side here. So because we are going also to use it in our admin side. like that. And then let me open the front end code here. And what we are going to do is that in here, I'm going to create a file that is called request methods. So request methods like that. And then this is JS. And then here I'm going to create a request. This is where I'm going to have a method that we are going to create once we want to create a request. So I'm going to import here. I'm going to import Axio or Axios, and then this one will be from Axios here. Let me just add here Axios like that. And again here you can see that there's a syntax error, so this is import like that. So you can see the error is gone. So another thing that I'm going to specify here is now my base URL, or the endpoint that I'm going to consume the data from, and in this case is my API or my backend. So I'm going to have a base URL, and this base URL here will just be localhost because we are consuming data right now from our localhost. So let me just add it here like that. And again, so this one, you can see this is the port that our backend is running from. So if I just come back here, you can be able to see actually it's running on port 8800. So I'm going to change this here. And another thing now is to create a function. So and this function here, I'm going to export it. Actually, I'm going to use export const, and then I'm going to just use user request here. And the other thing is we are going to now use Axios dot create here, and then I'm going to specify the base URL here. So like that. So my base URL, you can add many things base URL here. For example, so we have base URL. Let me see, my base URL is right here like that. And this is how now you can be able to create an instance of Axios and set up the base URL. Also, you can do other things like headers, but in this time, I'm not going to do that. We are going to do that later on. So here you can see that we have this file called request methods that will be able to use this request method here, an instance of Axios, and we are going to be able to create a request. So another thing that now we are going to do is to create a Redux. So now since we have already created this file here for making requests, another thing that I'm going to do is let me go back to my front end here. Let me also clear that, and we are going to be able to install packages. So we need some packages in order for us to be able to interact with Redux. So yeah, I had already created a sample of the packages that we are going to require. So here you can see we need Redux persist here, and version of 6.6 version 6.0.0. We have a Redux toolkit here, and this one is version 2.2.7. Also, we need to install React Redux here, version 9.1.2. So already had created this installation here, and I'm going to add it in the resources of this video. So I'm going to paste this here, and maybe try and install all these packages and their versions. So you can try and also make sure that you install these packages and their versions, because this will help us to be able to sync together and avoid some problems depending on the dependencies. So here also inside this source folder here, I'm going to create a folder that is called Redux. So let me create a Redux folder here. And another file that I'm going to create here is, the first one is API calls. Here API calls.js. like that. I'm going also to create another file here, and this one is cat redux.js, cat redux.js, like that. So this is cat redux, and also we need to have a user redux. So you are going to understand as we go if you are not understanding what I'm doing. So this is redux here, user redux.js, and then the last thing that we are going to have is another file that is called store. So this one, we are going to create it here, store.js, and then again I'm going to now be able to use slice the terms to do with the redux, terms related to redux. So you can see here already it has installed these packages here. So let me clear this, and also I want now to move this down because we are not going to use it right now. So we can have all this space to work in. So I'm going to start with user redux. I think this we can start with user redux, and in here we need to set up something. So the first thing that you need is to have a create slice. So we are going to create slice. So here we are going to import from a React Redux toolkit, like that. And this one we are going to import here, create slice. Let me have a create slice here, create slice, this one. And another thing is now let's have a function here, or let me create a slice. So this slice is called user, so it's called user slice, like that. And then also I'm going to have now this create slice, and then inside here I can have the curly braces. So the first thing that I want to do is to configure the name of the slice. So the name of the slice is user, so that you can be able to know which slice that you are accessing. So another thing that you need here is to have initial state. So initial state is state that we are going to start on. So the first thing is I'm going to have a variable called current user, and for the current user, this one will be null. Also, I'm going to have is fetching, and because it will be initial stage, this one will be false, like that. Also, I'm going to have error if they because we are fetching, then, or it's the initial stage, we are not going to have any error. So after that we are going to have reducers. So reducers here, so reducers, like that. And then here we can have now the first thing, which is logging start. So we are going to start with logging. So this one, we are going to take the state here, and then we are going to have a state, and then here we can have state dot is fetching. So we are going to change the state here, is fetching. You can be able to see it here, and then we are going to set this to true because we are going to start now fetching. Another thing is we are going to have a login success. So we are going to have login success here, login success, like that. And we are going to have a state, and we are going to have action for this case. So, and then after here now, after this, we can be able to have a function here. And then here we are going to add state dot is fetching, and then state dot is fetching here, we are going to set it to false because already we have logged in successfully. And then here we are going to have another state, which is now the user. So current state dot current user, because you can see here we already set up everything up here. So current user now will be equals to, now we can take the action, and the action comes with the payload. So like that. So we are going to set up this current user and then is equals to action.payload. So now the other thing or a state that we have been left with is when there is a login failure. So login failure like that. And in this case, we are going to come up here. Let me set it up here like that. So here, this one will be, of course, we are going to pass in the state. And then the other thing is we are going to have a state dot is fetching, and I'm going to set it to false. And also I'm going to have a state dot error, so the error here, and we are going to set it to true. So set it true. So these are login failure, and then the last thing that we can have is now the logout. So let's have logout here, and this is also another state. So I'm going to have a state here, and then let's have it like that. So for the logout, we are going to have state dot is fetching, and then this one will be false here. Another thing is we are going to have state dot error, and then we are going to have this to be true, and then that is logout. Then I think now after the reducers here, so after reducers here, we can be able to export all those state here. So I'm going to come up here and say export, and then const. So we are going to export login. So you can see here we have a login failure. We are going to import also. Another thing that we are going to import is login start. So login start. So we have login start here. Also, we are going to export login success. So this one, let me just come here, and also we are going to pass in the logout. So log out, you can be able to see it here. And the other thing is this one will be from now user slice dot actions like that. And then the last thing is we need now to export the user. By default, we need to export user slice dot reducer, reducers or reducer here. You can be able to see it like that. So now you can be able to see how easy it is. So the first thing is to make sure that to create a user reducer or a slice, you can be able to have a user slice, and then here you can be able to see that we have used this create slice from Redux.js toolkit, and then we set up everything. We added the name for the slice. Initial state is when the user is not fetched, and the current user will be null. Is fetched, it will be false. Error will be false. And then when you start to log in, the fetching will be sent to true. State dot is fetching will be false for the success, and then the current user will be able to be assigned to action.payload that we have already passed in here in this function. So for the state dot is fetching, it will be false. State dot error here will be true for the login failure. And then you can see here for the logout, state is fetching will be false, and also for the error here, this one will be false. And then the other thing is for the logout, also the state.current user will be null because we have logged out. So like that. Now we can go ahead and look at now the cat reducer. So I'm going to close this user reducer here. So I'm going to look at cat reducer. So the same thing that I have done with user reducer here. The first thing is to import this slice here like that. And then I'm going to copy it here like that. and then we can continue here. So let me close this again. So here I'm going to have a const. This time this is cut slice like that, and then I'm going to have a create slice, and then inside here we can have now the this part here where we can specify the name. So the first thing is the name for the slice here is the cut, like that, and then after that we can have here we can have initial state. So for the initial state here, like that, we are going to have products, and this will be array. So it will be just an empty array. Also for the quantity, we are going to have a quantity for the cut. So for the quantity of the cut, it will be 0. And also for the email, we are going to have an email here. For this email, we are going to have an email which is empty. And also we are going to have here the total for the cut. So the total for the cut here will be just 0, like that. And then after that we can have reducers. So let's have reducers here, and then we can have add product. So add product here, like that, add product, and then we have a state, and then we have a action, just like the other one, but in this case here we can have, when we are adding the product, this is adding the product to the cart. So I'm going to have state dot the product, or the quantity. Let's start with the quantity. Here will be will just be state dot quantity plus 1 here. So it will be equals to, we can do just like is equals to state dot quantity plus 1, but there's a shortcut to do this. So what we can do here is plus equals to, so this one here, we can do it like that. And then another thing is to set up the other one, which is state dot products. So state dot products here, and then we are going to push. So we are going to push into this array action dot payload, and in the payload here will be just the product. So action dot payload, and then after that we can have state dot email, and then this one will be just be equal to action dot payload, and then dot email, like that. So another thing that we are going to have is total. So state dot total, and then here we are going to have plus is equals. Now you understand this syntax. So this one would be action dot payload, and then dot price, and then plus multiply. You'll be able to multiply by action dot payload dot quantity. So like that. So that, and then we can have now another state here, which is remove product. So we need to remove product also to, and this is removing the product from the cart now. So this one will be a bit complex. So here we are going to also have the state. We are going to have action. So, and then after that, let's have like this one here. So we are going to have index. First of all, I'm going to get the index of the product that I'm going to remove. So this I'm going to get from state.products, and then dot find index. So you can be able to see we have find index here, and inside here I can be able to get the products or the product. So this one will be having the product here, and then the product, we just take the product.id like that, and we can be able to assign to check if it is equal to action.payload.id. So .id like that. So after that, now what we can do is, now we can check if index first of all is not equal to 1. So to 1 or to -1, sorry, that means is the product is found in cart. So like that. So then here what we need to do is to make sure that state.quantity is equal to, we are going to assign it to at 1, sorry. So like that, or we are going to divide by 1 or to -1. Then we are going to have state.total here, and then state.total here will be state.products like that, and then we are going to have index inside here, and we are going to have .price, and then here we can have state, and then .products, and then we are going to have index, and then the quantity here, so quantity like that, and then here we can have state.products, and then we can have .price, so .price, and then here we can have the index, and then 1. So here what we are checking is that we are checking that first thing first, that the product exists in our cart, because that's why you can see if the index now is not equal to -1, that means that it is found. So the index is not -1, because if is not found in the cart, that means it will be having an index of -1. So after that, now the other thing that we can have is, or another state that we can have here is clear cut. So clear cut will be very simple because we are clearing everything. So this one we call as clear cut. So this one we are going to just take the state, and here when we are taking the state, what we are going to do is take the state.products. First of all, we are going to set to empty array. Another thing is state.quantity. Quantity here will be 0, and then state.total will be 0, that is like that. So we have done that. So now the only thing that is pending here is to be able to export. Let's export our reducers. So this we are going to use export const, and then here this one will be from cat slice, and then .actions like that, and then here we are going to have add product. Also we are going to have remove product, and also we are going to have clear product. So those are the states that we have, and then here we are going to export default. What we are going to export default here is cat slice, and then .reducer like that, and then let me save that. So after that, now we have the cat slice and user reducer here. We have user reducer and cat reducer here. The other thing that is pending now is to have the store. So for our store here, we are going to have the store to be, first of all, I'm going to get configure store. So you can see already we have auto completion, we have combine reducers because we want to combine both reducers for cat and for the user. So another thing now here is to make sure that I import cat reducer. So cat reducer, and this one is from now the file here. So cat reducer, you can be able to see it here. And then also I'm going to do the same for the user reducer. So user and then reducer, yeah, you can be able to see we have the, actually it should not be like this. This one will be user, so user reducer, reducer like that. And this one is from now the user reducer here. So you can be able to see that. And then from here now I can import, I'm going to import various things, and I'm going to import them from now persist, redux persist. So redux persist like that. So inside here I'm going to import several things, but in this case, first of all, let me also import, I'm going to import another thing called storage. And then this, actually I think there's a auto completion. I don't think so. So I'm going to get storage from, Redux, and then persist. And then here I'm going to get from library, lib, and then after that storage. You can see we have storage here. So we are going to import it, and then now we can come up here and then we can create a config. So here I'm going to call persist config, just like that. This is an object. This object will have key. So key here will have a key 1, and then actually this one should be root. So root, and then here you can also have version. So this one will be having a version, and you can see it is importing. So for the version here we are going to have a version 1. So actually this one should not be here, should not import from React. And then after that we can have storage. So storage like that, and then this one actually should be just a key like that. So if you have gone through other videos of mine, you'll be able to we already set up one of this store. So it is not a complicated thing. You need also to go through the documentation for Redux and you'll be able to understand. So here the first thing I'm going to have is root reducer. So reducer like that. And then if I'm going to use combine reducer, and then here I'm going to specify my reducer. So the first thing is user, that is the first reducer. So user reducer. Another thing is cat, and then we have cat reducer like that. And then we are going to have a const persist, and then persist reducer, like that. And then persist reducer, this one should be persist reducer. You can be able to see it here. So persist reducer, and then we are going to set up here. So this one we are going to have persist config, and we are going to have root reducer like that. So we have persist reducer, and you can be able to see it here, but actually it should be imported in this here. So this one is combine or persist reducer. So you can see persist reducer here like that. And then here I'm going to format this. So format the code here. So after this here, the other thing that we are going to do is export const. We are going to have store. Let's have a config store, and then this one we can have reducer, and the reducer here will be persist reducer, sorry. So persist reducer, like that. So after that, now we can have a middleware. So this everything here I'm taking from documentation. So this one here we are going to have a middleware, and this one will be get default default middleware like that. And this one we are going to actually have let me just have it here. So for this one I'm going to have get default middleware, like that. And now this one will be just a function that we are going to have an object inside, and the first thing that we are going to have is serialized check, and this one it is an object also. So and then we are going to have things like ignore actions. So the actions to ignore here. So first thing, fresh. So fresh here, you can be able to see it is imported up there. So the other thing is rehydrate. You can be able to see it here. So you can see also it is imported. Another is pause, like that. Also we have persist, like that, and also we have purge, like that, and register. So if you don't want to type all these things, what you'll do is that you'll be able to see the code in the description or the resources of this video. So and then I think after that we can just import them. So let's export them, sorry. So export ret persister to be equal to, now we get the persister get. So we have persister, or what we called it is persister store. So let me see it here. So persister, actually it's this one here, like that, and we pass in the store, and this store is combined, remember. So you can see now we have finished doing everything right here. So now the only thing that is left now, so that we finish with the Redux, is on this API calls here. When the user is logging in, we need to call these API calls. So we can do for these API calls when we want to use Redux, but you'll be able to. So I'm going to come up here, and then I'm going to create a function, and this function I'm going to export it. So export, and then const, I'm going to have login here. So for the login here is first of all, because it will be asynchronous function, we are going to have that dispatch, and we have a user, and then after that we are going to have this object here, this function, sorry, this is a function. So for this function we are going to pass in the dispatch and then the user. So dispatch, we'll be able to see it in Redux. So also for this one, the first thing is, since we have a dispatch here, I'm going to call login user, like that. I'm going to call login start, sorry. So from our user reducer, and this is a function so that it start login process. So now after that, I can use try catch here. And then remember we had already created a file to be able, or a function to be able to help us do HTTP requests. So for this one, I'm going to do await and then use user requests. Let me import it like that. And now this one is a post request to our backend now. And then this one will be auth and also login like that. And then here we are going to have user like that. So now we are going to have the response. So for the response here, I'm going to dispatch again. And then inside here now, I can call the login success. So because this is a reducer function, so I'm going to call the reducer success here. And here, if you remember, we are passing in the state and action, and our action is this res.data, which is our user when login success has completed. So after that now, res.data, I'm going to have error here. If we have error, then I'm going to call the dispatch, and then here we are going to have login failure. And this is a function that doesn't have this function doesn't have any it doesn't have any arguments here. So we have actually completed our state management, and this one will be helpful now when we are integrating. So what I'm going to do is let me come up here and see in which branch. So git branch git branch like that. So you can see we have all these branches, but I want to check out to a branch called integration -b here, and then integration like that. And now I can add everything, git add, and then git checkout, or git commit, sorry, git commit -m, and then added redux, added state management, sorry, state management, added state management like that. And then git push, this one should be git push like that. And then you can see here, because I have not set up the upstream, can come here and copy this, paste it here. Let's set up the upstream. I'm going to enter my passphrase, and now we can push the code. So after that, now we can come up here and let's visit the GitHub. So this is the GitHub here, and then let me see the repos. So this is the repo here. So let me do the pull request and then merge. So here you'll be able to see the we are going to see the integration here. So we can come up here and merge, make a pull request. So create pull request right there. And after that, now it's checking for ability to merge automatically. And I can be able to merge and then confirm merge. And that is it. So we have merged now to master. That's what we are doing in every video. So now, thank you so much for coming this far. I'm hoping that you have run a little bit of state management. You can go through the documentation, and I'm going to add the documentation in the description of this video. So have a great day. See you in the and welcome back. So in the last video, we looked at state management. We also looked at how we can be able to implement Redux and as a state management library. So if I come back here on my code, you can be able to see that we have the Redux, and also we created the cat Redux here. We also created user Redux and the store, and also we created these API calls here that we are going to use to log in our user, as you can see here. So what we are going to do now is to start the integration, And we are going to start by looking at when the user is registering and or getting the account. That means this page here. So when the user comes in here, click that they want to log in, and then again they find that they don't have account, so they need to come here and fill in their full name, their email, and also their password here. So that's what we are going to do right now. So we are going to start with the authentication, and then we are going to look at the product upload to our server. So let's get into the tutorial and start looking at this page. Remember to like this video and also subscribe so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. See you in the tutorial. So now let's start by looking at how we can be able to register a user. So there's something that you must understand is that when the user has logged in successfully, then we need to show sign that they have already registered successfully. So what we are going to do, we are going to use another package that is called Toastify, and let's come here and look for this package called Toastify. It's very helpful when you want to display images. So let's come here, click for Toastify. Actually, it's a React Toastify library here. And here you can be able to see how to create React Toastify here. So you can see an example, for example, a message here. This is a pop-up message here where you can be able to cross like that, and then also you can be able to display your information here. So what you are going to do, or you can be able to see different types of Toastify here, so like this one here. So I'm sure you have seen this implementation in most application, but maybe you never knew which library or how they have implemented this. So we are going to implement that. So here I'm going to copy this command here, and we are going to get it in our code. So I'm going to copy this, and then here in my code I'm going to open another terminal right here. So for this terminal here, I'm going to navigate to my front end because this is where I'm going to use the Toastify. And then I'm going to paste this command here. So paste it and then let it install as we are going through the documentation. So here, if I come here, you'll be able to see down here we have the documentation. You can see here you need to install, which we are in the process of installing this. Also, the other thing that you'll be able to see here is an example code. And in this example code here, you can see the first thing that you need to do is to import it, to import React Toastify. And you need to import this called toast container. And also here we have the toast. So after that, also you need to add this import here, and then you can be able to import this CSS file here. And then after that, then you need also to be able to have this toast container added here. And then you need to add this, for example, this toast here, and it will be able to display the information. But of course, you can add more, many other configurations for this toast so that you can be able to display it anywhere in your page. So that is it. So let's see if the package have already installed. So yeah, you can see it has already been installed. Another thing that I'm going to do is to cross this code here because we are not going to use it right now. We already implemented the Redux part. So now the other thing now is to just come here to register page here. So this is admin. So I'm going to close admin, and then here we can go to register. You can see it here. And then I'm going to just pull this down to be at least close that. So here I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to import useState. So import, I'm going to, for example, let me just create, for example, a variables that will be able to hold our password and our email. So, and then the name. So I'm going to add here. So const, so this one will be holding a state. So I'm going to have name, and then I'm going to have set name. So this one will help us to at least get the name from our input. So here we have we have set and then name, like that. And here we can use state. So state, it will be auto imported. You can see it has been imported there. So this one will be, to start with, it will just be an empty text. And also here we can have now the email. So email, and then set email, like that. And then here we can use state here. And then here, that also is an empty string. We can have also now for the password here. So we have password, like that. And then this one will be set password, like that. And then here we can use state. And then also this one will be just empty strings, like that. So after that, now we can also have a function here that we called handle register. So handle register, like that. And then we can have a function here, like that. Let me have a function here. And then here we can have now, let me just come here, and you can see here we have, for example, the input for, we have the input here for our name. So what we are going to do right here is to make sure that we have here we have event which is on change, so that we can be able to correct our name. So that one, we are going to have event there. And now we can use set name. You can see we have set name here, and here we are going to get the event, and then target, and then value. We are going to get the value. That is the text that we are going to get here. So I can copy this, and we can paste it in our email here also, because it's the same thing. And let me add it here. And this one will be email. So this one is email, like that. Set email, and then the last one here will be password. So let me just come here, paste that. This one will be set password, like that. And then here I had already created this function here called handle register. And this one, we are going to add the, here for the button here, we are going to add an event, but this time it will be on click. So let me scroll up here. We can see that here you can add the event. So let me come here and add on click, like that. And then you can add handle register, like that. So now when we correct the information right here, now we can be able to at least save that or send that information to our backend, so using this function. So for now, you can see this information, or this function doesn't do anything. So what we are going to do here is, the first thing that we are going to do is to prevent this page to reload. So when you click that function, so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to accept the event when you click on that button. So it will just be e.prevent default. So let me just add it here, like that. That is our function. And then also inside here also, we are going to now be able to use try catch. And here we can be able to actually make sure that we can add now the code. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is to add async, because remember, this will be a synchronous function when we are calling it to our, when we are sending the information to our backend. So I'm going to just add here await, and then I'm going to call this user request here. Remember, we had already created user request, so I'm going to try and import it. So I can see here I cannot be able to import that, so I'm going to import it manually. So import like that, and then I'm going to import it from now the request methods. So here we have the request methods. Another thing, now I'm going to come up here and we're going to import the user request like that. So we are going to use now user request, and another thing that we are going to do here is we are going to post. So dot post, you can be able to see this function like that, and the endpoint that we want to post to. So in our case is all the register, because that's how we call the endpoint to register a user. So register, and then we want now to pass in the information here. So it will be the name, and we are going to have email and then password like that, as simple as that. So this one is an email here. So another thing is we are going to, after the login has been successful, that means we need to navigate to login, or we need to redirect the user to login. So what we can do, we can use something that is called use navigator. Use navigator, and it's a React. It's from React Router DOM. So it's from here. So this one will be user or use navigate. So you can be able to see it here, and we need also to declare here. Let me have a const navigate, and this one we are going to call now the use navigate. So use navigate here like that, and then now after that we can now come here and we can use navigate like that, and now we can pass the route that we want to navigate to. So in this case here, it will be just login like that, because we want to navigate to login page when the user has successfully registered in our system. So here now we are going to catch if there is an error. So to do that, what I'm going to do to be able to get the custom error from our backend is that I'm going to bring the code here, and I'm going to explain data on. So you can see here, I'm going to check for error.response, and then at the same time, I'm going to check for error.response.data and then message. And then you can see here, I'm going to use toast.react, toast.error here, and that will be able to display the error that you are getting if there is any error. So what I'm going to do here is that I need to import now the Toastify package. So I'm going to import, let me import, I'm going to import several things, and I'm going to import them from this package that is called React Toastify. You can be able to see this React Toastify here, and here I'm going to get, first thing first, toast. I'm going to get toast container, and then I'm going to also to get I think it's only this I require. So you can see here I'm using toast.error here, but this is not complete. Remember, when we are going through the documentation, we saw that you also need to add toast container in this return here. So inside one in this code, you can add the toast container, and you can add configurations as you want. So this one you go through the documentation later on. Right now I'm going to just paste the code here. So like that, and I'm going to format my code like that, then save this. So you can see here, for example, in this toast container, we are adding some options. For example, we want to show the toast in our top right. That means on this area here, I'm going to, it is going to auto close after 5,000 milliseconds, and then it will be hide progress bar. So you can see all things that you can configure here. You can play with it, and you'll be able to see how helpful it can be. So I think that is it. I think we are okay, we can try and register. And another thing that I want to see here, so let me save this, and then here I think we are okay now. So I'm going to come up here, and I can close this page. I think it's taking too long. I think my internet is a bit slow. So I'm going to open inspect here so that we see any information that we are going to get. So you can see this, for example, here. It can give us like some information if login will be, or our register will be successful. So first thing, I'm going to use another person email. So alloc mondala, like that. And then I'm going to use alloc mondala, uh, alloc mondala 199 at gmail.com, like that. And then we can use any password here. So in my case, I'm going to just use alloc mondala. Let me just use another password so that it will be easier for me to remember. So here I have added another password here. So I'm going to click on create here, and we are going to see like results here, and if it is successful, it should redirect us to login here. So when I click on create here, you can see that we have been redirected to login. That means that it is successful, that is. And the network here, we can be able to come up here, and you'll see that for the network tab here, you can see we have register here, and the code is 201. That means it has been successful. So you can see our payload here, our password, everything, and the response here. You can see uh, our user have been registered, and you can see actually the ID. You can see the name here and the email. So that means that this user has been registered successfully, and this person is in the database. So that's okay now. So for example, let me try again here and see if we are going to get the error. So I'm going to come up here and take this email, copy this. We are going to try and register this person again, and then this time I'm just going to call, let me just say alloc, or I can just exchange mondara alloc, and then here I can just use any password, or the password that I had used earlier. So let's try and see here if we are going to get any error. So if I do this, you can see here, you can see here error user already exists at, you can see, and it is giving us like an endpoint. So that's actually very good, but we have not been able to see toast, and the toast should have shown this error here, but that should not worry you. Actually, yeah, you can see it's showing us, but it's not clear. As you can see here, user already exists, and this is because I have not actually added the like the CSS. So I'm going to just come here, come to React Toastify where we were, and then here I need to import the CSS, because without CSS you'll not be able to see this Toastify very good. So I'm going to scroll down here, and you can see this is the package that we need to import here so that we can see those Toastify in a better way. So I'm going to paste it here and then save, and then I'm going to try again and register. Yeah, you can see user already exists. So this is what I was talking about. User, like, this is a Toastify, and you can see it is closing after a certain time. So if I do that again, you can see user already exists, and that's what I was talking about. So now I can go to login, and let us now implement the login part. Login, we are going to come up here for the login page, and here we are going to import several things. the first thing that I'm going to import here is also the Toastify. So let me get this here, all of this, and this will be very simple. So I'm going to make sure that I import it here. And then another thing that I'm going to get is also navigate, because I'm going to navigate now to home page. So I'm going to copy the navigate part here. So where is the navigate? So this one, let me import it here. So use navigate like that, and then I'm going to, in this case here, I'm going to require another things. For example, use dispatch and use selector here, because this one we are going to use redux statement to be able to save our user in React in our Redux and persist that user, so that we can be able to visit any page and we can extract the information for that user. So that is the work of this, or we'll be able to see as we go. And then the other thing is that I'm going to import the login. Remember, we had login function, and that login is inside our Redux and then API calls like that. So here, what I'm going to do is let me also create the variables here for getting the email and the password, because these are just the same. So I'm going to copy them from here, and I'm going to paste it in our, let me create a function here. Or first of all, we can just have these two here. And then after that, I'm going to create another variable called loading. So this one, I'm going to just paste another code, and then I'm going to explain, because we are not going to write everything as this thing is simple. So I'm going to save that. And another thing is, you can see we have set loading, so we can start loading, and also we have user here, and then dispatch. So let's create a function here called handle login, as also we had created for handle register. So handle login, and here we are going to accept the event. And then after that, we can have for example, we need to prevent reloading for this page. So prevent default. So prevent default like that. And let me just come back here. So after preventing the reloading, so then what we can do is to use try catch here like that. And we can be able to start login process. So the first thing here is, of course, we are going to set the set loading to be true. So set loading to be true here, like that. And another thing is that after that, we can call the login, and this function is from Redux and then API calls. And here you can see we need to pass in the dispatch. So dispatch like that. You can see the dispatch here, and then dispatch, use dispatch. I'm getting it from use dispatch, and we are importing use dispatch from React Redux. So here also we need to pass in the username and password, so that as a user, so I'm going to pass in the email and password. And after that, now another thing is, after we have logged in, we are going to set the loading to be false, since we have finished logging in. So this one will be set to false. And another thing is, now if we have error, so remember we have this already that we had implemented here in our register for checking if there's an error from our backend. So copy this like that, and we are going to paste it right here like that. So I'm going to save this, and we can format our code. And then from here now, let's look for the, for example, email here. for the email, I'm going to say on change, and then here I can use this event. So for this event, and then I can just use set email, and here I'm going to get event.target and then .value like that. So I'm going to copy this. Let me copy it like that, and then I can paste it here. And but this one will be password, like my password, like that. Yeah, you can see it here. So and then here I'm going to add an event for on click, so that when you click that, it will call the it will be able to call the function. So I'm going to actually come up here, and we can have on click here, and then here we can be call handle login. So another thing that we can be able to do is that we can make sure that we are using toast. So here you can see here we already using toast here. Let me just come here, and you can see here already we had already added toast.error, and then we pass in the message. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to get this. Actually, I think I had already imported this CSS here. Yeah, so that is okay. So I'm going to copy this toast container here, and I'm going to paste it here, like in our login here. Another thing is that for this one, I want to show if I'm loading, so that if logging in takes time, then you can be able to see here in our login here. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, to just check, and this one will be very simple thing. So I'm going to just say, let me add here just a check. So I'm going to check if it's loading. Then I'm going to show here loading, loading here, like that. Or you can actually look for the loading spinner. And then if it's not, then you can just show the login. So I'm going to just call loading, or login, sorry, login, like that. So let's save and see if this will work. So yeah, because for right now here, let me just come here, and you can see use state here is undefined, and that is because we have not imported our use state. So I'm going to just import it. And also the other thing is, you can see here we have not used this this use navigate here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy from use state here, like that. Let me copy it here and paste it here, for example. And another thing is, because we are going to use navigate here, we are going to use navigate because we want, when we log in, we can navigate to we can be able to log into home page. So I'm going to come up here and actually copy this, because it's same thing. So I'm going to copy this, and we can be able to paste it here, for example. And we can be able now to use navigate, but this time we are going to navigate to our home, not login. So yes, I'm going to copy this, and I can be able to paste it here. So if we have logged in, you can be able to navigate to our home here. And because this right now I want to be able to see now the username. So we can come here, and we can console.log, and then you can say user, and then remember we have current user, that's the where we are placing our user or storing our user. So I think everything is okay, but we have, yeah, including the use state here, we have imported. So if I just log in, reload my page here, you can see here we have could not ensure it's wrapped in a provider. So there's something that we didn't do, and I forgot. So that is it, to make sure that we have wrapped our our application using this provider here. So let's do that and then we continue. So now what we are going to do, just come here to main.jsx and then let's import here, because in order for state management to work the way it should, we need to import. First thing is a provider, and we are going to import provider from React Redux like that. Also, I'm going to import, actually here I need to import provider. So provider like that. I'm going to import also other things. Let me just come here. So import, and we are going to import store, and I'm going to import also persister. Let me check the spelling. So, and this is, we are getting this from, now we are getting this from React. You can see this React here, folder and then store like that. So we are getting this, and the last thing that we are going to import here is persist get. So this persist get, you can be able to see it here, and it's from React persist and then integration and then React. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove this strict mode here, and we can wrap our app here. So let me remove this. Let me remove that, and also remove this. And then here I'm going to wrap this using a provider first of all. So provider, and let's get the provider here, and provider here needs to have a store. So I'm going to pass in the store, and you can see here this is where you can add the store, and inside now the provider, we are going to also have persist get. So persist get this one, and now we are going to actually have some options. So for example, loading, and loading here will be null, and also we are going to have persister here, and we are going to pass in the persister, and then I'm going to take this up like that and then press inside here, so that we would have wrapped it in this, using this provider here and also persist get here. So I think that's okay now. So I don't think there's any other thing that you are going to require. So let me see if the error is gone. So I'm sure it's building. So yeah, let's see if we are going to get error. We are getting, it's not loading. So let me just come here, and maybe the other thing that I can do here is I'm going to use, let me just come here and use React, and then I'm going to also use React.create create route like that, and then yeah, we have document.get element by D. So we get the router and then we render. So I'm going to import now. I think this one, actually this one should be React DOM. So React DOM, and then I think this one, actually this one should be capital letter. So React DOM like that, and here I'm going to just make sure that I import it. So import, I'm going to import React mode, React DOM like that, and this one will be from now React DOM /client like that. Yeah, I think that's okay now. Let's see if it will work or it will continue breaking. So let us reload this. Yeah, it is not working. So let me check. So I'm going to look for where the error is, and the best way to check where the error is coming from, you can check, for example, here in console here, for example, and you can see here it is asking me or is telling me that persist reducer here has already been declared at this store here. So what I'm going to do is to go to the store. So here, and I think I can spot where the error is. So they have said that this already has been cleared. So I'm just going to just call it another thing, which is persisted reducer. And then if I save that, come back here, already you can see it is working. So I'm going now to try and log in so that we can be able to see if we are going to get error. So log Mondala. So I'm going to remain on the network page here, and then I can reload so that we can be able to see the whole process. So let me just come up here and try login. So unlock Mondala. I hope I won't forget the email, how it should be, 99@gmail.com, and here I can be able to just make sure that I add this here like that. So that's the password, the correct password, and then when we click that, you can be able to see that we have been redirected to our homepage. That means that has been successful, and you can come and check here. For example, this here you can see. Let me just come here, and also let me just come here. You can see this is null, so it has not been saved, but we are going to check that later on. So for now, we already have created how we can be able to log in. So I think that is it. We are going to continue in the next video, where we are going to start at how we can be able to upload the product. So see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So let's continue building our application, and in this case now we are going to look at how we can be able to upload our products to the database so that we can be able to fetch and show to our users who will be visiting our website. So in the last video also I went through like how you can be how we are going to integrate on logging and registration, but now I want us to focus on adding the products to the database, and we are going to require a CDN, that is Cloud Network Delivery. So in this case, this is where we are going to store our images, because we cannot be able to store our images in our database. So we need somewhere where we can be able to add or store our images, and we are going to use Cloudinary. So let me just type here. So this is a CDN that we are going to use. So you can come here and visit Cloudinary, and if you don't have any, let's say account, you can just come here, click on login, and you can be able to create account here. As you can see in my picture here, or in my video, you can be able to see that I had already have an account, so I can be able to log in, and you can be able to see some of the pictures that I have stored here. So it is loading, and the other thing is now I'm going to open the admin dashboard. So let me just open it here. So 70, this one here. So I'm going to make sure that it's loading, and then the other thing that I'm going to do is make sure that it's adjacent to the front end here. So you can see how beautiful this admin dashboard is, and our Cloudinary here is still loading. So what I need you to do is to, if you don't have any account on our Cloudinary, or in Cloudinary, just go ahead and create account, because this is where we are going to store our image, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So for our admin dashboard here, let me see if already it has completed. So for my case here, I have actually preferred the dark mode. So I can come here and you'll be able to see some of the images that I have added here. So these are some of my images here that I have stored here. Also, if I can come here, let me see if where I can be able to log out. So right here on the bottom left, so I can log out, and I have another account. I'm going to use another account. I think let me just see here if I can be able to remember that account, and that is the one that I want us to use. So alloc Mondala, because that is for this project. I created specifically for this project. So let me log in. So I can see here is incorrect. So I'm going to just make sure that I add the password. So let's see if it will be able to actually log in. So let me use Google. So I'm going to add the account here. So I'm going to add the account alloc Mondala at 99 at gmail.com, like that, and then let us or let me this is one number. Okay, yeah, you can see here there's a space, so I'm going to do that, and let me add here like the password, like that. So I can be able to get into this. I already had a two-factor authentication, so I'm going to just click here, and I think I'll receive like the code. So let me see if I have received any code, and I can go back, and let me just go back here to the admin dashboard, and we can continue before I receive the code. So I'm going to go to the product here, and products, and then here I can go to create product. So when I click here, it should take me to the new product page. So let me add here new product, like that, and you'll be able to see this page here, and this is where we are going to actually add our images and create them to the database. So if you click on here, it should select an image from computer. So let's implement that. So I'm going to close this part front end here, and this here, the JS file that we had already opened. So I'm going to close that, and in here I can be able to come here to new products here. So let me import some of the stuff that you are going to need. For example, here I'm going to need another icon that is far trash, like that. I'm going to also require some things. So for example, I'm going to require Axios. So import Axios, and this will help us to make a request to our Cloudinary. So Axios, let me add here Axios, like that. And here I'm going to also import another thing that I'm going to import here is I'm going to import user requests. User actually have not created user request, and I need that because I want to I need to do that, or to make sure that I can do the request. So I can actually copy. Let me just copy it here, and then I'm just going to come up here, and inside here in my source, I can be able to paste it here. So I can now be able to come here, and I can be able to now import it. So import request here, so you can be able to see the auto completion here. So another thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a state. So I'm going to import. So remember, we are going to get the information for our product from our input. So I can use state, and I'm going to import it like that. So, and then here I'm going to have, so const here, and then this one is use state, and this one will be null, like that. And here I can be able to come back here, and I'm going to first of all get selected image, and yeah, like that. And then here I can have set selected image. Okay, selected image, like that. And then also I'm going to have another one here, which is input. So let's have inputs here, inputs, and here is set inputs, like that. And I can use state also. So these are the information that you are going to get from the input. So this one is handle state, and we can have that as an object. So I'm going to also get another, now the image, like here, and this image is a URL. So I'm going to set image. After we have uploaded our image in Cloudinary, then we are going to be able to get the URL for that image. So I'm going to come up here, and that one will be an empty string at first. And then when we upload the image successfully, we are going to have the URL for that image, and we can place it in this variable called image. So I'm going to also have another one called uploading, and this will give us a state of when we are uploading. And then this one we are going to do set uploading, and here we are going to have use state here. And for this one, by default it will be uploading is 0%, like that. And now another thing that I'm going to do is select options, because remember we have options like skin type, categories, concern. So I'm going to have that here. So I'm going to have selected options. So selected options here, and we are going to have set selected options, like that. And now I can come here. First thing first, it will be use state, and inside this use state here, we are going to have an object, and this object will have, now we are going to have concern. That is the first options. So this one will just be an array. So this is an object. Also we are going to have skin type, like that, and this is also an array. And I'm going to have categories, like that, and then this also will be an array. So after that, now what we are going to do is I'm going to create a function here that will handle the image change, because if you come up here, I want, when I click on this here, then it will be able to just or just take me to my files in my computer, and then I can select an image, and then that image will just be here. It will be replaced here. We are not going to see this icon anymore. It will be an image. So after, let me just create that function. So const image change, like that, and here I'm going to have an event. So after that, I'm going to have let's say if. So I'm going to check if dot target. So that target, let me just add here target, and then dot files, and here I'm going to use this end signs, and then e dot target, or the event dot target, and then dot files, and then dot files is greater than, so it's greater than 0, that is. So that means that we have selected an image. Then here inside we are going to set now selected image. You can see this selected image, and for this selected image we are going to now be able to use e.target and files, and now here we can have the first, because this is the how you'll be able to select an image. So this one is image change. Another function that you are going to have is to make sure that we can get we are going to get for example, we are going to listen for any changes in our options. Options are this one here, selected options here. So to do that, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to create another function called handle selected selected change, actually select, like that, and here I'm going to have an event, and here also I'm going to add this, and now we are going to have const, and then here I'm going to get the name and the value, like that, and this one will be e.target. We are going to get it from e.target, and then we can be able to now say set selected options, like that. Sorry, so I don't know what happened. So set selected options, this one, like that, and then I can be able to get the previous options that have been selected, and then I can be able to use this one here. So previous, and then this object here. Inside here, I can be able to get the previous. Now I'm going to spread the previous selected options, and then I'm going to add now. I'm going to add here, first of all, the name, and I'm going to use this square bracket, and the name here, we are going to get the name, and we get the name from the previous dot, and the name and value here. So I'm going to also get the value, right, like that. So, and then now this is handle selected change, or select change. Another thing that I'm going to require now is to remove also to, because I want when I come here, so for example, when I select something like soothing, it will be displayed here, and also I can display another, I can select another thing, so I can select multiple things here, and it will be placed here. Then I can be able to click and remove it. So another thing now, so I'm going to have const, and then handles remove option, like that, and here we are going also to get now. This I'm going to place in the name and the value, like that. And now here I'm going to have a select options here like that, and then as this one also I'm going to get the previous selected option, and then this one also I'm going to use this, and I'm going to get the previous selected things or options, and then now this is where the difference will come in. Now this one I'm going to get the name. Let me just get the name here, and for this one I'm going to get the previous, and then I can get the name like that, and I can be able to filter now. So filter, so I'm going to filter, and then I'm going to filter using options, and this is where I'm going to check here options, where options is not equal, so I'm going to use this is not equal to the value, and you can see here the value is the one that you are going to pass in here as an argument to this function. So that is it, and now the other thing that you are going to have, another function that you are going to have, is a function that will help us to get the values from our inputs. And what I mean by our inputs is if you come here, you can add the name, the description, here the all these information that you are going to get from these inputs. That's what I'm going to create a function to help us collect the information from those inputs. So here I'm going to just call this handle change like that, and this one is going to have e, and here we can have this one handle e, and then e dot prevent default like that. And another thing is you can have actually I don't want this. What I can do is here I'm going to set inputs, so you can see these inputs here, and I'm going to get the previous selected inputs, and I'm going to use this one here. So I'm going to return here. Let me have an object. So I'm going to spread the previous options first of all, and here I'm going to have e dot, or now the new selected option, which you are going to take as not option, actually input, which is you are going to take the name, and here I'm going to get the e dot target, and then value like that. So you can see how easy it will be. So I'm going to format that, and then the last function that I'm going to have here is the one now for upload. So handle upload like that, and then this one we are going to have a sync like that. We are going to have the event here like that now. So this one we are going to use now to be able to upload the product. So this is the last function that you are going to have. So now I want first of all to handle the image here. So let's just scroll down here to the image. So we have this image here, product image, and I'm going to show you something. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first of all cut this. Let me cut this until here, and here is where I'm going to actually I think I have selected even the label. So let me just cut here, and now here what we are going to do is that first of all we are going to have a condition, and we are going to check if not you have no selected you don't have any selected image like that. Then we are going to show our icon. So I'm going to use these curly braces here, or these brackets, and then I can press this code here. And then if we have then if we have the image, that means we have the image. Now what we are going to display, so I'm just going to use the same brackets here. So I'm going to display an image now. So this image, and the source here, we are going to use JavaScript here, something that is called URL. This is a native in JavaScript. So I'm going to use create object URL like that, and then we are going to use selected image here like that. So if I have selected image, but then also if I just come here and try to select an image, you can see I cannot be able to select, and that's because we need also to do some also another thing, and that is we need to add an input. So we are going to have an input. Let me just check where we are going to have an input. So where we have these curly braces, curly brace, I think it's around where we have the this option here. You can see here, yeah, this is where we are going to have our input. So let me just have an input, and in this case this input will have a type of file, and we are going to have an ID of file also, file like that. And we are going to have now on change. So we are going to have on change, and I'm going to call now my function, which is image change like that. And this one, because if I just leave it like that, you'll be able to see it here, and I don't want this one to be displayed here, because you can see you can select an image, so I don't want that. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to style it, and I can give a style of none. So let me just come here, and I'm going to use display here, and it will be none like that. And then if I just leave it like that, you can see we don't have it. So I need to know how now I'll be able to connect with this now, to connect this input here with now our icon here. So I need to know how I'll do that. And what I can do here is you can see here for the label, what I'm going to do here is to make sure that I add now the file like that. Let's try and see if we can be able to select. When we click here, yeah, you can see we can be able to click. So let's try, for example, I'm going to come here and select images. For example, this image here, when I select, yeah, you can see it is not replacing here, and I don't know why. So I'm going to inspect this. So let me just come here and check here if I can be able to select again. So yeah, I cannot be able to see that. So I don't know really where the error is coming from. So let me check up here, and I can see some error that I have done here. So this one is set selected like that. And also for this one, that means for we don't have let me also correct this. So set selected, yeah, like that. And yeah, I can see here we have an error. So this one should be length. length like that. Sorry, yeah, like that. And then let's try and see if the error, we are going to be able to select the image and display that image. So let me, for example, come here and I'm going to just go to my documents, and here, because you can see we have a front end, for example, I'm going to go to the public and I can be able to select, for example, this product, and it is not showing. I don't know why. Maybe I don't have that error here. I don't know, because I cannot be able to see the error here. And I think I can see where the error is coming from, because I'm still I'm not like keen in how I'm typing. Those are just stupid mistakes. And then let me select that. Yeah, and you can see it is able to select, and you can be able to see that image. So I'm going to also select another one, for example, lotion product. Yeah, and you can see the product here. So now again, I'm going to go ahead and see how I can collect information in these inputs here, for example, product name. So let's continue. So for product name, first thing, another thing that I want is to make sure that I can show the how the upload is. So before I get here, I'm going to add here a span. So a span here, and this one I'm going to display the upload, the loading here. And let me just come here and add the styling for this. The first thing that I'm going is to just give a text green 500 like that. So, and then I can save that. If I come back here, you'll be able to see this upload is 0%. So let me just go ahead and now we can have the product name here. So this one will be just simple, because already had implemented the function to collect the information in these inputs. So let's do that now. So for the product name, I'm going to have, first of all, you must make sure that the name that you're using here is the one that you're going to use to actually save in the database. So for the for this product, we are going to use the title, and then here I can now use the on change here, and then the on change here will be like handle change, you can see here. So I'm going to copy this, because this one is the one that we are going to use in other ones here. For example, here for the name, for the description here, the description will just be desk, because this is the name that we are going to use, and then it's handle change. So for the original price here, we are going to use original price. So original price, like that. And then I can be able to come up here and paste the on change here. So for the discounted price also, we are going to call it discounted price. So this one will be discounted price, like that, because that's how we are calling it in database. So, and then here we can be able to add the on change for the whole price also. So we are going also to call it whole price. So come up here and you can have a whole price like that, and you can have on change. Actually it's just pasting, and this one should be wholesale price, not whole price. So wholesale price. And I think for this one, for minimum quantity, wholesale minimum quantity, let me add here. So this one will be wholesale, and then minimum quantity, like that. And now here we can paste now the on change right there for the brand here. So this one will be the same here. We are going to have a brand. So this one will be just simple brand like that. And here we can, for example, I'm going to paste now the on change like that. So you can see now we have reached the part where we are, it is very interesting, where we are going to select. So this 3 here is select. So what we are going to do with the select options, so the first thing is that you can see here where we have the select, we are going to add an on change here. And in this case, we are going an on change event. And in this case now, we are going to use set handle select change here, because this one will be different. And then for this option here, we are going to, you can see this one will be easy. And then after that, because we want to display, for example, another icon to remove that option that already you have selected. If you want to remove it, I'm going to have a div here, and here I'm going to have a class. Let me add here a class name, and this class name here I'm going to give a margin top of 2 like that. And inside here I'm going to have a condition. So first thing, I'm going to check selected option. Let me see here, selected options dot concern selected option dot concern, and then I can map here. So options here, the options, and then here I can be able to just add these brackets here. So actually this is as brackets, not like curly braces. So this one is yeah, like that. And then inside here now we are going to have another div. So we are going to have a div. So let me just come here, and I'm going to add a class name, and here I want to style this, so I'm going to do flex. And then items, I want the items to be center like that. And I'm going to have a space x and then 2 like that. And I think I don't know why this is giving me error here, so I need to actually counter check here what the issue is. So I don't know where the issue is, but let's continue. First of all, here I'm going to have an key. So let me have a key here. So a key, and for this key here, this one will be option or options, sorry, options like that. And inside here now, I'm going to have a span, and here we can be able to get the option. Actually, this is an option. Actually, this also should be option. This one here should be option. And I know why I'm getting that error. This is because I need to wrap this with a bracket, because we are mapping through the options. So yeah, you can see now the error is gone. And then here I'm going to have the far trash icon. So let me get it here. So I had already imported above it on the top of this page. So, and then here I can be able to add now my class name here to be able to style. So the first thing is to make sure that the cursor here is pointer like that. And I'm going to have a text, and then the text here should be red and 500 like that. And also I'm going to have a on click. So I'm going to have on click here, and then we are going to have now here we have what we are calling handle. Like here we are going to have handle remove options, so like that. And then what we are going to pass here is the name, remember, which is concern, so to that we can know where we are going to which options to remove. And I'm going to return or to just pass in the option like that. Okay, so now I'm going to test this first of all to see if it's working. So yeah, you can see here map properties of undefined. So here this one actually should be selected options. Let me save that, and let's see if it will change. Actually it's not changing, so this one should be selected options. Let me see if that's what I'm calling it. So let me just come here, and I can just try and type selected. Can see here said selected, but let me just confirm from up here. And yeah, we have selected options. Yeah, this one should be selected options. Don't know why I was misspelling this. So let me come here, copy this, and I'm going to down here where we were, and actually paste it here. Let's see if this will be able to now solve the error. So let me reload again. Yeah, you can see now it has solved the error. So I'm going to, for example, click on oil control here, and you can see here the previous name is not iterable, so that means that is coming from that let me just say this function. So let me try. So let's try another one time. So if you check here also, we are getting the error, and I think I know where the error is coming from. So let me add the name here, because this is where this is the place that only that we have not actually added, because this is very important. So if I come back here and let me try and again. So if I do, for example, oil control, you can see now I can be able to select that, and I can select another one, dandruffs, you can see dry here, and I can be able to remove like that. So you can see how you are able to get the options here. So let's go now to these other options here. For example, for the skin type, and make sure that this one, because the name is the one that we forgot in the other part here, you need to start with skin type. So this one, remember, it should be small letters, just the way we have added here. Make sure that this name here is corresponding with the name that you're using here in this initialization. You can see we have this initialization here, so it should be the same. So again, if I come back here, you need to make sure that now I copy this, but I'm going to change where I have a concern. I'm going to use skin type. So copy this, and here I'm going to use let me use on change like that, and then I can be able to use handle select change like that, and down here I can add now this like that, save. But now this time this one will be skin type. So skin type like that, let me see another place where I'm going to change here. For example, this one will be skin type like that. And I think that's all that I need to change right here. Let me see. And so if I come here and select, you can see the oily. You can click on dry screen sensitive here, and also you can remove like that. So I'm going to also do for the categories. So let me copy this, and here for the categories, I'm going to add here, and I want to make sure that I add the categories here, categories name, and here we have on change to be handle change, select change like that. And for this one here, I'm going to change to categories. So this one is categories like that. And another thing is also for this one here will be categories. So categories like that. Okay, let me save that and come back here, select, like for example this, and then you can remove like that. So yeah, you can see how easy it will be. So now the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that I can now collect the information here. So the first thing is to make sure that I can also be able to upload the information. So I'm just going to come here, and in this function where I have a handle upload here, as if I'm going to use I'm just going to use the account that I had already shown you for Cloudinary, because I have not received any message for verification from the Cloudinary. So I'm going to just use the account that I used to show you earlier on. So I need you need to do something in order for you to be able to upload the images. So I'm going to come here and use Cloudinary, and let's come here to Cloudinary, and let me see if I can get another account. So this is my account, or you can see, I think this is just one account. So yeah, so let's just log into this. I wanted to show you using a new account, but it's as if that account is not I don't remember like the password. So let's go ahead and use this. So okay, I've seen it. So to upload now, because that's the first thing that I'm going to start with, to upload the image, first thing that we are going to do is to create the form data. So I'm going to create a data here, and I'm going to call something that is called new form data. So let me, this one is a native JavaScript, so you can see it is not a package that I'm installing. So this is a package here, is a native JavaScript method. So also I'm going to now do data dot append. So I'm going to append here. What I'm going to append is the file, and I'm going to append file which is selected file, so or selected image like that. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to append again, and this time I'm going to append upload preset, and I'm going to show you where I'm getting this upload preset in a few. So this is upload preset, and here is where you configure your upload preset. So my upload preset, let me just come here. So this one will be uploads like that. So this is a folder that I want my images to be kept in my Cloudinary. So in order for you to be able to make sure that you have the preset, so what you are going to do is come here. So let me just click this. So come here to the settings like that, and we are going to be redirected to settings. Then I want to go to uploads. When the settings opens here, I'm going to uploads, and then I'm going to set upload presets, and I'm going to also to say that, or to tell Cloudinary that this folder called uploads, this is where I want my images to be placed or to be stored. So I think it's still loading. So what we can do before it finishes loading, or actually it has finished uploading, or loading, that is, sorry. So now you can see here, for example, we have this upload here, upload preset. And something also I want you to notice is that when you create account, you'll be given this ID, which is very important, and we are going to use it. So this is like an ID for your, this one is just like an ID for your cloud, or where you are placing, or where you're storing the images. So if you come here, you need to create an upload like that. So if you come here, then you need to add uploads. Like here, you need to specify that folder here. And because I have already created in this account, that's why I didn't want to use this account. So you just come here, select this and sign, and then the folder where you want your products, your images to be placed, and then you can click save here, and then this one will be able uh, to use with this here, where we are going to set upload preset. So let me just come back here and can go back. So this is upload presets actually, and then also you can see my crowd name. So what I'm going to do is that you can see now, after this point, we can start uploading. So let me set here, so uploading like that, and here I'm going to just say uploading like that, and I can use these dots here, for example this, and then here I'm going to use try catch now. So try catch like that, and then here now I can be able to start my uploading journey. So the first thing is let me create a variable here, and this variable is called upload response. And here, this one I'm going to get from await, and then I'm going to use Axios. I have already a URL, and you're going to use the same URL. So here I'm going to just paste the code, and you can see this code here is just API for Cloudinary. You can see api.cloudinary, then .com version 1, and then here _1, and then this is the crowd name that I showed you. So, and then the image, and then upload. This is how you set. So, and then after it has done the request to this API for Cloudinary, so what we can do is that we can extract the URL we can be able to extract the URL for our image using this. So upload response dot data like that. You can be able to extract this URL here, and I can do set image now, and then set the URL like that, and then I can just say that I have uploaded, so it is 100. But we can first of all make sure that we have done the request. So user request, and then this one is post request, and we are going to post to URL, which is products like that. and then here I can press in the this what we are calling the information. So the first thing is the image. So the image, we are going to place the image there. We are going to have inputs. So I'm going to just spread the inputs that I have here, the inputs like that. And again, I'm going to also spread the selected options. So selected options like that. And now if there is an error, we are going to just console log the error. So console.log and then the error, yeah, like that. And also here now we can set upload, uploading to failed. So this one we are going to just add here, uploading failed. Actually this one is wrong here. So uploading failed like that. And yeah, but here also we can have, and let me just come here and say set uploading to be this one, which is uploaded 100% like that. Yeah, so let me see if I had already, you can see this handle upload here, we have not added in this button here, where we are going to be able to click and then invoke that function. So this on click here, handle upload like that. So let's try and see if we will be able to upload the product. So I'm going to come up here, click on inspect, and here we have the console here. So I don't know why I'm getting all this error here. So for this case here, let me upload. So let me select, for example, this one. You can see we have the product here. We can just say this product is called toner. Let's just add here face toner, like that. We can just say it's a face toner like that. The original price here is 100. Discounted price is $90, and the wholesale price is 80, but from 10 products. Then I can say the brand here is, for example, Kaini, and then I can select, for example, maybe there is any concern like that, and then I can say it's for all, and here I can say it's just owners like that. So I'm going to open my network here so that we can be able to inspect here. So let me open that, and we are going to try and let me just bring this here and click here. So yeah, you can see we have this upload down here. You can see we have first of all we have our information here. You can see we have our information here. So we have tags. You can see here the assets. This is actually the response, sorry. And then this is the payload that actually we have not sent like a payload. So here you can see that we are getting 404. Like you can see products here. So this is why I made a mistake. I don't know why I'm doing this silly mistake today. So here I'm going to come up to where? Yeah, here. So I think it's, yeah, this one is products, not products. So like that. Yeah, let's try again now. So so I think this time it is good. So you can see we don't have any error. So if I come here, you can see the payload. So this is the payload. We have an image here. You can see the URL for the image. You can see the categories here, the concerns, everything here. And if I come to the response here, you can see there's nothing. So that means that has been created successfully, and that is successful. So thank you for coming this far. I know this video is a bit long. I never expected it to be this long, but I had to go that slowly so that most of you can understand. So now the last thing that I want us to do is to push the code. So let me go back here, and we can do git add, git commit, like that, and then I can say added started integration or some integration. Let me just say that some integrations, like that, push that. Oh, sorry, I don't know if it's my new computer, but I'm having the problem with spelling. So like that. So I have pushed that also. So you can come here to the code. So right now we are in the branch called integration. So we can come here to repositories, and then here you can see the code, and now you'll be able to see the notification here. So from the integration branch here, we are going to create pull requests, and then we are going to merge with our dev, with our master, sorry. So it's checking for ability to merge, and then we can be able to merge automatically like that. Yeah, and then that's okay now. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to look at how we can be able to display products for our admin. In the last video, we looked at how you can be able to add products. So if you come here and maybe click something like edit here, sorry, if you come here and then click on this create button here, you should be redirected to where you are able to add a new product. So this page here, new product, this one, you should be redirected here, and we are going to do that. So here is where you can be able to choose the image. So for example, you can choose the image like that, and then when you select that image will be displayed here, and then you can add the details of that product. So if you haven't gone through the other videos, kindly make sure that you go through the other videos so that you can understand where we are. So today we are going to show products for admin. So here you can see how they are being displayed, but in this case here, this part here, we are displaying like a dummy data. We are not using like a data from our database, and that's what we are going to do right today. And also, if you come here for the users, also, we are not getting the user from our database. We are just displaying a dummy data. But now I want us to be able to display the data from the database, fetch the data from the database, and then display it here. So that's what we are going to do today. And also, we are going to look at how on this case where we have products, you can click on this edit here, and you'll be redirected to this page here where you'll be able to see uh, the details for the product, or you can be able even to update the image product details. So that is it. So let's get into the tutorial. So right now, because we are here, and I want also when we come to products here and click on create here, you can be able to be taken to create. So let's first of all make sure that this button will take us to the new product page. So I'm going back to my code here, and you can see we are on the admin part here. So let's go to the products page here. And one thing that I'm going to do is to import this link. Already I can see I have imported. And also if you check here, you'll be able to see the dummy products that you are using. This is just a dummy products data that you are using. So right now I want first of all to see where we have this create button. So we have a create button here. You can be able to see it, and I want to wrap it using link. So I'm going to come here and add link, and remember this link is from React Router DOM, so that it can navigate us to what we are calling the other page, a new product page. So I'm going to add it here, and I can say new product. So new product, like that. So let me save this like that, and then I'm going to come back here, and let's see if it will take us to new product. And also you can see on your left bottom here, you can see we have the route when you hover over this button. So when I click like that, you can see that that button is now taking us to new product. Also, another place that I can update is when you click on edit here. You can see also there is this button also that can take you to add a new product, and this is for easier navigation to this application for the user. So I'm just going to copy this the way it is, and actually let me wrap it, because these buttons, they don't look or maybe I can just let me just copy it. I'm going to make sure that they look the same. So I'm going to copy this, and in the product here, I'm going to wrap this create button here also, and I can be able to just add it like that. I think this one had a different color. Let's say, for example, slate 400, I think so. So if I save that and then come back here, so here you can see link is not found, and that is because we have not imported link. I'm going to copy from this page here. So copy link, and I'm copying it from React Router DOM. So we have here, I'm going to paste it here and then save that. And when I come back here now, you'll be able to see you can click on create and you'll be redirected back here. So let's go back now to our products here, and here we can be able now to fetch the data. So let me do that. So for the products here, first thing that I'm going to do is to import user request. So import, and we are going to import from, remember we have the request methods file here, and from here I can import user request. So also I'm going to create a state here that will handle my products from the database. So I can come here and say products. Actually this is a state, so I'm going to have products, and then set products. So set products, like that. And let me first of all make sure that I zoom here. So I think that's big also. So I can just add here use state like that, and then inside here I can be able to have an empty array like that. That is when you're when you're opening this page, first of all it will be an empty product, and you can see here we have this data. So another thing that I'm going to do is to make sure now that I have a use effect to fetch my data. So I'm going to use use effect, and this is also from React. So I'm going to import it like that. You can see we have imported up there, and then inside here I'm going to create now. Sorry, let me just come back here. So here we can have this like that, and here inside here I'm going to have try catch so that we display the data. So this one inside here, first thing that I'm going to do is actually we can just first of all have a function inside here. So I'm going to cut that, and then let me create a function. So const get products like that, and then inside here can have a sync, because this one will be able to fetch the data, and we are going to have a synchronous function. So I don't know why this uh, here okay, so this one is a function, and after that I'm going to call this function here. So get products, I'm going to call it here. Another thing before I forget also, I'm going to have a dependency here, because if you don't do this, it won't work correctly. And inside here dependencies, you can specify something that you want to be checked, and then it will update something. So here I'm going now to use the try catch. Remember we had try catch, and here I'm going to now have uh, response when we fetch the products. So I'm going to use await, and then I'm going to say user request, and then dot post dot get, sorry, dot get, and then we have like the endpoint that we want to fetch the product. So in this case it will be slash products, and then after that we are going to have now the function here set products, and then we can say res.data like that. And then if we have an error here, you can use Toastify, but in this case I'm just going to use console log, and here I can show the error like that. And then I think that's okay now. So what I'm going to do, I didn't show you that the products here in our database. So I didn't show you that we have you can see here we have only one product in this case, but we can add many products. Also for users, you can see we have two users here. So if it reloads like that, you can see we have this first user here, and also we have the second user. So we created the first user here when we were starting to create this when we were creating our backend, and now we created this other user yesterday. So now let me just go back here, and then I'm going to try and fetch now this data from our database. So I can just come here and remove this data here like that. You can see we have this. Let me just cut it here, and then yeah, like that, and then let me remove it. So now we don't have like that dummy data here. So if you save like that, you'll be able to get the error, because you can see we don't have data. So right now, because we don't have that dummy data now, and we are going to fetch from our database in here, where we have you can see we have this data here. So what I'm going to do is to replace it to use products like that, and we save that. And what also you need to do is to make sure for these fields here, you can see, for example, something like ID. It should represent how this field is called in the database. So for example, disk should be the same, original price, this in stock here. So let's see if we are going to get now the product. Yeah, you can see already it is showing us like the product that we have in our database. You can see is a face toner here, and then $100, and then in stock is true. So you can see how easy it will be. But here you can see when you click here, you are not going to be, you can see we are going to be redirected here, and actually you can see it's taking the ID, the actual ID for this, the actual ID of this here, of this product here. So let me check first of all if it is working as it should. So to do that, you can come here and see, for example, for this one is params.id, but as you know that the MongoDB uses _ID, not ID. So let's change that, and we go back, and then we can click on edit. You can see it is undefined, so it is ID. So let's just make sure it's an ID like that, and so it's an ID, and I'm going to double check that. So this is the ID here, but it should be _ID. I don't know why it's taking like an ID. So that is it. So let me go and do the same for the user. So I'm going to open the user here, and or the users, and I'm going to do the same. So right now you know how to fetch using use effect. So I'm going to open like that the users page, and here I'm going to come up here and do the same. So the first thing is to import use state and use effect. So, and also this use request or user request, and copy this like that. I'm going to come to users page, and here I can be able to specify these two. I'm going also to make sure that I can create the state and also fetch using use effect here, but I'm going to change now to have the, I'm going to change to suit the user. So I'm going to paste it here, but in this case here, this will be /users. That is the first thing, also users, and also I'm going to change this one to get users, and here also remember it's a get users like that, and this one should be users, not products now. So users, and also set users like that. So if I do that and come back to this point here, now this one I can just call users like that, as simple as that. Save that, and if I come back here, you are not able to see any users. So I don't know why. I think let me just come back here. We can, what we can do is we can do the console log so that we see if we are fetching the user. So actually we are not setting the user here, so this is also something that we need to change. So set users, maybe this is the problem. So if I do that, yeah, you can see we have now users, our two users here, and you can see their ID here. And yeah, I think that's okay now. So now the other thing that we have left with is also to make sure that when we click on these products here and click on this point, we can be able to see the details for that product here. So that is, let's come back to another endpoint here. So we have an endpoint from our backend. So we have this one. Let me confirm. It is inside our index. It is index up or up here. So we have products. We have the products here, banners. We have users, and we have orders here. So I think so for these routes here that is called products here, if I go to the controllers, so I'm going to open the controllers for the product, and here you'll be able to see, for example, update products here. And here you can come here to the routes also to confirm which, for example, route also it is. So here, for example, you can see this that is called find and then ID here, and this is to get one product. So we need to do this in order for us to fetch the details of that product and then be able to show on the details page for that product. So for example, here we are going to fetch the details for that one product, and then we can be able to display it here. So let's do that. So we have this page here that is called product, and what we can do is that first of all we need to import something that is called use location, so to get an ID. So use location like that, and then here we are going to first of all have the location, so location, and here we are going to have use location like that, and let me just go back here. So use location, and then after that I can create an ID. So this ID, we are going to get the ID from location. So location, it is going to take from the path name, and then after that we can get to split. Now I can split using a slash like that, and then I'm going to get the second because when you split like that, like this, you'll be able to get an array, and I want to take the second element, so like that. So after this, now because we have an ID here, so I can save on that. And what I mean by getting this ID using location and path name is getting the ID. So let's come back here. So is using ID here to we are getting the ID from this path here slash product slash this ID, and you can see when you split, because the path name you start here, when you split using this slash here, you'll get two things. You'll get the product, and then you'll get the this the ID here. So from here now you pick this ID. So let's see if we can get the ID here. So let me just come here and console log the ID. Let me just come here, and I want to console log first of all the location, and I can also console log, so console.log and then ID like that. So let's save that and come back here. We are going to inspect this. So when we inspect this, let me come to the console here, and you can see we are getting this ID here. So for the location is this object part here, and you can see this object location here has a path name here. So it has a this, I can call the variable called path name. So that's why we are doing location dot path name. And then so if I come here and also, for example, in this case, I just print the path name like that. Yeah, you can be able to see that now we can get the just the path name here. And then if I split, so when I split like that, when I split using the slash here, you'll be able to see that I'm going to get an array. So if I save that and then come back here, you can see now we are getting an array. And then the array here, first of all, it has this as the first element, the second element and the third element. So I'm going to I can come here and specify 2, like which is the third element. So if I save that, and then here actually it is second because array start at index 0. So if I save that and then come here, you can be able to see that, yeah, this is the ID now. So if I, for example, add 1 here, you can see we are getting the product here, but I want the third one here. So that is something that also you need to understand. So after this, now I can just remove this, and I want to create a state here. So for the product, so I'm going to just add here const, and then you're going to have a product, and we are going to set product, and here I'm going to have use state, and this time this will be an object because it's just one product and it will be an object. So after that, I'm going to use effect. So let me use effect in order for us to be able to just take that one product. So here I'm going to have use product, or use effect, sorry, use effect, like that. And then inside here, I'm going to have, first of all, the this part here. Let me just have this, and here I'm going to have an array, like that. So inside here now, I'm just going to have a function, and this function called get product, and then here we are going to have a sync, and we are going to have a product. So let me have that as an object, and then we can have a try catch. So try catch here, and then also I can have a get product here. We are going to call get product here, and then here I can, for example, the first thing that I'm going to do is to get the response, and I'm going to await, and I'm going to use user request. So user request here, and I can get now the products. So the products, like that, and then find, and in this case now I'm going to add now the ID, because you can remember the route we have checked, we need to add like an ID. So plus ID here. So after that, now we can come here and set product, and then this one will be test.data, like that, and we can console log. So console.log, and we are going to console log error here, like that. So we can console log the error. So I can save this and see if we can get the product using we are using this ID here and our endpoint. So I'm going to also console log here the product. Let's see if I can print the product here, console.log, and then we have the product, like that. So I think now we can try and see if I can get the product. So here I'm getting the error use state is not defined, and this is because we have not imported use state. So use state, yeah, like that. I think that's now I should be able to work correctly. So yeah, you can see actually we can now print, you can see we are printing our product here. We can get this product. So, and this is the product that we added in the last video. So what I'm going to do, you can see actually it has also ratings here, and it has everything. So we can display now the information here. So I'm going to close this, and now I don't want us to actually print this product here. So I'm just going to remove it like that, and here we can be able to, for example, come here and replace, for example, this one. I can say this one will be just be product.id, and it is underscore id. So product dot underscore, so dot underscore id, like that. And then also the same for this one. I'm going to just use product. Let me just come here. So product dot underscore id, save that. And so if I come back here, you'll be able to see where we have sales. You can see the ID here is an ID for that product. So here for the product name, we can be able to display, for example, let me display placeholder. For the product name, I can just come here and say this is product dot title, like that. If I save that, let's see if we can see it. Yeah, you can see here we have paste owner. So for the product description, I can add a placeholder here, and then this one is a place. Let me just say a product. This is product dot description. The original price here. This is a price folder, which will be product. So this one will be just product dot original price. And for the discounted here, also it will be placeholder. Then here we can have a product dot let's say discounted price, like that. Save that. And in stock, of course, we can just leave it like that. But for this one here, I'm going to change to image. So this one will be product and then dot image, like that. Save that. Yeah, and then I think that's okay now. If I just come back here, you can see we have the product, and also I need to change this here. So I'm just going to come up here where we have the image. I think it's up here, yeah. So I'm going to change this also to image product dot image, like that, and then save that. And if I do that now, you can see we can have that information here. But now if we want to correct the information here, for example, we have where we can correct this information and post and change in our database. So we can do that by updating. So it's just to correct the information right here. So I'm going to show you that. So remember, in our new products here, we used these inputs. So I'm going to copy it like that, and then copy, and then here for the product, I'm going to just paste it here for the inputs, and then we can use handle change. Remember, we used handle change that corrects the information from the inputs. So this one, I'm going to copy this, and we can paste it here and save that. And for this now, for these inputs, so for example, let me just come to my inputs here, down here. So for this one, I can use on change. So on change, and here I can specify handle change, and this will be just very easy because we need to just copy this and paste where we need to use it. So for example here, also for this one here, and here also, and here also you need to make sure that the name represents. So for example, for this one, for the product here, I want the name to be title because that's how we are calling it in the database, and if we don't do that, it won't work. So this one will be title, this one is name is description, so this is a disk like that. I don't know what I'm doing here. Yeah, like that. We have original price, so the name here, so the is name is original price. For the discounted price here, the name is discounted price, and then okay, now I think that's okay now, and I can create a function. So when you click on this button here for the update, I can create an event here on click, and then I can say handle update like that. So I'm going to create that function up here, and we can say const, and then after that, we have handle update, and then this is a function, so we just create this function here. So after this, now this will be very simple. We are going to just use try catch, and then another thing is await here, async, and then you can use await here, and then you can use request, and in this case I'm going to use put request, so this one, and here we can use the endpoint. So the endpoint is I'm going to use backtick so that it is product, and then slash the ID now. So the ID here, you can just use the ID like that, and then now we are going to have the inputs here. So have the inputs, and actually we can spread them here, or I think, yeah, we can just spread them right here, like that, and then console.log if we have error, but you can use Toastify, so error like that. So I think now that's okay now. So I think this video is longer, and we need to end this video here so that we continue on the other video, where also we are going to start concentrating also on our front end, because remember we have our front end here. Also we need to show the product here, and I think now from the other video we are also going to be able to show the banners, how to upload banners, and then we are going to go and start working on our front end. So the other thing is to just be able to make sure that we are pushing our code to GitHub, as we are doing in every video or after some time. So git add, and then git commit, and then here I can say fetching products from database, from admin, sorry, and users like that. I think, I don't know if it makes sense, but it is okay. So I don't know, command git not found. Okay, you can see where I'm making the mistake. So like that, and then git push, and then let's see. So here I'm going to push now the code like that, and then I'm going to come up here, and then let me open my GitHub, and then we have this let me see here, we have this beauty store here, and I want now to merge. So we have, you'll see the notification here, you can see from integration 23 seconds ago, and we can merge now with our master. So create pull request, and then you can see it's loading. So checking for ability to merge automatically here, and then merge pull request, confirm merge. Yeah, and then I think, yeah, that's okay now. So that is it, and I think this video have been helpful. Leave a comment and let me know how this project is taking you, and then I'll see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So in the last video, we looked at how we can be able to display this product here, and also we looked at how we can be able to show the users right here. So you can see we have two users, and also if you check here for the products, so this part here, you can see that we have all these product here, but in this case now, you can see we have 6 products, but in the last video we had only one product, and that is because before I started recording this video, I have added another 5 products here, and if you come to the database right here, and then you can see here right now it's only one, and this is because it's the product that we had added with you when we were testing the functionality to add the product. So if I reload this database here, you'll be able to see that the product now will have those 5 products, 6 products that is. So you can see how it looks. We have the product 1 here, we have product 2, product 3, up to 6 here. So in today's video, I want us to continue creating our or doing the integration for this application, and in this case we are going to concentrate on our front end and how we are going to display this product here, because we need to decide how to display this product here. Because also, if you remember, we have, if we go for example in this route called the products, and then we have the route called products, and then for example you can specify anything here, and this is the same as searching. You'll be able to see that we have also these filters here, and also here we can be able to sort. So that's what we are going to be doing in this video, and I think after that we can also be able to go to detailed page for a product, and also work on adding the product to the cart. So without much ado, make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also make sure that you have liked this video so that it may get to reach many other people. See you in the tutorial. So now if I come back here to adding products here, I want to do some modification in my code. So if I come back to the new product here, and this is in the admin, so I was testing before I started recording this video, and I noticed when I get the URL here from the Cloudinary here from this API, and then set image here. Sometimes it set the image to an empty string, but I want to change this because I don't want any product to have an image that is not displayable. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this, because also this can be repetition, and then when we get URL here directly, we are going to set it here, and this will make sure that each and every time the Cloudinary give us an URL for our image, we are able to set it here. Another thing is that because now we are not using this state for the image, I'm going to remove it like that. So if I save that now, make sure that you do that modification so that your application will work as expected. Also, I'm going to close this part here, and also I think for users, also this one. So, and also request method, and I'm going to cascade this admin part here. So let me discard it like that, and then we are going to concentrate now on our front end. So the first thing that I want us to do is to make sure that somebody can be able to search and be redirected to product list page. So I'm going to open my components here. Remember, we are on our front end. We have our navbar here. So here I'm going to make sure that we are collecting the search from this input here. So that when somebody comes here and in the front end and here and maybe search something like serums like that, and then click on this search here, they will be directed or they will be sent to the products page, which is product list page. So let me show you. Now when they click on that icon for search here, they will be redirected to this page here, and for this here they will have this path here, which is our search term. So let us go back here to our navbar, and in our navbar here, first of all, I'm going to create a state that will be able to collect the. I'm going to create a state here it is going to collect the search term from the input. So the first thing is that I'm going to have a search, and then I'm going to have set search here like that, and then for this one I'm going to have use state. So have a use state here like that, and then after this we are going to make sure that when somebody click on this part here that we have search. So let me first of all make sure that I add the event. So I'm going to add the event here, which is on change. So for on change event here, and here I'm going to have an input, and this input we are going to set search. So you can see we have set search here, and right now we are getting the search term or what we want from the input from e dot value dot value e dot target and then dot value like that. So now when we type, now this will be able to be set on this search term here. And now the other thing that I want is that on this here for icon for search, so I'm going to wrap it using a link, and this link is from React Router DOM. So link, me just add it here, a link, and I think we can copy this or cut this, and then we are going to place it in this here, inside here. And I think I want to format this code first of all like that, and then here we can specify where we want to specify the route. So in our case here, I'm going to just add here like the search. So it will be curly braces, and then I can specify this route, which is products, and then after that I'm going to have now the search, that is, so I'm going to have search like that. So when I save this and then come back, let me try and test it. So I'm going to come up here, and for example I can say donors, and when I click on this search icon here, you can see I'm being redirected here, and the search term is being used as the path here. So I'm going to go back here, and also for example this search, because it should be dynamic, I add something like serums, and when I click on that you can see the path here changes, and we can be able to extract this path here. You can see we can be able to extract this serum and use it to be able as a search term in this page here, so we can have only serums here. So that is the first thing. So the other thing is that I want us to have in this component called the products. Now we can be able to check if there is any filters, because these products here, if you remember, this products component here is the one that we are using in product list page. So if I open the pages here and then come to product list page here, on the part here, let me just push this down. You can see here we are having these products here. You can see we have this products component and it is imported from here. So that is to make sure that the work is easier and there is no repetition. So I'm going to come up to the products here, the products component, and here I have the product. You can see I have the product here. So this is a component that is here, that is product. So let me come here and also specify here. I'm going to specify the, if there is any filters, then we are going to just show the product. But if we don't have the, if we have the product, if we have the filters, we are going to show the filtered products. But if we don't have any filters, then we are going to just show the products as they are, So the first thing that I'm going to do is here I need to have the filters. So the first thing is I'm going to receive the filters, and also I'm going to have sort, and also I'm going to have query, which is our search. So query like that. So after that, now inside here I'm going to have two things, which is the first thing is the products. So I'm going to have a state that have a products here, and these are products before there is any filtering or when there is no filtering. So this I'm going to use it like that, and then here I'm going to have an empty array like that. So the other thing is we are going to have a filtered product. So filtered products, for this one it will have a set filtered products like that, and this also it will just be an empty array at start like that. So like that. So after that, now we are going to have, first of all, to fetch the product. So let's come here and we are going to use effect. You can see it's from React, and here we are going to specify the first argument here. Of course, for the use effect is a callback function, and then we are going to have our dependencies. We can specify the dependencies here. So in this case, for our dependencies, I'm going to use query as our dependency, so that when query changes, then also this function will be called. So after that, now we are just going to use to get all the products. So you can come here, and this one also I can be able to copy from the admin here. So there's no need to keep coding. I can just take it from the products here, because remember we had this where we were fetching. So I can copy this and come here, and I'm going to paste it here because it's just the same thing. But this one we have to add this C here, and we can just save it like that. So for this one, let me format the code here. So yeah, you can see how it looks, and this is how I wanted. But here I also want to specify things. So here I'm going to try and then try catch. But in this case, first of all, let me create another variable here that we are going to call response. And in the first case here, this is when we don't have I don't have when I don't have any query. So I'm going to, inside here, I'm going to see if I have a query. So if I have a query like that, I'm going to check that like that. And then if I have a query, then I need to specify here like that. And here I'm going to remove this, because now we are setting this res to be equals to this the response we are getting from our database. Then this one here, we are going to use backtick so that we can specify, we are going to specify here the route that we want to hit. And for this case, we are going to hit a route that has params or query params. So for this case, I'm going to use search. And when you specify search here, you can add the search term, which is a query now. So like that. So if you go to the route where we have the products, you can be able to see where you can be able to specify the query params here. And you see that we have query params for search. And after that, now you can set the, you're going to set after that, or else, let's just come here, else, then that means we don't have a query. We are going to just set it to be just product without these query params, and then it will actually give you all the products. That is, it will just return you all the product. And this one here is just setting up the response here, because already you can see we created that variable here. This time is just making sure that we assign it now to various conditions, products that we are getting in various conditions, or the response we are getting in various, using if there is a query or when there is no query. After that, then outside this if statement, we are going to set product to response.data, because even if we don't have query, it will just receive the response for all products here. And then if we have error here, we can also be able to show. And after that, now we can call this function here. So I think that is it. I want to format this. This is the first scenario, like that. And the second scenario here that I'm going to take now is when we have things like filters, for example. So I'm going to create that. So I'm going to come down here like that. And yeah, I'm going to also use effect. I'm going to have a use effect here. And the first argument here, of course, is a callback function. And then the other one is dependencies. So in this case now, for these dependencies, we are going to specify various things. For example, if the product change. So if the products change, another thing is if the filters change, because when filters change, you need to show products according to what filters has been specified. And after that, now I'm going to open this function inside here. And now I can be able to show various things inside here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create a variable called temporary products, but I'm just going to call it temp products, like that. And after that, I'm going to have it as an array, but I'm going to spread the products here. So all products, like that. And after that, I'm going to have the apply filters. So apply filters. So I'm going to have apply filters here. And for this case here, I'm going to say if I have filters here, right here, then what I'm going to do is that this is a condition here. So if I have the filters, then I'm going to get the products. These are temporary products. I'm going to set these to temporary products, and then I'm going to filter. So you can see we have filter here because it's just an array. So and then I'm going to get the item. An item in this case is just a product. And then I'm going to set, you can see this one here, I'm going to set object. So you can see object, and then because we are filtering an object, we are going to get entries, and then filters, we will pass in the filters. And after that, we can use another method called every. and inside here for every we are going to have to specify key value. So we are having key value here, which we are going to set to, so after that we are going to set this to here, or what we are going to, for example, return. So I'm going to inside here return, first of all check if there is no value that is equal to what we are filtering, then we are going to return false, then return false like that. Or actually it is true, return true, sorry, so return true. And if not, then we are going to just return, I'm going to return item, and then this item here I'm going to take the key, and that is, we are going to use a function that called includes, and then here we can specify the value. So I know this can be complicated, but you can go through it again and again and you'll be able to understand. And also you can, for example, ask ChatGPT also to explain you further if you are not able to get it. But I think if you go through it several times, you'll be able to understand. So that is the apply filter. So now we are going for the other part here, which is apply sorting. So I'm going to say apply sorting, and we can specify here. So first thing is, first of all, to check if sort. So remember we have this sort value here. First of all is to check if it's equals to newest. So if it's equals to newest, then we need to show the newest product, and newest from the newest product to the oldest product. So here I'm going to also take the temporary products, and here I'm going to use a sort method, because for array you can use also sort method, and here it will be a bit complicated. So you can have AB, that is when you are sorting, or you can call it the way you want. In my case, I'm calling it A and B, and then you set here new, because you are using the date. So I'm going to have the date, and remember date is an inbuilt in it's inbuilt in is inbuilt in JavaScript. So I'm going to remove this here, it's like that. So and then I'm going to take B here, which is also a product, and then because it's going to compare, so for this product. And if you are aware with the MongoDB, it adds, when you add a timestamps, then it will be able to add a field called created at. So we have created at here, and in this case I'm going to now minus, so the new date, like that, the new date, and here we can be able to have then a dot created at, like that. So I know it can be complicated in a way. So that is if the sort is equals to newest. And here I have else if. So else if, for example, here is if else, then sort here. So in our case here, if sort is equals to ascending, so this is price wise. So if we want to show the products from the list that has the least product, that has the least price, to the one that is more expensive, then we can get the products, temporary products, and then sort. And in this case also I'm going to use AB. So AB, and here I'm going to set now a dot, I'm going to use a dot discounted at discounted price, because remember we have a field called discounted price, and you're going to minus now b dot discounted price, like that. So that is how I want to set it. So I think also the last one, because remember we have the other one which is for the descending, that is from the expensive one to the least expensive. So we are going to have else if sort is equals, which is descending, and also this one we need to have I'm going to just use this one because this is price wise. So copy this and paste it here, and in this case now I think you can be able to actually guess what we are going to do here, and this will be opposite of this. So this one we are going to start with B, and then here it will be A, like that. We are going to check for the discounted price, or we can use original price. So we are going to you can use original price or discounted price. I think we can use original price. Yeah, I think so. This will even work better. So original price, and this one also we are going to use original price. For this one also I'm going to use original price, because this one is the field that we are not going to omit in any product, because a product must have original price, but it can have no discounted price. So after that, now after all this, what we need to do is here we can now set the filtered products. So set the filtered products. Now what we are going to set for the filtered products is now the temporary products, like that, and then that everything is integrated together. So now in this case where now we are being able to, or where we are supposed to show the products, then we need to do some modification. So the first thing is here I need to remove this first of all, because this I was displaying one product after one product, but this time now I can be able to loop. Before also I get to start looping here, I need to set something else which will help you to not make mistake. So I'm going to just come here and take the products. So this is a products page. So you can see this products page here, and I can say dot prop. So you can see prop type. So all prop types, I think it's prop type or prop types, and then here I can this is prototypes. This is should be prop prop type. I don't know why uh, it's not showing, but it should have products dot prop type. So here I'm going to first of all specify that or import that prop type. So I'm just going to import here. I'm going to import types, prop types, and this one actually it's this one here. Actually, it's not showing here. So this is a prop types, and this one should come from prop prop types. You can be able to see that here. So after that, I can use now here you can see that we can set the props or the types of the props that you are using. So prop types, yeah, this one will have prop types, and we can specify the prop types. So for the first thing is cut. So for the cut here, and which is category, so we are going to have prop type, and then this one will be dot string, like that. Then you are going to have filters. So for the filters, I'm going to have a prop type, and this one will be an object like that. Also, I'm going to have a sort, and for the sort here it will be a prop type. Actually, I don't know why I'm misspelling, so it will be prop types dot, and you can see here it's an this for the sort here it will be just a string. So, and this also it should be prop. So let me specify here. So prop types. Actually, this one should be prop types. I don't know why I not getting it, but it should be like that. Also, this one should be prop types. This one, and we have the last here prop, which is a query like that, and it's a prop. Let me start with this prop types, and after that this also will be a string like that. So we only have one object, which is filters here, and I think everything now should be okay. But this one also it should be prop types. Yeah, you can see this one, it's prop types, and I can remove this here, prop types. So let me also confirm up here. We have prop types. Don't know why all this is coming here, so but I can just remove it. I want to confirm if this one actually we are using prop types here. So if I save this, let me first of all check if I have break my application. So this is my application. Okay, nothing have actually broke in this case, and you can see only one product is being shown here. So what I can do now is to make sure that I am looping to be able to show other products. So I'm going to remove this and cut and then here I can say filter. So filter products, we have our filtered products here, or what we did call those we called it filtered products. Yeah, so this one we are using filtered products, and then we can just say dot map. So here let me just go back and check for filtered. So filtered products, I don't know why it's not auto completing for me, so I'm just also going to check. So it's filtered products, so filtered products like that, and then dot map, because you can use map to be able to loop through the products. And here the first one should be map, and then the first, actually this one should be product, should be product, and the next one is index. So after that, now we can be able to now specify we can be able to specify what to return or what to show when we are looping. And in this case, we are going to show this. And actually, I can see here I have the error. Don't know where this error is coming from. So we have the index here, and we are mapping, and then we get the product and then the index, and then here we can have the we can set now after we are looping. Now here we can first of all have the link. So the link from React Router DOM, and then inside here now we can have let me just show you. Inside here now I can specify the product right there like that, but let me see why I'm getting this error here. Okay, and I think I know why I'm getting this error, and this is because first of all I have not checked. So I'm going to use this condition here, and that's why I was not getting, like there was an error here, because first of all, to be able to use JavaScript operations inside HTML here, or what we are calling JSX, then you need to use these curly braces here. So for this one here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a product dot image like that, and I can just first of all make sure that I see if there is any error. So in this case, I don't see anything. So I think there is something that is not going right, and we cannot see any product. So let me just make sure that I see where the problem is. And here, I can first of all make sure to debug to just console log the products and see if I'm getting any products. So products from my backend. So let me save that, and then I'm going to open my inspect here, and I can come up here, and you can see here actually the array is coming as an empty array. User request is not defined. Yeah, I know where the error is coming from, and this is because user request here we have not imported it. So I'm going to import user requests, and I think I can see it here, and it's not from the admin, so I don't know. Here, user requests, and this one is coming from let me just go one step up, and then these request methods here, and I can save this. So let's see if it's showing anything. So link is not defined. Yes, I know that, and that because I have not imported the link. So link here, and this one is from React Router DOM. Import this one, should be small I, and then this one should be from React Router DOM, like that. And I can save that. Let me see if there's any error. Yeah, for now we don't have any error, and here you can see we have our product. So yeah, we have our products shown here. Now these products here are actually from our database, so that is, we are integrating very well. So here the first thing that you can see is that we are having this image here, different images, but if you can see here the titles are different. So what I'm going to do is to also come back to where I'm passing the this image here, and I can open this component called the product here, and I'm going to also accept title here, and this title we are going to set it here like that, to pass in the title, but we also need to come up here to the products component, and I can be able to now also specify the title. So the title here, the title will be product dot title, like that. So if I save that and then come back here, now you can see the title now are different, but I want when I click on this here, I want when I click on a certain product here, it takes me to the detailed page of that product. So to do that, that's why I wrapped using the link here, and this link we are importing it from React Router DOM. So I'm going to come up here, for example, and for this case, I'm going to, because I want it to be random or to be dynamic, sorry. So here I'm going to use curly braces, and here I'm going to just use backtick. The first route here is product, and the other thing is I'm going to specify the ID of that product, and in this case it will be just be product dot underscore ID, because that's how the ID is from the database. So if I come up here and actually you can see when I hover over this product here on the bottom left, you can be able to see uh, the whole route. So when I click on this, you can see we are being redirected here. And when I go back, I can click on another image here and you can see, or another product, and you can see we are being redirected here. And that is it. And because we are not showing, like for example, a dynamic page here, like the products details, then in that way, something that we are going to do in the other video. In this part here, I'm going to concentrate on this part here. And also now the other part I want us to see is this part where when you click on search here, you can be redirected to this product list here. So I'm going to open now the product list page, so which is actually here. So product list here. So first thing is to make sure that I can collect these filters here and also the sorting here. So what I mean is that we have the filter products part here, and for the concern and maybe the skin type, and here we have sort for US, the price, and in descending and ascending. So let's come here, and in this case now you'll be able to see how easy it will be, because you can see we are just calling the products component here. So we are going to just make sure that we are going to pass in the props, and it will be able to filter. So so up here, I'm going to show different things. So let me create a variable. For the first variable is that I want to get is the query, because that is what we are going to search with. So I'm going to use location, and this is from React Router DOM, and also it's a function. So this one will give you location, and we already used it, so I'm not going to get into into it. So if you don't understand, just go back and watch other videos. So this one is should be query, and then here I'm going to get location, and in this case I'm going to take path name, and I'm going to split now. Like that, I'm going to split using this forward slash, and after that I'm going to take the second element, which will be our search term or our query. So we have our query. So let me create a filters variable. So actually this one should be state, because we are going to set the filters. So filters as a we are going to set filters as a state. So set filters, and then yeah, we can use state, and this one will be just object, like that. And the other thing is sort. So const let me come here and ask for add sort. We are going to have set sort, like that. And yeah, I'm going to use state, like that. And in this case now I'm going to have also for this one I'm going to have the newest as the default sort, because we are going to show the newest product from the newest product now to the oldest product. So after that, I need to also create a function that will be able to correct the filters. So here I'm going to have a function called handle filters, like that. And this function here, we are going to first of all have a value, and this value we are going to have to get it from e.target.value, and that means that we need to pass e or the event here as an argument. And after that, I'm going to have set filters this inside here, and I'm going to have like an object where I'm going to specify. I'm going first of all to spread the filters like that, and then after that I can be able to have now the e.target e.target.name like that, and I can have the value now. So the value like that. So it is that easy. So then the other thing is, now when we come up here to, for example, select, we are just going to have a, for example, you can see here the name, and then here on the select, I can use now on change. So we are having on change event and on change here, and for this on change here, I can now call this handle filters, because now this will be able to handle everything. We are going to pass in the event and then get the value. So when you click on the, for example, pigmentation here, it will be set as a value, and then the name here also will be it will remain to be concerned, because that's how the filters are working. So when I come here also, this one is brand. The only thing that I need to add here is on change event. So on change event, and this one going to place in handle filters. So also for the sort here, for example, so I think this one here should be a bit different. So for the sort, which is in on the left side, so I'm going to have let me just come here for when we are selecting. So this one is the price. First of all, the name here should be price, and but that doesn't even concern us, because we can use on change and then set sort direct. So let's have a set sort, and here we can have e.target, and we are going to have value like that, and then save that. So after that, now inside here, now we have our products, where the products, now you cannot set the products like this, because it is accepting, or it's accepting the query. So here I'm going to have the query, which is our query. Sorry. So query like that. So let me remove this space, and then we have the other query, which is filters. So filters, and for the filters also, we are going to specify the filters, and we are going to have a sort here, and we can specify the sort like that. So I think that is it. Let me see if it's working as expected. So for example, you can see here we have all the products from our database here. So when I click on this part here, for example, you can see actually saying that key is not defined, but we are going to check that. So let me first of all also check if I can search, for example, something like toners. And when I click on this part here, I cannot be able to see that. So this is something that we are going to work on from the next video now. So let me also inspect here, and you can see we are not getting any errors per now. We are going to see what is maybe what is happening right here. So have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in the last video, we looked at the product list page. So here, if I type, for example, things like serums, and then click on this search here, you can see that there's no product, and I think we have an error. So let's try and look where the error is coming from. So I'm going to right click here and also click on inspect, and I will come to this tab here for the network and maybe reload again so that we see where the error is coming from. So you can see that it's loading, and then I'll try and type something here that I want to search. And when I click on search icon here, you can see that we are sending any request here. So I'm just going back, and let me click again here. So I'm going to click like that, and I can see the error or the request. Yeah, you can see the request now has come up here. So when I click on this request here, you can see that we are getting an error here from our database, and you can see the message is extra field in the as text here, and also you can see the payload that I'm actually sending, but at this point I'm not sending any payload because it's a get request. For the headers here, you can see the URL that we are sending the request to. You can see there is a query params that is search, and then the search term is serums here. So let me see where the error is, and I think I know where the error is coming from. So I'm going to open my backend, and my backend I want to go to controller, and then under controller we have the product here. So where we are actually getting all the products here, you can see that we have a text search here, and this is what the error is pointing us to. You can see if I come here to the page response, you can see extra fields in the text here. So that is where it is pointing us. So it is in this text here. So here I think I misspelled this. So here I need to add a, and then I'll save that. Let's see if we are getting the same error then. So if I reload again, and let's try again, and this time I'm going to go back to the home, and then I can click serum like that, then try and make a request again, and you can see also I'm getting error. So this time you can see it's an extra field in the text. So that is because I have not reloaded my backend. So I'm going to restart my backend here, and for some reason I don't know why Node.mon is not working in my computer. So if you have Node.mon, there will be no need for you to be able to start again your backend. It will start automatically once you save your code. So I'm going back, and then I'm going to try and do the same search serum here. So let me do that, serums like that, and then click on search here. You can see now this request here, you are sending the headers here, and then you are getting the response here, nothing that you are getting from the backend. And if you check here, there is no error per se. So I think we are not returning anything. So I'm going also to come up here and try and see where the error is coming from. So yeah, I think I know where the error is coming from, because you can see here we are returning these s.products here only if we don't have this condition met here. So we need to put these products here so that we can be able to return something, because remember, if we have such query, that means it will only get into here, but it won't get into else here. So but always it must return products even if it is an empty product. So I'm going to save that, and then again I'm going to reload or to restart again my backend. So I'm going to just come up here and let us restart again like that, and it is connecting to the database. Then I'm going to come back here, and I can reload here. So after that, let's see, yeah, you can see now we can get the products here. So that is how you can be able to resolve the error. So also I want to close this page here. So you can see now we have serums here, and I can go back here and also click on something like toners. So you can come here and search for toners. So this is when you are searching, for example, a product in the database. So you can see we have toners here, and from here also you can click and go to this detailed page here for that product. So I'm going to click on the home page also, and again something else that I want us to see is when you want to have filters. So I'm going to click on serums, and when I click on search, you can see this one. So I want also when you click on filters, so let's for example try to filter using concern here. So I'm going to select pigmentation. So when I click that, you can see also we have an error here, and it is telling us that key is not defined. So let's go into our code and see where the error is might be coming from. So this, you are going to go to the product list, and here I'm not setting any key. So also I'm going to go to the product component here. So for the product component, I'm going to this place here where I'm setting the filters, I'm applying the filters, and let's see. So this is the product here. So let me come here, and I see the error where it might be coming from. So here I added key, and we want to add keyframe. This one should be key, not keyframes. So make sure that you have corrected that in your code. And again, now I'm going to come here and reload again this page. So I'm going to try and come here and maybe try pigmentation. You can see now it's filtering. So for now we don't have any concern about pigmentation, but I'm going to choose, for example, soothing, where I know that we have this category for concern. So when I click on soothing, you can be able to see that we have these two products here. Yeah, and also you can choose using brand here. So that is it. So you can see how it is working. So another thing is you can select using this the sort product here. So I'm going to go back here, then come to this part where we have serums, and when I click on this part here, and you'll be able to see this product. And since we have this 100 here as the price, so we cannot be able to do just sort using price and uh, descending in a descending or ascending order. So that is it. At least we have corrected the error that we had from the previous video. So now what I want is to push also my code. So let me come here, and I can click and add another terminal here where we have this on the bottom right, where we have this icon. So I'm going to add, remember right now we are in a branch called integration. So I'm going to commit, let me commit here, and this time I'm going to say integrate or worked on products display and filtering. Make sure that whenever you are adding or pushing the code, you add a comment that can help you to know what you did in that commit. So I'm going to push this. So git push, and again I can just add here my passphrase, and then I can push my code like that. Then I'm going to come up here and to my GitHub, then my repositories. So under repositories, you can see this repo here, and after that, then you can be able to see integration here has a pull request. So I'm going to merge with master. So create pull request, and after that now you can see it's checking for ability to merge, and hopefully we don't have merge conflict. Yes, we don't have. Then confirm merge. Then after that you'll be able to see that it has merged now. So I'm going to come up here, and again now let me just remove that, and we go back to our project. So here I want us to now concentrate on the product page, the detailed product page, because here you can see we have the image here, and you can see we have the title for that product here, and also the description. Also we are showing the rating, the price, and what's in the box here. And also again you can see here we are showing the wholesale price, and here also you can see you need to, when you click on this one, you are going to at least remove the quantity, and this one is for adding quantity. And then when you click on this, you add to the cart, you'll be able to see that here the amount, the number of products in the cart will be able to be added. So what I'm going to do is to open this page. So let me also close these other pages here. So like that, I want to just be left with, let me see. So this, we have the admin here, and then here we have our backend. So in our front end, we have a page that is called product, this one, and this is where we display like now all of those uh, details for that product. So here the first thing that I want is for us to be able to get the ID of the product, because you can see we have the ID of the product, and we are going to get that using use location. So I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to click on, or to add a variable. So we have a variable here that is called location, and I'm going to get location from use location, and use location is from React Router DOM. You can see we have imported it here from React Router DOM. Another thing is to get the ID, so const ID of the product ID, and this one we are going to get when we take the location, and the location have a path name. You can see the path name, and then from this path name I can split, and you can split and take split using the forward slash here, and then after that we can take the second like this second element, like that we are going to access the ID. So also I want to create a state. So here we are going to have a state for the product. When you fetch the product, it will be stored in this variable, and then we are going to have set product. And again here I'm going to use state, and here I'm able to import it from React, and then it will be just an empty object that will hold our products details. So after that I need to have a quantity that will hold the number of the products that we want to add to cart. So this one will be quantity, like that, and then here we have a set quantity, like that. This one we use state also, but in this case here, remember the quantity must be either one and or more than one, because we cannot be having a zero product or negative zero or negative number product. So here also I want to have I think for now these are okay. So now the other thing that I'm going to do here is to set price first of all. So we are going to have this price here. And now the first thing that I'm going to do is that since we have this quantity here, I'm going to replace it so that it will be dynamic. So I'm going to replace here to get a quantity, like that. The other thing, so if I come up here, and you'll be able to see still 1, and this because we have set by default it will be 1, because you cannot have a 0 product or negative. But if I come here and change this and like that, then and come back here, be able to see the quantity is changing here. But in this case, what I'm going to do is let me first of all make sure that it's 1 by default, and then we are going to change. So I'm going to create a function here to change that quantity. Once you click on minus icon, and also when you click on the plus icon, so I'm going to say handle quantity, and I'm going to have action here, either when we want to decrement or increment, and here I can have now the function. So here I'm going to take the action. So if the action is equals to, I'm going to call it dec, which is the decrementing. So this one here, so I'm going to change that to, if it is decrementing, then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set quantity here. So the quantity, I'm going to take the quantity like that, and then I'm going to set it to, first of all, 1, like that, or just first of all to check if the quantity is 1. If it is 1, then we are going to have the quantity as 1, else then we are going to get the quantity to be quantity minus 1. That means because we are decreasing the quantity, and this is to make sure that we are not going below 1 product, because if we don't do this condition here, it will go below 1 quantity. So I'm going to take also if here the action is equals to inc, which is increasing. Then again here what I'm going to do is I'm going to set quantity. So send quantity, and this quantity here, let me have a quantity, it will be just quantity plus 1, like that. And I can save this, and this way it is simple because it's just adding. We are not going to check if it is -1 or if it's less than 1 product. So I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to see where I have these icons for adding or minusing the product. So here I'm going to have I'm going to call on click, and here I can be able to now call the handle quantity. So when I'm calling the handle quantity, I'm going to pass in, so I'm going to call it handle quantity. So you can see handle quantity, and here I want to pass in the action. So in this case, because this one will be decreasing, I'm going to add here dec as a decreasing action. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to come up here to plus icon. Actually, it should be here, and add on click event. But in this case here, it will be increasing. So inc, like that. So I'm going to save that, and we can try and see if it will be able to increase and decrease. So when I click on this, you can see that it's actually adding here. If I add again, you can see it is adding. When I click on this, it's actually decreasing. But when you click on 1 here, you can see we are not going below 1 product. And this is because we have this condition here. So let me show you the condition. So we have, let me come here and show you the condition that we have here. So this condition here. So if we actually never did this action, so for example, we just came here and actually made sure that it's quantity minus 1 here. You see here we are not going to have for example, a functionality to work as we want. So when you click here, you can see you are going negative, so which we don't want. So I'm going to go back here and add the condition here that we are checking. So the other thing that I want us to look at is the price, but that I'm going to add later on. So here I want us to fetch the product, of which now, because we already had fetched the product, what I'm going to do is just copy and paste the function, because already we had this function in our backend to get one product. So you can see here we have this where you can be able to get one product. We are going to use user request and dot get, and then you can get the products from the products route, and then find, and you can use the ID. The ID is the one that you are getting from the location here. So after that, you can set the product, and now when we have the product, we can be able to get the information like the title, the description, and all of that. So here we have not imported the use request function. So I'm going to copy and paste it here like that. And if I save this, and now I can come here, for example, and change. So this one I'm going to call product, and I can say product dot title. Let me see if this is working. Save that. I'm going to come back here, and you can see here use effect is not defined. That means we need to import it. So here I'm going to get use effect, and if I come back here, yeah, you can see now the title is being set dynamically, and we are getting it from our database. Another thing is here we need to have a description. So I'm going to actually remove that, and yeah, I can say, for example, product dot disk, like that. That is a description, and we can come up here and you'll be able to see that we have the description. So the other thing is price, and in our case we have a lot of prices. So we have wholesale price, we have discounted price, and also we have the original price. So what I'm going to do here is to create a function, or rather I'm going to copy a function and then I'm going to explain it. So we are going to have a function that will be called handle price. So let's come here and add the handle price right here, and here you can see that we have this handle price where we are going to pass in the original price, the discounted price, and the whole price, minimum quantity, and the quantity. So this one, it will first of all check if the quantity is greater than minimum quantity, and we have discounted price. Then it will take the discounted price and make sure that it's equals to wholesale price, and then price will be equals to discounted price, and then it will return the price. So else if we have the quantity as greater than minimum quantity, then we have the original price. That original price will be equal to the wholesale price, and the price will be equal to original price, and then it will return the price. So if we only have discounted price, then price should be just equals to discounted price here, and it will return the price, and else the price will be just be equal to original price. So if you go through this function, you'll be able to understand what I'm actually implementing here. But now where we have the price, we are going to just call this function called handle price, and we can pass in all we can be able to pass in now the details from the product that we have fetched from the database. So for example, where we have let me see, where we have, for example, this price here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in now this function here, and I can pass in now here like that. I can pass in the product.original price, product.discounted price, product.wholesale price, and then product, and then you can see I'm checking if it's undefined or we don't have wholesale minimum quantity, because this means this is because sometimes it is not a must you have a wholesale minimum quantity. And then when I save this and come back here, so you can see actually it's $90, and you can add here. So when it clicks to minimum quantity, wholesale quantity, then it will just be able to take now and take the wholesale price. So another thing is I want to change here. Let me see where we have the wholesale. So here I misspelled that. So here we need to have also the wholesale price, and this one I'm just going to call here. So this one I'm going to call product dot wholesale price like that. And let's see if you're able to get that. You can see it's $80 here. So another thing, I think that's all that I wanted to add here. So I think everything is working as expected. So from the next video now, what you are going to do is that when you click on this add to cart here, you'll be able to add the product to the cart, and then we are going to proceed to the cart, and then from the cart we can be able to implement the checkout. And of course there is something that I have forgotten, and this is to change the image here. So let me just come here and see where I have this image. So this one should be product dot image like that. And if I save that, come back here, you can see now we are able to see the products. And when now you click any product, the information now on the detail page will be dynamic. For example, let's click on this here. When I click on that, you can be able to see that this product is different. You can be able to add the quantity, and now from the next video here you'll be able to actually click on add to cart here. So you're going to do that. And there's something that I needed you to be able to see, is that also I had forgotten to add here the wholesale quantity here. So I need to change that to up here so that we can be able to see the quantity for the wholesale. So if I come here, we have the can come here and add the product, and then dot wholesale minimum quantity, this one here like that. And I can come back here and you'll be able to see here, you can see as from the $45 here or from 3 products here, you'll be able to get $45 per now for each product, and this is a wholesale price. So if I add here to, and then we exit the 3 quantity, then you see here that the price will change. So let me highlight like that. So when I click to 4, you can see it has changed now. The price has changed to $45. So that is the implementation that I have done, and I want you to go through this function here for the handle price and then understand what it's doing. I know it's a little bit complicated, but you'll be able to understand if you go through it several times. So that is it. I want to end my video here. See you on the next video. Have a great Hello and welcome back. So in today's video, we are going to continue doing our integration, and in the other video, we looked at how when you click on any products here that you can see, you can go to this page where you have a detailed product page information, and here you can be able also to click on adding the quantity, and also you can see here that we already actually displaying information from our database, and also we looked at our wholesale price and everything. So in this video, what we are going to do is that first of all, I want to change here because I forgot to change what is an inbox here, and this will help you to be able to at least be able to know what you are going to get or what will be packaged when you order any product that is from this website. So here now what I'm going to do is that I'm going back to my code, and where I have in my front end, where I have a page or pages, and then I go to the product page here, then there's somewhere that we have this part. So I can just come here and change this. So this one I'm going to just say product dot title, like that. And when I save this, go back to my code, you see that it changes here. So I think also you can specify this from a backend, or maybe actually you can make sure that you add what is the inbox in your backend, because right now you know how we are doing things. You can add more functionality to this application. So also we handled you can see here, for example, we handled the wholesale price. So for example, when we add to more than 5 items, then we get the whole price of $80. So I want you to make sure that you are keen looking at this price here, and you'll see that it will change to $80. So you can see when you surpass 5 items here that are specified, then it changes to $80. So that is it. So what I'm going to do is that now let me continue with other functionality. Of course, I wanted us to continue with adding to the cart, and we can be able to see the products in the cart, but I'm going to first of all go back to my backend because there's something that I forgot, and I want us to go systematically. So here for the banners, I want us to handle this for today, where we can be able to add the image, the title, and then subtitle, and then also show the banners here. Also in that case, also we are going to update in our front end the banners that you can see here. So I want us at least to have banners, random banners, because that is what we were also to implement in this project. So let me go back, and I'm going to close all these pages. Let me close this one. I'm going to just leave this new product here because there's something that you are going to need it from it, and then navbar. So here I'm going to close that, and then for the admin here also I'm going to close that. So here for the banners, I want us to create some variable that will handle our inputs. So for the first thing that I'm going to have is selected image, because remember we are going to select the image like just the way we did when we were selecting an image for the new product. So here I'm going to just say set selected product, like that, and then we are going to use state. So use state here. So you can see it has been imported, and this one will be null. And also here I can have other things. For example, the title, that will be able to handle the title. So this one will be set title, and this is the title of the banner. I'm going to show you that. So use state here, and first of all it will be just an empty string. So also we need another one, that is subtitle. So subtitle, and this one also is set subtitle, like that. And here we can have also as an empty string, like that. And then I think that's what we actually need right now, but also we can add others. So let me add all of them. So we are going to have also another one, and this one will be for the banners, because we are going to fetch the banners from our backend. So this one will be called set banners, and here we can have use state, like that. This one will be just an empty array, and after that we can have, after banners we can have upload or uploading. So I'm going to have uploading here, and then set uploading, like that. And then this one, of course, it will be like the other upload from the that we had in our new product. So I'm going to just copy the text here. There's no need for us to write all the text, and we already, it's the same thing with what we did here. So actually I'm going to copy this. First of all, the upload will be 0%, and then when we upload it will be 100%. So I'm going to paste that here. And now the other thing that I want us to do is to implement where if you come here, you'll be able to see that when you click on this, it should work the same way that we did with our new product page. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to come up here, and then I'm going to copy this one, image change, because we are going to need this. So copy image change here, and I'm going to paste in our banners. So our banners we have here, like that. So if you are not understanding what we are doing, you can kindly go back and watch, so that you'll be able to understand. And here you can see this one, I actually made a mistake. This is handle select image, like that. So yeah, you can see that. And the other thing is I'm going to copy, because this one is the similar thing. I'm going to copy from from here where we have the label until where we have the input here, like that. So I'm going to copy that. I think I can copy from this part here, and we can copy until here where we have the product name. So let me copy that, and here I can do let me just come up here, and where we have the image right here, you can see we have the image. So I'm going to copy this and remove it. So until maybe here, let me just add that there. So I can see there's an error. So let me see where the error is coming from. So I think it's because divs. So let me just go back and let me see. This one is closing this one here. So let me try and add it inside here, and let's see. So yeah, it's giving me error. So let me see why it's giving me these errors. I think it's because I have not closed one of these divs. So this div here, you can see there's a div that is not closed. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just come back here, and I am going to see, for example, if there's one div that is not closed, I'm going to remove it, and I can save that. I want also to format my code. Let me format my code here, And now I can save this. Let's see if we can be able to select an image and then set here. So when I click on this part here, now you can see it is actually able to select, and I can come here to where we have our project, and inside our project I'm going to come up here to our front end. So we have our front end. Let's see if we can see the banners, and it's inside assets, not asset actually. Let me just go back here, and it is inside our public here. And you can see here we have beauty banner 1, beauty banner 2. So I'm going to actually take one of them. You can see now it's being displayed here, and you can see here we have upload is 0%. So when we click on this, it will be uploaded to 100%. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make sure also that we have a space. So for example, this one I'm going to give a margin top of, let's say, something like 20 pixels, because I see there's no space, and that is because we have copied a code from the other page. So I think this can help. Let me see if this one will help. Yeah, so I don't think it's helping. So what we can do here is that I have added the margin top here. What I'm going to do here is that let me remove this here and place it down here where it will be outside that div, so that we see how it will look like. So if I save that and then come back here, yeah, you can see now we have a good space. So now I want us to work on this title and subtitle, and that is very easy because already now we have done that several times. So here I'm going to click on change, or to add on change, and then I'm going to first of all get the event, and then I'm going to get set title, and here I can be able to add e.target.value like that. I'm going to copy this also again. Let me copy this, and I'm going to paste it. So I'm going to paste it where we have a subtitle, this here where we have this input, but this time this one will be just subtitle. So set subtitle like that. Again, now here I'm going to have a function, and this one will have an event, but this one it will be on click. So on click, and here I can have handle upload like that. So I'm going to take this here, this, and create a function called handle upload. Copy that. I'm going to come up here, and now I can create a function like that. And actually, because everything already we have done in the other this new product here, so I'm going to copy everything from here inside here. Let me copy this like that, and I'm going to paste it here. But of course, there's things that we are going to just change. So let me just add here a weight. Here we having a weight, and then so meaning that here we need to have a sync like that. Another thing is to import Axios, because we don't have Axios here. So I'm going to import this Axios so that we can make a request to Cloudinary. So copy that, and then here I'm going to paste it like that, save that, and we can come up here where we have upload. So first thing is to take the image here and then upload to Cloudinary. The other thing is here we need to change to banners. The endpoint here will be banners, and for here for the image, yeah, we are going to upload URL, and here we are going to also upload the title and the subtitle. So I'm going to upload here. I'm going to upload the title here. It is called the same way in the database, so there's no need to make sure that there's no need for us to change the name. So I'm going to have a subtitle also. So I don't know if I created that here as a subtitle. So I don't have like actually it's not here. I don't know why I'm actually making this stupid mistake here, because it is should be here. So this one and also this one I need to change, because here I already had done this change here. So we are making request here to banners. So banners like that, and then here we can have now, let me come up here. We are going to have the title and we are going to have subtitle like that. So save that, and the other thing that I want us to do is to get user request file or the function to be able to make the request using Axios. So copy this and I'm going to paste it up here like that. So I want us to see if it will be able to upload the, we are going to upload the banner to our backend. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to copy several things. For example, this is let's say our subtitle. So I'm going to come up here, and also I want us to inspect, because this is how one of the things that you can use to debug. So for example, this is the network, and I'm going to close this part here. So I'm going to select now. So I'm going to select this time banner 3 like that, and I'm going to have the subtitle. So the subtitle, I'm going to add it here, and we have the title. So grow with confidence here, and then like that, I'm going to paste it in the title here. So I'm going to try and make HTTP request to a backend. So when I click upload, let's see. So there's nothing that is happening. I can't see anything. So let me actually reload here and see if I can, we have uploaded, but I don't know why it is not actually, actually, let me just click on these banners here. So yeah, you can see there's nothing that has been added. So let me see if my backend is running. Yeah, and you can see my backend is running here. I'm going to restart it. So let me see my backend restarting, connected to the database. Yes. So now the other thing is to make sure that handle here, handle upload it is being clicked. So let me just come here where I have the button, and you can see on click here handle upload, and now let me see if I can also, this is the handle upload here, or this one is the banner banners or banner. So I'm going to confirm that also in my backend, because these are some things that you need to make sure that you can counter check. So for example here, yeah, we have, it is banners. So I'm going to try again now, and let me just come up here, and actually I can see here it's loading. So I'm going to open the inspect again, and this time also I'm going to click again like that. I can't see anything. So yeah, I can see here is as if we have an error. Yeah, so E is not defined. I don't think that is the issue as per now. So I'm going to reload here again, and then I'm going to click on this, get the banners, banner 3, select that. I'm going to have the title here like that, and then the subtitle from this part here. So let me copy this and I'm going to paste it here like that. So when I click on upload here, you can see it is telling me that E is not defined. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to actually pass in E, because that means that's where the error is, because you can see here we are using E.prevent default. This is because we don't want this page to reload when we click on this button here. So another thing is I think now, because it will hit on our backend, then we can truly open our network. So click upload, yeah, and you can see here it's pending, and then you can see here it's 200, and yeah, you can see it's 200 payload. We actually sent the image here, the subtitle, and then this one, grow with confidence. And let me see here if there is any that has been added. So I can click orders and then click again the banners. So there's no banners that actually it has been added. I thought that banners was not added, but in this case it has been added. So what another thing that I want us to do is that I want to have at least 2 banners. So let me create another banner here. So this time let me select the second banner, and I think for this one I'm going to just use the same thing. So let me just paste that there, and this one I'm going to say products that stands out like that, and then I'm going to paste again like that. And let me come here to my DB and see if the second banner has been uploaded. So we have that banners here, and yeah, you can see we have 2 banners. So the other thing that I can do now is to make sure that here I have the other banners are being displayed here. So what we are going to do is I'm going to create another use effect, and this one I'm going to just copy the code and then paste here, because it's very straightforward. And here where we have this, I'm going to paste this one here, and I'm going to also make sure that I import use effect. So if you come up here, you can see I have a use effect here. And now the other thing is we want to make sure that we are able to get the banners from our backend and display them here so that we can show them here. So you can see this is dummy data and we want to show it. So let me do it now. So for the example, I want to make sure I know where I want to loop. So for example, it's this one here. I'm going to remove, for example, this one. And also for this one, I'm going to have this that I'm going to use as a template, then we can loop. So I'm going to remove that and then come here, and I'm going to say banners, and I can just say like look if it is undefined, don't throw error. So then here I can have the banner, and you're going to have index. After that we can call the this now our template here like that. And now we can change, for example, for this one we are going to display now the image. So image, and then also I'm going to have the title here. So banner dot, it is banner dot image, no sorry, title. And then the other thing is here I'm going to have a banner banner and then dot subtitle, yeah, subtitle, yeah, like that. Then again I want to do something else, which is to add a key here. So a key, and this one will be indexed like that, so that we don't have error when we are looping. So if I come back here, you can see it is telling me that image is undefined, and yeah, it's telling me that image is undefined. So let me see why it's telling me the image is undefined. So this is on 977. 977, the image, oh actually yeah, this one should be banner dot image like that. So save that, and now we don't have that image now. We don't have that variable called image. So here you can see, now we have our, here you can see active banners here. So also we want to show these banners in our front end, but before that I also want to have this delete functionality. And now, because already you know what I'm doing, you can go ahead and implement this. But if you don't want to, or you don't know how to implement, then I'm just going to have that function, and then I'm going to copy it in the code. So let us do that. Here I have the function to handle that, and I'm going to paste it here like that. Here we are going to just pass in the ID, and then it is going to make a request to our backend. But in this case now the banners route, but with an ID and a method to delete. So like that. So here where we have the button, then we can pass in the on click event, and then this function handle delete, and then banner underscore id, and then it will be able to delete. So for this handle delete here, you can see we are making request to banners and then id, and we are making a delete method here, and then after that you can reload this page. And I don't want to test that functionality because we are going to lose our banners here. So what I'm going to do is that I want us now to go to our front end and display those banners right here, and it will be able to select banners randomly. So it will show a random banners. When you reload, you will see a different banner. When you reload, maybe one the banner can just remain, or maybe be replaced by another one. So let's do that. So now if you check on our backend, so let me just come here to our backend, you see that we have a route for banners, and then when we go to this route here, you can see also we have a get random banner here. And this is what I'm going to do right now, is to now hit this route, and it will give me a random banner, so that when users are actually visiting your website, they can see random banners. So you can have two users who are using your website at the same time, but on their homepage here, the website is showing different banners because it is fetching a random banner from the backend. So I hope that you understand. And also I have demonstrated in the introduction video, so I don't think that is something that confusing. So I'm going to uh, actually close this. And also again is that you are going to understand once I implement it. So here I want to go to the banner component, and here I'm just going to also paste this code here. For now I know that you have understood how to fetch the data from our backend, and that's what we are doing right here. I need to import this, paste that banner, or to just import use state. And also I want to import use effect like that. And then here you can see fetch random banner here. We are hitting this in endpoint banners and then random, and then we set banner res.data here, and then if we have an error, it is failed to fetch. And then the other thing is here, you can see it is giving me like if there is no banner, then it will show loading. So after that, I'm going to show now in here in our banners, I'm going to show now the image from now our backend here. So now you might maybe not understand what we are going to do with our background image here, but for now, actually, I'm just going to leave it like that. And then I'm going to show you how we are going to do that. So banner.title, or it's subtitle. I think it's subtitle. Yeah, it is subtitle. Then here we are going to have our banner.title, banner.title, like that. Yeah, so you can see that, and then let's come here. Yeah, you can see it actually is not showing anything. I don't know why. Let me reload. You can see here it's just showing this. Yeah, it is not showing our title. So I think let me see here. It should be banner.subtitle and banner.title. So I don't know why it is not showing this, but we are going to confirm what the error might be, where the error might be. So here I can also just come up here, and where we have the URL, and what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to add these two hyphens, and then I can say banner.image like that, and we should be able to show that to show like the banner image. So after we have added this hyphen banner.image here, also the other thing that we should do is to have a curly brace here, so that it will be able to take like this hyphen banner.image. And then the other thing is also we need to have a backtick here. So a backtick here, and also we are going to have a backtick that is closing here like that, and then save that. Let's see if we are going to be able to see the banner. So yeah, you can see it's not showing. We are not able to see the banner. So what I'm going to do is to let me just come up here, and I'm going to inspect. So let me inspect here. Okay, for the network, and see where the error is coming from. So let me try and fetch here. So for the banners, so actually here we have for this part here, let me see if I can get the banners. I'm going to just come up here, and I don't see anything. So what I'm going to do to debug, I'm going to just console log. So console log, and then see if I can see the banner. So I'm just going to come up here and console.log, and then banner like that, and then save first of all. And then here I'm going to come up to the console here, and you can see here actually it's loading, and it's actually here it's giving me like an empty object. So if I do that again, let me reload. You can see here we have the you can see here we are having like the product, but this one here comes as an empty array. So let me just come up here, and then the other thing, let me open here. Actually it's giving me like an empty object here. So let me see where the problem is. So it is banner / random. So I can use postman so to hit this endpoint here. So let me try and do that. copy this, and I want to see where the error is coming from. So I'm going to open my Postman, and I don't know why. Okay, so it's actually showing a banner here, and yeah, let the Postman open. So here I'm going to just use my Postman, and I'm just going to use any route. So for example, this here, I'm going to paste this one here, and then I'm going to use get, because it's a get request. Then when I try and make requests to this endpoint here, you can see we are getting actually we are actually making requests and we are getting the banner. So the issue might be our front end. It's not making a request, and I don't know why it's not doing that. So you can see here it's actually getting an empty object. So what we can do here is to make sure that I'm making a request. So do I have user request? Actually, this is where the error is coming from. So a stupid mistake again. Sorry for that. So use user request, this one. Yeah, I think actually this one should be from now. I think let me import it manually because it's taking a user request from our admin. So this one I'm going to here, and I can save that. So here, let me see if now we can if I reload here, it will be able to make a request. So make a request here. Yeah, you can see now here it's giving me like a discover like the text from our backend now. So the only thing that we have been left with is the image is not showing, and we need to troubleshoot that. But you can see the URL is right here. So what we can do is let's come up here and see where the error is coming from. So we have our banner.image, and then here for our backend here, I can see also actually it's we have our class name here, we have our relative, we have our background here, we have our URL, and then here we pass in the banner.image. And so the other thing that I forgot to do here is that I need to add a style. So let me do that. So here I'm going to add a style actually, and here we have a style. We are going to get background image. So background image like that, and then we can have now we are going to have a style here, and then specify the background image here, and then we can have the backtick. And for this backtick here, now we are going to specify the URL, and after the URL here we can have now after this URL here we can have the $sign, and also we are going to have now the banner.image like that. And we can save this and see if we can be able to display. Yeah, you can see actually it's displaying. So now we are having the banners from our backend also. And the other thing is also when you reload, it should give you random banners, but because we don't have many banners, you can see, for example, it will be able to pick like almost the same banner at any given time. But when you select again, you can see it is changing. And then when I reload again, then you can see it is actually changing the banners. So that is how you are able to create a website that can show you random banners at any given time. So yeah, so you can see how it looks. And also the other thing that I can do here is I can add as many banners as possible, and it will have our front end here will have a variety of from a variety of banners to choose from, and they will be selected randomly. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Have a great day. See you on the next video. And welcome back. So in today's video, now we are going to continue with our integration, and today's video I want us to look at cart and how we can add a product to cart. So you can see here we have this cart here, and when you click here you'll be able to see that this data that we have here, we have hard coded it. And now I want us to be able to continue so that we can be able to make sure that on this part here we can get the product when we add to the cart. So what we are going to do is that I'm going to proceed with now the product page here. So I'm going to come up here. I'm going to close the banners page and also everything that we don't use, that we are not using. So what I'm going to do now is first of all, I want to push my code to GitHub, because now we have done a major changes also. So I'm going to just add, and I can see here git commit and then -m. Here I can say added, or I can just say that added integration of banners and maybe what let me just make sure that here is the spelling is okay. Integration of banners, and actually I can just leave it like that, and then I can push. So here I can see there's a problem. I have a triple M rather than double M for commit, and then I can push now my code. So let me push the code. So let me add it here, push like that. Then after that, I'm going to come here to my GitHub. So also you can follow my GitHub so that you can see other projects that I'm going to build in future. So here I'm going to open repository, and in this repo you'll be able to see that there's a pull request that needs to be merged. So I'm going to compare and pull request here. So let me create a pull request, and after that I will be able to merge with master, because that's how we actually make sure that we are tracking what we are doing. So I have merged, and I'm very sure if you come here to the insight right now, let's come here to the network, you can see how many times we have merged with our masters. But that is something that we are going to look in another video, separate video, how to work with GitHub. So what I'm going to do now is I want us to go right here in our product, and remember in other videos we actually created Redux. So if you come here, you can see we have a Redux and we have cut reducer, and now this is what we are going to use. For example, when we are adding a product here, when we add product, we'll be able to use this add product. When we remove product also, we are going to use this function. We are just going to pass in the action, which will be payload. Also, when we want to clear cart, we are going to call this function using reducer. So now I'm going to come up here and I want to import several things. First thing that I want to import is use dispatch, because we are going to use it when we are adding to the cart. So here I'm going to just import from React Redux. You can see here we have React Redux. So here I want to import something that is called use dispatch, like that. Then using that, I can come up here and then I can say const dispatch, and now I can call use dispatch as a function. So like that. That is something that also I need. The other thing that I need and I'm going to copy is I'm going to require a toast, because remember when we add a product to the cart, we need to show a successful message. We are going to use toast. And also I want to move this here down so that we have a space where we can work in. So, and also I want us to import the CSS for the toast, and like that. Then the other thing that I want is that I want us to now create a function here. Let's create a function under this handle price. I'm going to have handle add to cart. So handle add to cart like that. And then this one is a function. So I'm going to add const handle cart, and then here it's like that. And then after that, now we are going to implement here the function. So when you click on this button here, let me see which button. So we have a button here, and when we on click this function here, I'm going to call that handle add to cart like that. Then inside here we can implement what we want now. So how to add to cart? So what I'm going to do right here is, first of all, I'm going to have a call a dispatch function, and then the other thing, I'm going to call add product, and this is now from the cart redux. So if you come up here, you'll be able to see that we have imported this add product here. And after that, I'm going to open this function, and inside here we need to add, let me open here, we need to add the action, and the action is just a product with other various things. And well, you can see here, for this we need to pass in the products, the quantity, the email, and the total. So here actually it's not this one. We are going to pass in a payload, and this payload will have products, will have email, and will have the total will be calculated. Actually, it will just be calculated, and then quantity also we are going to pass in the quantity, and then it will be able to add a quantity. So here I'm going to spread the product. So let me spread the product here. So that's the like details of that product. And the other thing that I'm going to pass here is the quantity, and also I'm going to pass the price like that. So these are things that will be required once you come here. They will be you can see here there will be action, and then what will happen is that it will take state dot quantity here, it will take state dot products, and then push like the payload, everything that we have pushed. So here it will be quantity, we take quantity, products will be pushed here, state dot email, we are going to pass the email also. So here I'm going to also add an email, and because I don't have email right now, I'm just going to have email called jondo@gmail.com. If we had already logged in, and we would have added this. So I think that all. So I want to see now, I want to know if that has been added to the cart successfully. So I'm going to use a toast. So I'm going to just copy a toast and paste it here. So right now I had gone through the toast, so I'm hoping that you are understanding that host we are using to show messages. So also we have another, which is a toast container, which we need to add here, or where you want to add it. So this one is hover, and then we can have, let me add it like that. Yeah, and then I need to format this also. Format this like that. And before anything else, before we add this, I want us to console log so that we can see how the product will look like. So after we have clicked this function, I will just do console.log, and I want to see the cut. So how to see the cut? It will be very easy. So to see the cut, first of all, I'm going to select the slice. So I'm going to add here what we call use selector, and here I can say something like const, and after that I can just say const cut. I want to select now the cut using use selector. You use selector like that, and then inside here I'm going to have a state, and this state now I want to select state dot cut, which is a slice like that, and then I want us to make sure that we print here. So I think I have here I need to display like that. So console log. So I'm going to come up here, and so here we have add to cart functionality now. So I'm going to first of all make sure that I open my console, and here I need to visit the page here. So let's try and click on add to cart. So yeah, you can see here there is a problem. It is telling me that uncaught reference error action is not defined, and then it is specifying for me the problem is cut from cut redux. So I'm just going to come up here, and yeah, I can see where the error is. It's just a typo. So I'm going to save that, and now after that I can just come here and click add to cart. So you can see here product has been added to basket successfully, or you can call it cart. But you can see because it's the first time here, there is nothing that has been added until I click the second time, and now you can see we have a one product here. So you can see we have this one product, and then the quantity is 1, the total is 90. So let's, for example, now add a product here like that, add, let it to be 2, and then when I click again here for the cart, you can see now the quantity is 2 here, and then this one is 180. So yeah, so you can see how you can be able to see the things, how you are able to see the cart. And now the other thing that I want to do is that I want us to make sure that we display that information in this cart here. So I'm going to show that information here. So what we can do is that we can just go to the cart here. So actually it is under this page here. And remember already we have this use selector. So I'm going to just copy here, use selector, copy that and paste it here, because we need to now get the cart products. And the other thing is that I need to come up here and select the cart like that, and copy that, and then here I'm going to also paste this here. So here also I want us to have use dispatch, and because we are going to use dispatch especially when we are removing the product from the cart, so I'm going to add it here from the from now the product page here. So now here I have the cart, and already we have noticed that we can show the cart. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to display those products here. So where is the, let me just scroll here. So here we are showing the product, and you can see here the product is dummy data, that is. So I'm going to first of all cut this like that, and then the other thing is here we have this also the other product. So I think let me see how we can loop through it. So we have this here, which is should be actually here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this and until here like that, and you can see there's something that is odd here. So what I can do is, I think it's actually until here, so I'm going to copy again. So let me select it again. You must know where the div is closing. So in this case, I think it's here. So cut that. Yeah, you can see there's no error. So I'm going to just take cut, and then inside cut now we have products. So products, and it's an array. So I'm going to first of all make sure it's not undefined so that we don't show error. So here I'm going to get the product. So the product, and I'm going to just make sure that I have I can loop through it. So I'm going to come up here and paste, yeah, like that, and I can format this code. So here is where I'm looping. So you can see here I'm starting to loop. So I'm getting the product and the index, and as usual we need to set the key. So the key here, which is index. Now if I save this and go back here to my code, and something else that I need you to notice is that when we display the cart, you can see we have the products and the quantity total here. So let's go to the cart here. So if I click on cart here, you can see we have actually it's showing us that it has 3 product, which is okay, and it's true. So, and I know it's the same product. So here I'm going to now select this, and we can take the product title like that, and here I can also make sure that I display the subtitle. So this is product dot subtitle, and actually the disk, not subtitle, the disk, like that. Another thing here, you can display product total, not cut total. So product dot quantity like that, and then the price, so the product price. So here also we can do that, product dot price original, actually original price, like that. And I think we can just save this and come up here. You can see it's showing the product here, and you can see it's the same product. So here also I want us to make sure that we are displaying the quantity. So here what I can do is that I'm going to display the total. So if I come up here, so I'm going to just use cut dot total, the same as here, cut dot total like that. And when I save that, come back here, you can see the total is 360. So if you come up here, add 100 here, and these are 2. So it should come to the total of this. I don't know, I think there's somewhere that I have not added the way it should be, but I think because there's, yeah, you can see this is the original price, but there's somewhere that also I have added the quantity. It has the wholesale price. There's somewhere that also I took the wholesale price, so it should add to 360 as total. So another thing now that I want to do is to make sure that I can remove from the cart here. So to do that, I need to actually create a function called handle remove to the cart. And what I'm going to do right now, because already you're understanding what we are doing, is that I'm going to paste that function here. You can see it's just handle remove product, and then we pass that product that we want to remove, and then here we call dispatch, and then we call this remove product from the cart reducer. So if I come up here, and then you can see I have imported this remove product, and then here when we are clicking on this, let me just come here, this FA trash here, which is an icon to remove the product from the cart, I'm going to also have a on-click event that we are going to call remove handle remove product from the cart. So let me paste it like that. So we are going to remove product from the cart. So, and then let me now come up here, and let us try and remove a product from the cart. So if I click on remove, yeah, you can see actually we are updating the total here. Also, when I click that, you can see we are removing items from the cart, and now also I can click that so that we don't have any product in the cart. So another thing that you can see here is that it is not updating here, but I'm going to show you how to do that in a few. But already now you can be able actually to know how we do it. So here I'm going to click add to the cart, and you can see product has been added to the cart. And when a person comes in here, and yeah, you can see it's just one product, and it's just one product, and I don't know why it's taking. Oh, actually I'm not updating the image also. Sorry for that. Here also I need to update the image here, which is product dot image, like that. And if I come back here, now you can see here, you can see we are the same product here, but here we are not updating. So now it's very easy now to update the quantity here, because we are just going to select, I'm going to come up here to the navbar, because that's where we are showing the quantity of the cart. So where it is, it's in the component, then open navbar. So here up, I need to select the cart. So come up here. Let me first of all take this one here and import it. I'm going to import that, and we are going to paste it here like that. And another thing is that here we have this part here. So this part, we are not going to use this part. So let me select the cart, and like that, and then I'm going also to paste this like that. Actually it should not be like there, it should be like here, and yeah, you can see it there. And because we are not using dispatch, we can just remove it like that. And because now we are able to select the cart here, we can just come here where we are displaying the quantity, and right now I'm just going to add to say cart.quantity, and we can be able to display that information. So add.quantity like that, and then save that. If I come back here, you can see only one product. So let me just come up here again, and I can come up here and click on another product. Let's say this one here, and let's say add to, and then click add to the cart. Yeah, you can see we have added to the basket, and you can see here it's updating. It's now 2 products. If you come up here, you can see actually it's these are 2 products, which is 180, and then you add to this one is 180 plus 120, and also the shipping cost and everything. So what I'm going to also do here, you can see now these two products here, and I think this one is not also updating correctly, but we are going to deal with that later on. So another thing is to just implement this clear cut, which is very simple, and you can go ahead do that. So remove, let me just come here, and for this one I can copy this and come up here. This one will be clear handle clear product, like that, and then this one will just be, we are going to call it from. So this one will be clear cut, and this is from now. I'm going to remove it from now cut redux. Here you can see this function here, clear cut. So after that, now let me call that in this on click here. So on click, and I can call clear cut like that. So save that, and now let's try and clear the cut. So when I clear the cut here, when I click here, I don't know why it's not actually updating. So clear on click, it's clear cut, and for this I'm using dispatch then clear cut. Actually this one should be handled clear cut. This is where I'm doing a mistake, sorry. So I'm going to add it here like that, and then save. And then now when I clear on cut, you can see, yeah, it's removing every product. As you can see, it is updating here. So let's go back and try to add another one. So I'm going to open that and then add to cart. You can see it, we have added to the cart like that. And here you can see it's 2, quantity is 2. So if I come up here, so yeah, actually it's updating correctly, because if you take the one, I'm not using this one here. I'm using the price for 90. This is the original price, but this has discount to $90. So that's why you can see here, it is updating. This is the original price that I'm displaying here, but it should be discounted price. Or what I can do is that, actually, let me see here. Let me just open here so that there is no confusion. Let me see here something. So we have products, and for this case here I have 0. So I have this object here. So let me go back. Let me see also. Let me come up here and open another product like this one, and let me add to the cart. Yeah, you can see we have this. I just want us to see the products. This is the first product. You can see it has a price here. So I'm going to show the price, not original price. So let me come up here to the cart, and then where we are displaying product price, original price here, I'm going to have the price here. Actually, there's a logical error. So after that, now let's come up here where we have the cart. Yeah, and you can see now this one is 90 times 2, which is 180, and then 180 plus 90, which comes to 270 here. And you can see it's updating correct. Then shipping cost, we are going now in the next video to proceed to cart, where when we click here, we are going to use Stripe to make our payment. So see you on the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome back. So in the last video, we looked at how you can be able to add items to the cart here. And you can see right now we have one item here, and when you click on this remove here, you'll be able to remove that item from the cart. Also, if I come back to this home page right here and look one of the product here, I can be able to add it in the cart. So let me, for example, choose this product here and then add to the cart, and you can see product has been added to basket successfully. You can call it basket or you can call it the cart, the way you want, and you can see that item has been added here. So also you can remove the product like that, and also add another one, or you can do whatever you want, and also you can clear cart here. So now what we have been left with is to proceed to checkout, and we need, when you click on this button here, you'll be able to be redirected to checkout page where you'll be able to pay using your card using Stripe. So in this video we are using Stripe, and also I have already opened documentation right here for the for this Stripe payment, and I'm going to add this link to this documentation in the description of this video, so that also you can go through it and be able to understand what you are going to do. So also we are going to look at webhooks, and so that we can be able to receive the events once the payment has been done, so that we can be able to know if the payment was completed, or we can be able also to understand if the payment was cancelled by the user or the customer. So that's what we are going to do. If I click on the home page here, also you'll be able to see activities. So now let's get into the video and start coding our application. So now what we are going to do, if you check here, and if you have ever used Stripe, you know that Stripe has a pre-built checkout page where you can be able to use their pre-built checkout page, and you can see here an example of their pre-built checkout page. So if I click on this, you can be able to see how pre-built checkout can look like. For example, you can see this one here is simple, and also the other thing is that you can be able to customize it the how you want. So for example, also here they can be able to show you like the low code here, and several things here how you need to do it, and you don't need to write any code for this pre-built custom page for Stripe. So what I'm going to do here is to go through this documentation with you so that you can understand. And this one here, you can see the step one that you need to do is to install Stripe. So I'm going to come up here in my code, and in my backend I need to install Stripe. So I'm going to navigate to backend. So backend, and let me see, yeah, backend, and then here I'm going to install Stripe. So I'm going to add here npm install Stripe, because I'm going to need Stripe to make payment, and this one is required when we want to at least redirect customer to that Stripe pre-built page. I don't know why it's hanging here, but it's taking time, and we are not going to concern with that. And here you can see redirect customer to Stripe checkout, and this code we are not going to use, or we are not going to even bother with it. And now the other thing is this is the code also that you need to add in your backend, but because have a custom backend, I'm not going to use this. I'm going to use my own custom made or my own code, but it is similar to this one. We are just going through it. And the other thing that I want you to notice here is that we have this placeholders URLs here, which is for example, we have success URL here and we have cancelled URL. So when the payment is successful, then you can redirect customer to this page here. So for example, you can have a page in your front end where you have a success page where you'll be able to redirect that customer, and also you can have where when customer cancels that payment, then they will be redirected to a certain page here. So that is also something that I wanted you to notice. Another thing is that you can show success page that we have talked about. And also the other thing that I want you to understand is that right now we are not using like production ready Stripe. You can see here it is just we are using testing data, but when you are comfortable, when you have already actually made all of your, or you have made all of your the testing that you wanted, now you can proceed. For mine, you can see here I need to complete my profile. I also need to provide business details so that they can be able to verify me and I can go to production with Stripe. But I don't need that right now, because right now I'm just going to show you how to use Stripe in order to make payment. So another thing is that, let's go here back to the documentation. You can see here they have even given you a card to test. So for example, this card, which is 4242 and until here, so that is a testing card. And another thing, also you can see here many other things. For example, when you want to add discount, this is when you want to add shipping and also add discount in the pre-built page. That is, so you can click on this to know how you can add shipping details. So right here you can see how you need to add. But in this case, let's see if the Stripe has already been installed in my backend. And you can see here it has been installed. I'm going to clear this. And another thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to close on this front end here, because I'm not going to need to anything from it. So here where I have routes here, I'm going to create a page that is called stripe.js, like that. And here I'm going to add the code. So if you come up here where we have accept payment, you can choose if you are using web, you are using iOS or Android or anything. But in this case, because we are using web, we are going to use web. And you can scroll up to here. After creating a checkout session, redirect your customer to the URL returning the response. So you can see here we have this backend here where you need to call a post on this create checkout session here, and then you can pass in the details of what you are selling. For example, here you can see this is a t-shirt, unit amount is 2000, the quantity here. And the good thing with Stripe is that they will be able to calculate your total automatically. So let's do that. Of course, I have already added my code. So what I'm going to do is just to paste my code, and also we are going to go through my code and understand it. So let me paste my code here. So I have this code. Yeah, you can see my code right here. It's a little bit modified, and this is because I don't want to just go through it and just code, because it's same thing. Like you'll be able to understand. Actually, it's not like something that you not be able to understand. So they can see the first thing is that I'm going to import Express. I'm importing Stripe. Already you have seen that I have already actually, you can see already I have installed Stripe. Also, you can see here that I have imported .env. I have done .env config. For the order here, we are going to use this order here from the model. For the order, this is after we have actually verified that payment was complete, so that we can save to the database. So here, let me make sure that it's this order.model, and then make sure you add this extension .js, because we are using module here. So you can see here we have cut. Actually, I have skipped. So you need here also to initialize Stripe, and you are initializing Stripe and then add Stripe key. So that right now I've not added Stripe key. Let me see if I have added it. So you can see here we don't have Stripe key. So what I'm going to do is copy this. So we need to have this Stripe key here, and we are going to get this Stripe key from Stripe. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to add the key here. So where are we getting this key? So this key we are going to get from our dashboard, and here you can see that I have already an account with Stripe. So if you don't have an account with Stripe, make sure that you have signed up in the Stripe and then get your account. You can start testing it. So after that, you need to come up here to developers, and when you click on developers, you can also navigate to APIs here, and you need this secret key, and this is the one that you are going to use. So I'm going to click on reveal test key, and here I can be able to click and copy it. I'm going to come up here also and paste it like that. So this is my key. You need to also to create your account so that you can go to developers and get your key. So here you can see that we have added that, and now here you can see we have a router.post, and then you can see we are posting to this create and then hyphen checkout session. And then after here we are creating customer. So we are creating customer from Stripe customers, and then we can add metadata, for example, user ID, and this user ID we are getting it from request.body.user_id, and this is from our front end. So another thing that I want right here is to show you that after that you can see you need to have these line items here. So these line items here are the products that you are actually sending from the front end. So that's why you can see we are using request.body, and then under the body we are actually sending the cart. We are going to send the cart, and inside the cart we have products, and then we map or we loop through getting the product, and then we can show here, we can for example show the currency. Right now I'm using USD, and also you can add things like product title, product image, description. This will be shown in the pre-built checkout page, which will be made by Stripe. Also, you can see here unit amount, and you can see here this unit amount is because it will be shown in cents, and that's why you can see we are multiplying with 100. So also here it's a quantity. Quantity will be we are going to get from product.quantity. So another thing is after that you can see now we include line items here, and these are our products here. So another thing is that you inside here, for example, after Stripe checkout session, and then we create a session, you can see you can add customer, and under customer I'm adding this ID here. For the line items, these are the product here, mode it's payments, and then success URL here. You can see these are success URL here. So these I'm going to get them from process.env.client URL. So I'm going to copy this, and this is add them in the .env here. So after that I can add this, and here I can add the URL for my front end right here. So I'm going to come up here, and for this one I can just copy this here. I want the base URL for my front end, and I can come back here and paste this. For the cart here, now this will be just base URL, so I'm just going to paste it the way it is. But when you go to production, you'll just add your domain right here. So that is the base URL. And you can see when it is successful, I'm redirecting the customers to orders, or this one should be my orders, because in this case I have only my orders page. I don't have orders route. That is, I have my orders route. So I have cart page. When it is when the customer cancels, they are being redirected to cart. And then here you can see after everything I'm sending this URL, and this URL is the one that we are going to use in our front end to know where we are directing the user. So that is it. Now that is the first part, and this is to create a payment. So what I'm going to do now is to make sure that I have added the route so I'm going to come up here, and I can create another route for Stripe. So for the stripe, you have noticed that you are not using actually the controller. So I'm going to paste this here, and this one I'm going to add here as stripe route, like that. And then here this one will just be I can see here is we are using stripe. Let me see. So this is just a stripe and JS, not stripe.route. So yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove route because I've named it differently, but you can name it stripe.route.js. But in this case, I'm going to just copy it like that. And then here, also I'm going to copy this and paste it here. For this case here, I'm going to have a stripe. So this is stripe here. And this one, I'm going to accept stripe route like that. And then I can save that. So this is my code here. So now what I'm going to do right now is that I want us to see if we can get the that pre-built checkout and we can be able to make payment. So I'm going to first of all come here to my backend. So yeah, I have my backend here. So where is my backend? Yeah, it's right here. So I can close this, or let me just come up here, and then I can clear this, and then I can say index.js to restart my. Actually, you can see here I have an error, and I don't know where this error is coming from. So yeah, you can see here stripe.js does not provide an export and non-named default. So what we are going to do is something that I have forgot and which is very important. So let me actually make sure that I add that export default router. So here down we need to export this like that. So that is the error that we are getting. So after that, now let me restart now again. So you can see it is restarting my backend. So also I need to just make sure that this one I have pushed it down. So now let's come here to the cart where we have this button for checkout. So for the checkout here, I'm going to create a function here. So on click here, let me have on click like that, and then here we can have handle payment, or let me just call it handle checkout like that. And I can copy this, and we can be able to use to create a function up here. So where is that function? So here we have let me just come here and we can add that. So paste it here, and then like that. Then this is a function that we are going to call once we want to create a payment. So and then like that. So now in this function, I'm going also to paste the code here. I don't want to make a lot of typing. In this case, I'm going to just use the code that I had used earlier. So and then I'm going to explain, because that's something that you'll be able to understand very easily. So I'm going to paste it here. So like that. Also, I need to make sure that here I have a sync keyword, so that here we can call our backend, and you can see in our backend here we are calling this stripe and then checkout and then session. And this is because if you check here, you can see this is create checkout session here, and if you come up here, you can be able to see it is a stripe. So that's what we are doing. So here, let me also make sure that I have user request if I have not imported it. So because here I've not imported it, let me import. So I'm going to import. So I'm going to import from from now, what we are calling, let me just come here to request methods like that, and then here I can import user requests. So user request like that, so that we can use it to make a payment. So now that is okay. Now let's try and make a payment. So I'm going to come up to my application here. Let me go back and try and add another product to my cart. So here we have our product. Which product do I want to add? So I can add this one here. So let me add to the cart like that, and then I want you now to come here to the cart, and you're going to notice something. So I'm going to click on proceed to checkout. So click that. So, and then you can see here we don't have anything happening. So that means maybe we have an error or something. I don't know why I have that. So let me make sure that here in the cart, actually we are calling this function. So handle on click here, we are going to handle, we are clicking handle checkout. So to debug this also, I'm going to come up here, and so let me come up here and I'm going to the network, proceed to the network here, and I can try and make requests. So here I don't see if I'm making any request, so that means maybe this button is not clickable. And to make sure that it's clickable, we can debug by adding actually I can see here what is this error. So user is not defined, yeah, and that is because here in my checkout I have added actually I have not actually explained very well what we are doing right here. So here I'm making request, and then we are actually sending the cart. The cart entails the products and then the quantity and all that. And then here we are sending the user. And right now, because we have not logged in, I'm going to just make sure here that I am going to just add any ID. So for example, I'm going to add ID like that. For the email here, I'm going to add John Doe. So John Doe here at gmail.com. So, or I can just add my ID. Let me just add my ID. So my email. So also here for the name, I can add John Doe. So let me add John Doe like that. And then, so now we have eliminated that error. Now let's see if this will work now. So when I click on this proceed to the cart here, let me see if I've also saved so that it reloads. Yeah. So let me come here and click on proceed to checkout. So this one, you can see it is redirecting us to Stripe checkout here. So after some times, you'll be able to see products will be actually be displayed here. So it has redirected us, and you can see we can be able to make payment here. So you can see my product have been passed here, and also this other product, and you can see also here we are actually passing in the price, and also we are actually also giving, also here you can see I'm actually passing the description. And this is because when I make the request, so I'm passing in the cart, the user ID, the email, and the name here. And on the other side here, on the Stripe backend here, the other thing that you are doing is that we are actually receiving the data, and you can see here we are getting this user ID from we are getting this user ID here, we are getting the email here, we are getting the name, and also we are getting the cart. And here you can see that we are looping through. So we are getting the cart and then products, then we loop through, and then we are displaying the product, the title, the image here, the description, and then the metadata here. And then now you can see where we are placing these line items, which are our products. So that is the first part that I wanted to show you on how to make sure that we are getting this pre-built. We are getting this pre-built checkout here. And here you can also pay using Google Pay, but in this case I can add my email. So let me add my email like that, gmail.com. I can be able to add the test card. So 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, like that. Yeah, I can add any future date. So for example, 12/33. I can add any CVC, which is I can add, for example, something like that. Full name, I can add my name here, and my region, and also I can click on pay here. So when I click on pay here, it should, if the payment is complete, it should be redirect me to my orders. So click on if you click here, you can see it is processing. So it's processing for the payment, and you can see once it is successful, now we are directed to this page where we have the products, and it's simple as that. So that is something that I wanted to show you. So here you can see that we have made a payment, and let's go to the dashboard and see if that payment has been recorded. So I can click on here, and I think you can see, you can see, for example, the payments that have been added. I think I can see balances. So if I come here, you'll be able to come here to the transaction also. Let's see if there is any transaction. Yeah, you can see we have transactions that have been made right now. You can see it is have succeeded. You can see the email. You can see the payment method was this card. You can see even the description here, and many other things. You can export this. So yeah, that's another thing that you can be able to see. You can see the succeeded, and remember, this is the dashboard right now. This is the dashboard for the for your Stripe your Stripe account. So now the other thing that has been left here is to make sure that we are actually saving the orders to the database, so that we can show the user here, and also we can show the admin, so that also admin can be able to make sure that those orders have been those orders, they have been delivered, or they can change the status. And also you can see here, we need also to make like we can be able to make sure that we can rate this product, so, or any other product that we have, and we can be able to show them here. So that is it. So let's go and look something that is called webhook. So for the webhook, you need to come here to developers. So developers, and then you can come here to webhook, and for the webhook you need to create an event destination here. And right now, because we are not in production, so we are not going to use this add an endpoint here. So we are going to use test to test in a local environment. So to test in a local environment, you need to do various things, and they have given you steps. So the first step that you need to do is to download CLI. So, and this downloading CLI, it will depend on which platform you are in. So for example, in my case here, in the in Linux. So for Linux, I'm going to click here, and I'm going to go through how to install the CLI. I need to download from the GitHub, and you can unzip that file. And then for the Stripe here, I'm going to click on the Stripe, and I have already done that. So I'm going to show you. If you are using Mac OS, you can go through also this to be able to have a Stripe in your terminal. And if you're using something else like Windows, here you need to install Scoop. and you can see the scoop here. You need to install scoop. Yeah, so that you can be able to use scope. For the Docker, the same here. You can be able to actually go through the documentation. So for me, I have already done for the Linux because I'm using Ubuntu. So if I, for example, ls here, you can see I have a stripe here. So the first thing that when you come here you need to do is to make sure that you have logged in. So using the stripe in the terminal. So let me just click here, and I don't know if I will be allowed to log in again because already I have logged in. So I'm going to use stripe login here, like that. Click on login here, and I can continue. So already have logged in, so you can see. Yeah, so if you have not logged in, then you'll be able to log into your dashboard and make sure that you have already have account, so that when you click on that Stripe login, you'll be able to be redirected here. And you can see here it is sending me a code so that I can verify. So let me see my email here, the code that they have sent me, so that they can be able to verify it's me. So you can see here is still confirming, but then they need to send the verification. So I'm going to actually, let me come up here and copy my code, this code here, and I can come up here and paste it like that. And you can see continue, allow access, yes, and then I can add my password here, like that. Yeah, and then if you come back to the terminal here, you'll be able to see that it is have succeeded and it's done. But also you can be able to be able to see that it will only last for 90 days here. So another thing now, so let's go back. So we are going through the documentation. So where we were at here. So already we have we have downloaded the CLI, we have Stripe login, and you can see actually it's completed, and you can see even my computer here that has logged in. So here the other thing to do here is to have to actually forward the event to your webhook. So now we have not created our webhook, and we are going to do that right now. So after we have made our checkout here and we have made a payment, we need a way to know that we have, if the payment was complete, so that we can add that payment, or we can be able to create that order in our database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also copy another code for the webhook, and I'm going to explain to you. And this is something that you'll find that most tutorials will not be able to show you, or will not go through this step. So here you can see we have our webhook here. This is another function. So you can see here we had this one for Stripe for create checkout session, but in this case now we have another one for the webhook here, and this webhook here is the one that will be reasoning for events, and from those events we can be able to know if the payment was complete. And for example, you can see here one of the events that we are reasoning is checkout.session.completed, and then we can get for example stripe.customers, we can get the details that we already actually added in the customers here as a metadata, so we can get them on the webhook here. So I'm going to save this, and also let me reload again my backend. And right now I'm going to explain this once I'm done. So I'm going also to come up here, and I want to make sure that I am forwarding my webhook here. So to forward your webhook, you need to add it here, like you need to copy this command here. And another thing you can see, for example, this one here, you can actually run this command here, and this command will be able to test if your webhook is able to receive events. So I'm going to come up here and I can paste that command like that. But in this case, because my localhost or my backend here is running on a different port, I'm going to change, and also my endpoint doesn't look like this. So I'm running on port 8800. So I'm going to change that. So this one is 8800. Another thing is API, and then version 1, and then is we have Stripe, so that we have now webhook. And also here we are using /Stripe like that, so it will be able to reason and forward to this here. You can see it's 8800/API/ version 1, and I need to verify that. So I'm going to come here, and you can see is API version 1 Stripe and then webhook. So that is what you need to do. Make sure that you have the correct backend, and then I can click on enter here. You can see it's checking ready, and you can see here actually your web signing secret is right here. So I can copy this like that, and I can click on enter here. So you are already using Stripe version, and your webhook signing secret is this. To quit, you can see if you want to quit, you can click on Control+C. Then I can come here to my webhook where we have Stripe. And another thing that I need to do is that I can add this right here. And you can see here I have already commented it, and I'm going to show you why. So I'm going to paste that here, and I can save that. So right now, also let me restart this. I don't know why NodeMon is not working on my environment, but in your case, I don't think you need to. If you're using NodeMon, there's no need for you to be restarting your backend each and every time you make any change. So you can see here now, I can run this command here, and this will let me know if I'm receiving any event. So you can see this is completed. This is also completed, listening for events. So let me run another. So I'm going to click here and open another. I can open another terminal here and paste. And when you're actually designing for the webhook here, and also when you're running this command, don't use VS Code terminal here. I don't know why, but it's not working. So until you use the terminal for your computer, CMD or terminal. So here I can just come here and click done the Stripe here, and then payment intent succeeded. So also, if you are on Windows, you not need to do /Stripe here. You will already have a Stripe, so you just call Stripe and then trigger payment intent succeeded. So here I'm going to click this, and it's checking running fixtures, and then trigger succeeded. And then when I come here, you can see it's receiving. You can see here we are getting some events. So right here I have sent an event that is called payment intent succeeded, and on this case also you can see it is receiving that event. So now you can see here we have completed all these parts here. So I want us to just go through the code for the webhook, because I have not explained what I've done. So the first thing that you need to do for the webhook is to verify. And let me just go also back to the documentation. So you can see here, this will be able to explain many other things. Also received events here, you can be able to see received other events here. But the first thing that you need to have is you'll have is that you'll have to verify. So what I'm doing is that I'm having an error for verifying, and I have already looked at many places like Stack Overflow and many other places, and I have not found any any solution. But I wanted to show you webhook and how they operate, so that you understand. So that's why even if I had this error, I had to continue and show you how webhooks works. So here you can see we have this secret here that we have generated in our webhook. And then the other thing is that if you check here, I'm checking if endpoint secret, this one is available, and if it's available, then we go through and verify here. So we call stripe.webhooks and then construct event. We pass in the request.body and signature here. We need to pass the signature, and you can see signature here will be from stripe headers here, and then stripe signature. And then you can see the endpoint secret here. So this is the verification part here. And then if you have error, you can see you are going to print webhook error. So here you can see also data. We have data, event, and everything. But now, because I'm not verifying, so this part here, which we don't have now, that means that we don't have this part, so I'm not verifying. So you can see this whole process here is until here it's omitted. Then we just move into here where we have data, which is we are getting data from request.body.data and then object, and then event type we are getting it from request.body.type. And then now down here, this is where now we are just checking. So one thing that I need you to notice is that verification is very important, and if I'm going to get solution, for that error, I'm going to come back and show you, and we are going to uncomment this endpoint secret here so that we can be able to go through this part here for verification, because it's very important. But in this case, because it is testing, and I wanted to show you webhook even before, or even if I don't have like solution for that error, then we are proceeding. So if here you can see I'm checking event type. If event type is equals to checkout.session.completed, that means the payment is complete. And then here we are actually getting stripe.customers, and then retrieve the customer, then asynchronous we get the customer. But here is where we need to get the metadata. But in my case here, if you check, I'm assigning user ID from this here, user ID, email, and the name, the card, you can see, and then I'm storing those items here in these variables. So after that, now I'm coming here, and now I'm using the order model to create an order to my database. That is after the payment is complete, and then I can save that information in my database. So this is not the ideal way of handling the webhook, but for this part here, it's okay for the create session, checkout session. But for this webhook here, where we need to receive payment or to know if the checkout session is complete, then you can this one you need to change and make sure that you are verifying, especially if the application is going to production. So that is it. If I come back here, you can see the event that we triggered using this part here. And also if I do that again here, fixture, then succeed, you come back here, you can see we are getting those events. So what I'm going to do is that now I'm going to make sure that I make the payment, or I make the payment, and then after that we will be able to see if it will be able to actually save in the database. And also we are going to see that event here in our webhook. So I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to add another item to the cart. So this time let me add like 5 here, then add to the cart or the basket. I'm going to click here like that. You can see now we have all this. Then we can have proceed to checkout. So you can see I've clicked checkout here. It's redirecting to Stripe. And after redirecting to Stripe right here, so it's running, so you can see 480. And then you can see here also you can pay with the link. So here I'm just going to use my email like that. Another thing is the card. This is a test card. This is not a real card, and you are getting this from Stripe. If you go through the documentation, you'll be able to see that any future date. So for example, let's say 2030, any CVC, I'm going to use that CVC, and then the name here, I'm going to use my name, and then I think Kenya here. Yeah, so now I want you to notice something. So right now you can see here we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 event. Or what I can do to make sure that you see the event that you are getting is that I can start another one here, so that if we get an event here, you'll be able to see it. So now let's proceed and pay. So click on payment here. So it is processing, and you can see here it has frozen my input, and you can see after that I'm redirected to now the orders page here. Thank you for your orders and something of the sort. And then if I come back here, you can see you can see this part here. We have session checkout session completed, and we made this event charge updated and all these things. So if I come back now and to my dashboard here, here is my dashboard here. Or let me just come back here. So I have already completed everything here. So if I come back to the transactions here, so you can see the payments that I have already done here. We have done all this payment here. So yeah, you can see how easy it is. So another thing is I want to make sure that I don't have any error. So here I don't have any error, and I want to make sure that those orders have been created to the database. So I'm going to MongoDB and see if I'm getting those orders have been saved to the database. So here can sign in. I can come here and sign. Yeah, and you can see here that in orders here we have this that we have created, and you can see the name is John Doe. We have user ID here to be this one that we had coded, and also this is we have had coded. You can see the products here. The total is 480. The name here, the email, the status is 0. That means it's pending. And if I can click on these products here, the first object is the first email, the first product. The second here is the second product, and we have another one here which is the third product. So that is it I wanted to show you right now. So we have handled the payment. In the next video now we are going to check on how we can display that product, that orders here for the user and also for the admin, and how we can be able to make sure that we are rating the products. So we can be able to rate the products once we actually have that product delivered to us. We can be able to make those rate that product, so that other people can be able to see that product. They can be able to see those ratings, and then those ratings also they will be displayed. Let me just come here. They will be just displayed. They will be displayed here. So these ratings here. So that is it. Have a great day. See you on the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in today's video we are going to continue with our integration, and today's I want us to make sure that when somebody logs in this application, for example, enters the name here and the email here and the password, they are being redirected back to the home page. But in that case, now we are not going to show in the navbar this what you are having here as the login button, but we are going to have the name of that person right here. And another thing is that I want when you click on that name here, you'll be redirected to page that is called my account. That is, so let me see my account page here. Yeah, you can see we have this page, but I didn't design. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just add the code here, and you can find this code in the GitHub, because already I'm attaching the link to this GitHub on the description of the video, or the source part of this video. So I'm going to paste the code right here that will design our account page. And if I come back, you can see how the account page will look like. So when a person is logged in, they will be able also to access the account page. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to sign up using another email. So this time I'm going to have my name here. I'm going to have my email. So my email, and then my email here, I'm going to use one of my email. And another thing is that I'm going to have my password right here like that, and then I'm going to create account. So when I do that, you can see I'm being redirected to login. So I'm going to come here and add my name, so my email, sorry, that I have just registered with .com. And the other thing here is I'm going to enter the password that I have used like that, and then I'm going to try and log in. So when you log in, you can be able to see that you are being redirected back to the home page right here. But you can see actually we also have this button here for login, so there's no way for us to know if you have logged in successfully. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open inspect here, and if you come here to the, for example, application, so I'm going to come up here to application, or maybe yeah, for the application right here. And if you come here to persist root here, you can be able to see that we have our user right here, and you can see the user that we have logged in using. So you can see is fetching is false, error is none. You can see even the cart products here. So we need to get this user here and be able to display that user in here in the navbar. So I'm going to navigate to navbar. So where is my navbar? Is in my component and under here. So we need to know how we'll be able to check if that user is logged in. So you can see here we are first of all actually selecting, and in this case now I want us to select the user using use selector from React Redux. So I'm going to copy this. Let me add the code here, is like the one for the cart here. And another thing that I'm going to do is to check if the user is logged in or user is present, and we can be able to show this button. But if the user is not logged in, we can show, if the user is not logged in, we are going to show this button here. But if the user is already logged in, we are going to show their name. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove everything like that, and then here I'm going to just say if user.current user like that. If the user doesn't exist, that we are going to use that condition. Then what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to paste that, and if the user exists like that, then here we can be able to display their name. But before we display their name, we are going to use a link from React Router DOM, and inside here now we can have a span So then we have a span here, and then inside here we can have like their name. So user dot current user, like that, and then we can have dot the name, like that. So if I save this and come back here, because right now user is already logged in, you can be able to see that we have the my name right here, and I want to make sure that when you click on that name, you are being redirected to another page, that is my account page. So what I'm going to do right here is let me use some styling, and I'm going to use a very small styling. So let me copy from another code, and I'm going to place it here. Another thing that I want is to make sure here to I want to, when you click that, I want to direct you to my account like that. Save that, and let's see now. So if I come back here, you can see the name right here. So when I click on this name here, you can see it's actually taking me to this account here, to my account page right here. And using this, we can be able also to log out. So here I can also display the name, and I can just come here to my account page. So how I can do that is to navigate to pages, and we have this my account page right here. And because I was in the navbar here, I can be able to actually copy this use selector here, because this is the one that we are using to select the user. So copy that, and I can come here to my account and paste it up here. So the other thing is to select the slice for the user, which we can do by copying this right here. Copy that, and we can paste it right here, like that, and then I can save that. Now where I have this, for example, I can be able now to take user, sorry, and I can say dot current user, and then dot name, like that. So let me do that and then save. So I'm going to copy this also, and for the email here, I can be able to show the email right here. So for example, this one should be the email, like that, and I can save that. So here I want us to come back here and be able to see. So you can see here my email, the name here, the email, and everything. So for the name here, you can just change, but I can just come here for the name, and where I have this input for the value here, I can just now replace this. So for example, I can just come here and just use user dot current user, and then dot name, and here for the email value here should be user dot current user, and then dot now the email. And I think that's okay, because we don't have other things like address. You can do that if you want to. So you can see my name here, and also my email, and many other things. So I want us also to make sure that somebody can be able to log out, and you can do that by using dispatch. So I'm going to come up here, because this is something that already we have done. So I can come up here and use selector. So you can see here, for example, you have use selector, you can also import use dispatch. So I can paste it here, like that, save that, and I can also come up here and initialize this use dispatch, like that, copy that, and we have use dispatch here. So another thing is now when somebody clicks on the logout, so here we have the logout page. I'm going to logout button, sorry. I'm going to add on click event here, and I can have handle logout function called. So I'm going to copy this. Let me copy this here like that, and I can create that function. So copy that, and I'm going to come up here, create that function. So I'm going to have const that function, and now inside here I'm going to call dispatch, and inside here I can call log out, because remember we have a log out from you can see here this one is from the backend controllers, and we don't want that. I want us to call it from our Redux. So here you can see, for example, this is from the Redux, cut Redux. But what I can do is that I can copy this, and then I'm going to modify. So I'm going to come up here and paste this. This one should be user Redux, not cut Redux, user Redux, like that. And then here I can just come here and get the logout. Yeah, you can see logout right there, and then I can just add it here, logout, like that. So save that, and if I do that and then click on this logout here like that, you can see we are being redirected. But here you can see we have not been actually we have been, it is reloading, but we don't get like logout here. I don't know why, but yeah, I don't think we are able to log out. So what I'm going to do is I need to know why it's not working, and I know why. This is because we have not called it as a function, I think so. So let me just go back here. When I come up here and then click that, so reading name properties of null name. So I don't know why it's giving me this error, cannot read properties of null. This is cannot read properties of null. And then so I think I know why we are getting this error, and this is because already this part here has already we have already logged out, and that's why you can see here that it cannot be able to access the name here. And to prevent that is a very simple task. One thing is to make sure that you are checking if it is null, and also for this one we are going to check if it's null. And here where we have this part here, also we need to check if it's null, because that means already we have logged out and we don't have that property. So if I reload again here, you can see that we need to actually logged in, but you can see also that here you can see that we cannot be able to we are able to see this page here, and that means we need to protect some routes so that we are not able to actually access these pages, and I'm going to show you that in a bit. So when I come back here now, I can be able to add, for example, I can be able to log in again, and I think this is the right time to do the route protection in this case. What we are going to do in order for us to at least be able to, when you come here, for example, and try and access my account, if you have not logged in, you should not be able to see this page here. So what you are going to do is that I'm going to actually, let me just come up here to my where we have our routes. So let me also close this. For example, these pages that you are not using right now. So also this one, we are not going to need it. This one, and also this one here. And also navbar, I don't think we are going to need navbar right now. And then also for this, I don't want it. So I'm going to cross backend, and here in our front end, let me cross the component and also the pages, and we have this part here. So for this part also, now we need to make sure that we get the user. So we have the user right here. So let me take this, use this patch and use selector from here, copy that, and we can be able to paste it here. The other thing is to select the user. So this user right here, like that, copy that. And here, because I'm not going to, let me just paste it here. And here, because I'm not use this part, I'm going to just leave it like that. So now the other thing is to check if we have the user now. So what we are going to do here is to check, for example, for a page like my account here, for the element here, I'm going first of all to check now, and it will be very easy. I'm going first of all to check if user.current user is not, so I'm going to check if is not, then of, or if is we have the user.current is we have the user, that is the user have logged in, then we can be able to show that page. And then if we don't have, or that user, if that user have not logged in, then we can come up and show the home page. So if is not logged in, then we need to redirect that user to the home page like that. And let me save this. So let me try this if it will work now. So remember, right now we have not logged in. So also I think here I can just make sure that I check if it's null. So then we are checking if we have user.current, and that means that that user is logged in. Then if the user is logged in, we can proceed and show the user my account page. But if they have not logged in, then we need to redirect that customer to, or user to, home page. So if I come back here now, let's try this time to access my account page, right, like that. So you can see it will not, it is not actually, you cannot be able to go to that page because it's, yeah, you can see here, you just be shown this account here, or you just be shown the home page right here. And we can do that for various pages, for example. So I'm going to copy this for another page like orders. We should not be able to see orders if we are not logged in. So I can show order here, and if you need to see orders, if maybe you don't have if you have not logged in, then you'll be redirected to login page. So if I try and come here and look for my orders, so you can see my orders here, not be able to see that page, you'll be redirected to this page right here, so that you can be able to log in and proceed. So that's what I wanted to show you. So now I can proceed here. Now we have protected our route. So I'm going to come here and use the email like that, and then also the password that I used. Then when I log in here, you can see actually now we are redirected here, and you can see now if I try and access here, you can see use dispatch is not defined. I don't know why I'm getting this error. Use dispatch, yeah, you can see this one. I think I did a mistake here. I need to return the this part here. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, so if I now reload again, you'd be able to see now we can be able to access this page. So yeah, so if I log out, you'd not be able to see. So another thing is that in my cart page, so let me come up here to my cart page, and for my cart page also I need to select for the user So I can come here and select this user right here, like that, copy that, and for cat here, I can be able now to select the cat and the user. So for this one, I don't need to add code now. What I'm going to do here is to just use user, and then I can say current user, and then dash underscore ID, like that. For the email here, I'm going to do the same now. I'm going to use user dot current user, and then this time is dot email, and then here also we are going to use user dot current user dot, and then this time here we are going to have a dot name, like that. So also for the here for the cat, we can also protect the cat, so the cat page, so that the user cannot be able to see the cat if they have not logged in. So we can do that here where we have the cat, so that we and something else that I can do. So we can allow the user to, I think for the for the good user experience, we can allow the user to see items in the cart, but we disallow that user to make request to our Stripe payment if they have not logged in. I think that would be the best approach here. So what I'm going to do is that before you make any request here, like that, so here we are going to make sure that we have the user, so user dot current user, like that. So I'm going to first of all make sure that the user is we have with the user. That means that the user is logged in, else then we can show, I think here, because I think we had Toastify and I don't see any Toastify here. So what I can do is to show an error message, and because for the login here we had that, so I can copy this toast here, importation, and I can copy this, and I think what I can do is that also I can push that user to login, but so, or we can just show also, we can be able also to show like a message, an error message. So anyway, in this case, I'm just going to show the user that they have not logged in, but in your case, you can redirect user to log in first. So I can copy here, like that, copy the CSS for the Toastify. So I'm going to paste it here. And the other thing is you need to copy this toast container right here, and we can add it in here, like that, and paste it, like, and then here when you are not logged in, so let me just come here and I can use this error. I can just use this toast here and show the error. So here I'm going to, if the user is not logged in here, then we can tell the user, please log in to proceed to checkout. Yeah, like that, and we can be able to notify them they cannot be able to make payment if they have not logged in. So if I come back here, so let me log out, and I can come up here. Let me make sure that I have already saved all the changes. So if I come back here, let me reload this application. So, and you can see because we persisted the user and also the card, you can see when we reload we are already logged in, and also the card products are maintained. So if I'm going to come up here, toast container is not defined. So I don't know why I have this here. Don't know. I don't know why I'm getting this error right here. And toast container is not defined. Toast container is not defined. I don't know. Let me format this like that. And I don't know why I'm getting this error from the login, and I think this is because I'm cutting this part other than okay, it's okay then. So we can do that, and you can see right now. Let me try and get to the login to log out, that is. So you can see when you log out, you are being redirected to the home page right here. So let me try and make payment. So I'm going to try and click on checkout. You can see please log in to proceed to checkout, because we are not logged in. So I'm going to come up again so that you can see now we can be able to show the user their product in the cart even if they have not logged in. So, and then if I try to proceed again, you can see please log in to proceed to checkout. So if I come back here and I just use my email, so here I'm going to use my email.com and then the password like that, and then click on login. Yeah, now you can see we are logged in. So if I come back here and click on proceed to checkout, you'll be able to see that now we can be able to be redirected to this checkout page here where we can also be able to pay. So here I'm going to use this part here. So for this one, can just come here and use my email. So that add my email, and you can customize this page for Stripe the way you want. Already we had talked about that in the last video. So like that, and then here the future date, any future date. No, you can see card expired. We can add 27, then 333 here. Full card name holder. We can just add here the name. So let me add here my name like that, and then I can click on pay. So it's processing, and if everything is okay, you can see payment has been made, and then you are being redirected to my orders right here. So you should see my orders right here. I don't know why it's not showing that page right here, and we should see that page. So I think let me see the protection that I have made right here. Let me see the protection that I made, because this might be the issue. So yeah, order, and let me see how I'm calling this. It's order. Yeah, you can see this one is not used. So let me try and come here and change this to order. Yeah, that was the problem. So if I do that now, you can see the orders, and you can see here we cannot be able to show my orders, and that's because I've in this page here I'm not fetching orders for one user. For one user, I'm just displaying dummy data. So we are going to do that in a few, but in this case here I want to first of all fetch orders from our database. So here, so let us do that. So let us go to the admin here. So first of all, I'm going to close this front end here temporarily, and then we can go to the pages, and then we have orders right here. And now, because you know how we are fetching the data, that won't be an issue. I'm just going to paste the code, use effect, and then we can actually make a request. So I'm going to come up here, down here. Then this time I don't want this data because this data is dummy data. Then here we need to have orders. So let me also have the variable for getting now those orders in terms of array. So here I'm going to have a use state here, and for that also we need to have the use state and use effect imported. So I can import that up here, and then after that now also I need use what we are calling user request. So user request right here, like that. So this is import. So let me add those em here. Yeah, so if I do that, of course you are going to get an error. So if you come here, you'll be able to see we have an error here, and that's because we don't have data. So I'm going to come up here and change this to orders, so that we can change that. So that is orders, and let's see if that change. So you can see here we don't have any, we cannot be able to see any orders right here, and I don't know why, but it should get the orders from the database. I'm going to see why is that in a minute. So let me just come up here and inspect. Actually, I think I know why. I think I know why. Let me see here. We have column here. Yeah, this is, I should be like this, name, email. I should be like that. So let me come up here and I can console.log and here we can have a console.log, and then here we can have orders like that. Let me try and see here. So set orders, yes, and wait, and then let's see why we are not getting those orders. So I will inspect here, and if it loads here, you can see array is 0. So another thing is that I can go to the network, and let me reload here again. So you can see we are getting error here from when we want to fetch orders. So this one is giving me an error of unauthorized, and I think I have protected that route. So what I'm going to do is to open my backend. So where is my backend? Here. And I'm going to routes, then I'm going to order route, and yeah, I think I have used, yeah, we have create order, update order, get all orders route. Yeah, you can see here it's protected. So if I remove this protection, and for now, and then I come back here, then let me reload, or just let me reload this backend, and then now if I reload again, I think we'll be able to see those orders right here. Yeah, so you can see the orders right here. So for the name here, we are not able to see, we cannot be able to see that because I think I have not named them the way we should have. I should have named it. So I'm going to confirm here in the models we have order. So let me see. Here we have the name, and we have the name, we have the address, and so now what I'm going to do is that I want to inspect here, and I can inspect here on the console, and then I can reload this page so that I can be able to see why I'm getting this error here. So let me inspect this, and I can see, yeah, I have like this grow, this whatever, and I cannot be able to see like the orders, and I don't know why I'm not able to get the orders, because these are just like these are just not orders, these are the products, like that. So those are products, not orders. So let me save that again, and I'm going to reload here and see if let me see. I cannot be able to see those. So I'm not fetching like the orders, I'm fetching the product, and I don't know why that's why that, and I can confirm here. So get all orders. So let me go to this part here where I'm getting the orders, and I don't know where the error is coming from. Yeah, I know, I can see where the error is coming from. And this is because here I made a mistake from my backend, and this should be order like that. I think that's what's giving me this error. So let me restart again. Sorry for that. That's a stupid mistake. I made a stupid mistake there. So again now, let me try and reload again this page, and this time we should see, yeah, orders. So now these are orders. Yeah, you can see orders and their status are pending right here. So you can try and make them marked as delivered. So but right now we are just showing the status and then mark as delivered. So if you want to mark it as delivered, you can click this, and we can implement that in a very simple manner. But when it's already delivered, I don't want to show this button here. So what we can do to achieve that is that when you come here for the orders, so where we have the orders here, so I'm going to push this down, so like that. Then let me remove this console for the one that we are console for the orders. So here we have this part where we are checking if the status is 1. Actually, I think I had already made that. I had made this, so this is not a problem. So then here I can create a function that will able to update. So this function that I'm going to create here, it will be able to now update. So I'm going to come up here and add that handle update order, and I can create that function up there, and I'm going to paste the code because right now you understand, you can see here we are just passing the ID, and I can come up here and we can have this update order here like that, and we are going to have to give it a status of 2 right there. So when I save that, and I can come back here, and now let's try and update this. So when I update that, I think this should work. So if I save that, yeah, I don't think it's updating. When I click on that, let me just open this part here, and I can open the network so that we see if there is any error. So I can click this, and it's giving me like an error here, 500 status 2 here. We are getting this response, we are getting cannot read properties of undefined ID. So that means it's not able to take the ID right here. And this is because the ID here, let me just come here. Actually, it's underscore ID, but I think it should be ID like that. So let me try again. So if I save that and try again now, undefined. So it's giving me undefined, cannot read properties of now. Let me do this, let me come up here, and then I can console log. So console.log and then ID, because this means this is where the error is coming from. So when I console log error ID, that is, sorry. So when I console log ID and when I click here, you can see it's undefined, and I think that's where we are getting that error. So again, I'm going to come up here and I can just change like that, and when I click again now, yeah, you can see it's now able to get the ID, and then this is the ID that I'm using. So the ID that I'm using right here to try and update the orders right here, and then when it's successful, then it can reload. So I don't know why I'm getting the error, so I'm just going to come up here and save that, and let me try again now. So for the network here, let me try again and see. Okay, so yeah, I have made, oh, these are just orders. So let me reload again this page, and I'm going to try and click this and see. Yeah, we are getting this error here. Here the message here cannot read properties of undefined ID, and I think this one is coming from my backend. So where is my backend here for the order? So orders here, and then for the update, yeah, you can see here, actually I didn't add, oh, actually this is create order, and then update order is right here, and because we are passing this ID, let me just come up here to the update, and here I'm getting it from params ID, from the params here. So let me try and get the ID. So console.log, and this one is I'm going to get request.params and then .id, like that, and then I'm going to push this up, and let me clear this, and now let me restart again. So I'm going to come up here, and when I click this, let me click on this here. So let me see if I can get that. Yeah, you can see here we are getting this, but my backend here is giving me an error of if order was not up. Actually, you can see it's printing that ID, so I'm passing that ID, find by ID and update, so that's okay, and then request.params.id. So here on my backend, it's giving me another error, which is a message cannot read properties of undefined reading ID. So I don't know why it's not getting that ID params request.params ID. So I think properties of undefined, so it's coming on this part here. Okay, and I don't know why the issue is, we have this issue. Honestly, I'm getting that issue from my backend. So what I can do is that I'm going to this product.controller here, and I'm going to copy this. Hello and welcome back. So in our last video, we looked at how we can be able to display the orders here in the admin dashboard. But the other thing that we did is to make sure that when the user is logged in, that's when only that they can be able to see this page where it is my account page here. And also the other thing that I wanted to show you is that now we can be able to see our orders. So when you go to my orders, you can be able to come up and see it here. So that is what I wanted to show you, and now I want us to display our orders right here in this page here. So we need to fetch the data from now the database, and we can show those orders here in our we can show those orders right here to the user. So what we are going to do is now navigate back to our orders. So this is the orders page in our front end, and the first thing that you are going to do is to make sure that we get the use effect and use state, because those we are going to use them. So I'm going to paste it here like that. Also, for other thing that I'm going to add here is user request, because also we are going to use that here. So I'm going to add it here, and then we are going to get use selector, and this one is we are going to get it from now. We are going to get from user, that is we are going to select user because we need to get the user ID so that we can fetch we can be able to fetch like the user orders using user ID. So I'm going to paste it here. And another thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that if you come up here, so for example here you can see here, if we wanted to rate this product here, we cannot be able to do that. So what I'm going to do is to make sure that we can be able to at least have we can be able to make sure that we can rate this product, to make this more, how we can make this be clickable and also to rate this product. But now I want us first of all to fetch the orders for this user and then display it here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that I fetch the order. So I'm going to use effect, and now first of all I need to create a use state that will store the orders. So I'm going to come up here and can paste it here. Another thing that I want us to have is the rating, because we are going to have a rating. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste here. We have rating, and this one we are going to get from that rating component, that is, let me show you this star ratings here. And now after that, now let us fetch the orders. So as per now, I know you know how to fetch the orders, and this is very simple. You are going to use effect here, and then you can see this function get order, get user order, and this is from orders, and then find, and then you can see we are getting the ID here, and then we can fetch that order. So and then we set this set order. So we can use now, I can come up here where I have the orders and then try and display the information. So to do that, I'm going to actually make sure that I copy this one, the whole thing until here. So let me copy this, and I'm going to loop through, and I'm going to loop and also show everything here. So let me do that. So I can just remove it like that, and then here I can say orders and dot map and dot map, because this one will be array of orders, and then here we are going to have order and then index. After that, then we can have return. Now we can return this whole thing now like that. So and then save that, and here I'm going to format my code like that. So here that means that this order here, we have this order. Now we are looping through orders and then be able to display them. Here I need to add the key, and then you are assigning it to the index like that. Another thing here is we need to also add here, for example, this one will be just index. Let me just come up here, and I'm going to have index, and because index start at 0, we are going to have index plus 1, so that we start from index 1 like that. So let me save that, and I can come back here, and you can see here I don't see anything as per now. So I can see I don't have any orders here. So what I'm going to do, let me first of all make sure that I display, or I can fetch the order. So I'm going to come up here, and I can console log, console.log, and then orders. So we are going through here, and we are able to debug now. So if I come back here into inspect, and then come up here, you can see this one for the right here, you can see we are getting this error. So failed to load, the server respond with the status of this. If I come to the network here, let me reload again here, and you'll be able to see. So my orders, you can see here we are getting error. So where we are trying to fetch this one, so let me see, order reverse is not a function. So you can see this is coming from backend. So what I'm going to do is to come to my backend. So we have our backend right here, and we want to come up here to the user, get user order, and then if I open this, there actually is not able to reverse. It is actually saying that this reverse is not a function. So what I can do here is I think I can check from, for example, or maybe what I can do, because I want them to be the orders to be actually arranged from the latest one, and that's why I was using this reverse here. What I can do here is I can copy this and ask ChatGPT why I'm getting the error. So this is how another way that you can debug. So I'm going to come up here, and then I can open ChatGPT here, and then here I can ask ChatGPT, for example, let it open, and then I can come up here and paste this, and I can ask ChatGPT, or I can just copy the error and it will be able to understand. So if I come up here and I can add this message here, not a function, I can copy this and then come back here where I have ChatGPT, then I can add this, and then I can just post this to ChatGPT. Let's see what ChatGPT will tell us. So it is telling us that this error is not a function, occurs because order.find in Mongoose does not directly return array. Instead, it returns a query object that can be executed. So it is giving me this part here, and you can see it is reversing after that. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm not going actually to just change anything, and then I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to clear, and then let me rerun my backend here again like that, and then from here now I want to reload here and see if I can get now the order. So I'm going to do that, and right now let me see if I come back here. I can see there's an error, and this is it is telling me that 404 not found. So we don't have a version 1, and then so let me just also see here. So this is 404, so it's not found. that is. So here what I can do is to make sure that I can access. So let me just come back here where I have the app, and here I have orders, and then after orders let me come here to the route and then /find and then user ID. So let me see if I can get that. So this one is telling me that no orders were found for this user. Okay, so no orders were found for this user. Error, no orders were found for this user. So that means that we don't have orders for this user, but I know we have orders for this user actually. So let me first of all make sure that I can get that ID first of all. So this ID here, I'm going to expand this, and let me expand this, and I can see this ID here that ends with 65. And then let me come here to the orders, and here I can see I have this one here. So let me see what's the problem. So here the rest is 404, and then no orders were found for this user, and this is telling me that we have no order. So what I can do is that, so here I'm passing in the user ID. So let me make sure that that also is something that passing in. So user ID right here, and again, so let me just come up here and let me console log order. So I'm just debugging, so let me do that, console.log and then orders. So I can do the orders right here. And another thing that I want to console log here is that I want to console log request dot params and then ID like that. So let me see this, or actually let me see this one here. I think this one is the mistake here. We are passing in .id rather than user ID. I think that's the issue here. You can see this is user ID here. Yeah, I think this is where we have an error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pass as an ID that way, and I can restart now on my backend again, and let me try again, and let me try again to get my orders. So if I reload again here, let's see. Yeah, you can see we are getting now the orders, and that was the issue. So the main issue, and you can see here we are actually we can console log, we are getting the orders. So the issue was just that here I was using .id, and here I was referencing that as user ID. So that was the issue. So here I'm going to remove these two, console log, and then I'm going to save this. Again, I'm going to just redone again. So you can see server is running on this port, and then database is connected successfully. So now here we have actually be able to get the order, but now we need to display the products. So what I can do is that I'm going back to here where I have the orders, this page, and I'm going to close this here and this one. So I'm going to come up here, and also I want to know where the products start so that we can loop through. You can see here we are looping through the orders, and inside that also we need to loop through the product. So if I come up here, you can see this is the one product. So we just need one product, and we can we can loop through that one product. So I'm going to remove that, and we can use this one as a template and then loop through. So I just need to know where I am going to loop. So I'm going to copy this, and then after here I can remove it like that. And then inside here now, what I can do is I'm going to get now order, or I'm going to get inside here now, to be able to loop through the product, I'm going to take now the order. So I'm going to have the order dot products. Now inside the order we have orders, products, we have products. So what you can do here is, for example, if I inspect here, you'll be able to see in console log here, when I just loop through, you can see here we have this order, but this order, inside these orders we have products, and that is what we are accessing. So here I'm going to get orders dot order dot maps dot products, and then I can say map, and then here we are going to have the product, and we are going to get the index, and now we can return. So here let us return, and like that we are going to return this. So I can also make sure that I format my code like that. And then inside here, first of all, I need also to add here the index, the key, and we are going to assign it to the index. So here I can be able to display the product image. This is from the backend, from the database, sorry. So I'm going to take product.image. Another thing is the title here. So I'm going to get product.title. So here also another thing is the price. So I'm going to get product.price, and then I think that's all for now. So if I save that and come back here, you are able to see actually, you can be able to see that these are the product now that we have as orders from our backend. Here I have not actually updated this should be quantity. So let me come up here and let's see the place where we have the quantity. So where do we have quantity? Here. So we need to show the quantity. So I'm going to just add here product dot quantity like that, and then save that. And if I come up here, you can see these are 6. It has a quantity of 6. This has a quantity of 1. Yeah, so you can see how easy it will be. And then another thing is that here for this order, I think I can just show rather than 1 here, I can just display the ID. So for this part here, let me just use the ID. So I'm going to use order ID. So I'm going to just use order underscore ID. I think this one would be appropriate. So if I come back here, you can see this order here. You can reference this order by using this ID, because this will be easier, because if you come up here, you can be able to use this ID and be able to see that order. So I think that's very nice. So another thing that I want to make sure is that I can be able to rate this product. So if I come to the products here, for example, so these are, you can see here, for example, for this product, if you come to ratings, you can see it's just empty array. So we don't have any product that we have ratings for that product. So that's what we are trying to do. So the first thing is to make sure that for this part here, that we have ratings here, we can be able to use that. We can be able to we can be able to use that rating and select and be able to select and also be able to make the ratings. So what we are going to do is I'm going to do some changes, very simple changes. So let me copy here and I'm going to paste inside here like that. Let me paste it like that. So you can see here the first thing is that I have changed to the number of stars, which is 5. Star dimension, that is the size of stars. Rating here, it will show the ratings that you have selected. This you can see here, the function that is called change ratings. Change rating, this one help us to set the ratings. For example, when I click on certain star, it will take that a number and then we can display it here for the ratings. Let me show you. So if I save that, and also you can see the color here have changed. So if I come back here to my orders, so you can see here it's different. And now if I click here, you can be able to see that, yeah, you can see that it's making sense here. We can be able to select 2 star, 3 star here, something of the sort. So let me do that now. Another thing is that I want to correct the message here from the user. So let me do that also. For this part here, if you come up here, we had used it for comment. So I'm going to add it here. Here we need to have on change, and we have to correct the information. So I'm going to say set comment, and this we are going to have e.target and then dot value like that. So we can do that, and then when you click on this submit button here, we need to make sure that you are actually submitting that. You are submitting, you are able to submit that ratings, and we can do that by creating a function. So the function that we are going to call handle ratings. So let me come here and add on click. So let me add here on click event, on click event, and then we can say handle rating like that. And I can come up here and I can be able to paste a function here. And for this function, you can see this function here will be able to pass in the ID of the product. So what we are going to do right here, so is to make sure that I pass in the ID of that product so that we can be able to display. So I'm going to have an ID here for the product dot underscore ID like that, so that when I click this function here, it will be able to pass in the product ID. And this product ID here, we are going to make, for example, we are going to create a single rating. You can see here the star here is the rating that we have selected. Here also the name is the name of the user. We are going to take it from the current.user.current.name, and then here also posted by the ID of that user, and then the comment. So let's try save that and then try and make that to post the rating. So I'm going to open the inspect to make sure that everything is okay. So I'm going to open the network and then let us reload here like that. And let's try and make a rating. So I'm going to have a rating here, and then I can say good product, for example. So good product like that. And then, or I can just add exclamation here. Let me make a request here to update the rating here. So submit. So you can see here I'm getting also another error here, and when I do that, I can see here that this is the payload that I'm sending. So you can see I'm sending good product here, name and everything. The response that I'm getting is API version and then product ratings here. Here we cannot be able to get this, and let me see what is happening in our backend. So let me push this. So this one is not found, so error not found for this rating. So let me just come up here, and for the backend, so let me open the backend. So for our backend here, we can come up here where we have app. So we have products, and then here I want to see for the rating. So I'm going to come up here and we have rating. So let me see if that is what we are calling. So this is ratings. Let me see if this is, yeah, and this is rating. So I need to change that. So I'm going to come up here in my code, and where I have a rating, so this one should be rating, not ratings. Yeah, like that. So that's how you debug. And then let me try again to make to submit. So let me push this up here. Let me make a request again. Yeah, you can see I'm getting another here. Comment is not defined. Comment. You can see here we are getting comment. So what I'm going to do is, these are typos and I can already see them. So let me come up here and we can go directly here, and you can see this is comment here. So comment, and yeah, you can see here this we made a mistake, and this should be comment, not comment. So I'm going to just come here and restart my backend again. So you can see how many errors that we have, but we are able to solve them. So again, now let's try again. So let me submit again, and I'm getting another error, and it is telling me product was not rated successfully, and I don't know why the issue. The product was not rated successfully, and then product was not rated successfully. So I think this is the maybe the mistake that maybe I'm making. So I'm going to go back here to, yeah, you can see this is product ID. I need to change this because this is also the error that we had earlier on. So I'm going to come up again here, and I'm going to just make sure that I restart my backend. So now again, let me try and make another request. I'm getting another error here. So the product was not rated successfully. So let me make sure that let me just come up here, and we have the star. Let me see. We have the star here. Or I'm going to actually make sure that I remove this hosted by, and or remove just this check here. Let me try and do that check, and yeah, so this one. So let me also remove this. I think this one, actually there is a mistake. So let me just bring back here. We have else. We have else this one. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that make sure that only the star is present, and then we can update. So I think for this one here, posted by, and all this should not be something to worry about. So I'm going to come up here and also make sure this is posted by. Another thing that I want to make sure is here I can console.log let me console log here star, and then name, and also I'm going to console log star name and comment like that. And also I can console log, another thing that I can console log here is the request dot params dot this is params dot id, like that. And another thing is I think I think these two are okay. So let me save that, come back here, and then clear everything, and then I'm going to restart now again. And now we can save this like that. And another thing is we can make sure, so you can see here we are getting the error. So I'm going to do again, and then you can see here cannot access posted by before initialization. So I think this is because I have added this posted by console log here cannot, oh actually here you're not getting posted by. Yeah, I think also we need to get that. And also this one we need to have posted by like that. Yeah, let me also restart. Yeah, you can see here we are getting 3 and then everything including the id. So clear that like that, and then let's try again now. So hopefully this time it will work. So I'm actually submitting. So I think this time it has successfully rated that product. So let me try again. Or actually it's posted by. Let me try again. So this one here we have this. So I'm not quite sure if this is it's making the request or we are having this error. What I'm going to do is to just reload and try again and see. So I'm going to paste that, and then here I can say good product like that, and then let me post. So I'm getting another error here and cannot access posted by before initialization. So I'm still getting this error, and I don't know why I'm getting this error here. So I'm getting console log here. Yeah, this one is undefined, and I don't know why it's undefined. Let me make sure that I'm sending posted by. So posted by, and here I can come here to order.jsx. So posted by user.current, and actually what I can do is just can use current user.name right here, and then I think that would be okay like that. And let me try again and post. So yeah, I'm getting the same issue, posted by, and then here we can get, yeah, I'm getting the name here, and I don't know why it's giving me that error. So what I can do is that, let me just come here, and actually I can see posted by here, and this is, I think this is the issue that I'm facing. So what I can do here is to just remove this, because yeah, I'm not using it, that posted by. That's another mistake that I did. So I'm actually debugging here some mistake. I don't know why I did that. So here, let me try and make now request. Yeah, I think now this time it has, yeah, product was rated successfully. So I can do that for that product. Also for this, can say nice product or nice product here, like that. And then I can rate that. Yeah, so if what I can do is that when I come now to this database and then reload, you'll be able to see that some products now will have so for some product here, it will have now the rating. So for a collection here, and then I go to the products. So for the ratings, let me see the ratings here. So for example, this ratings is empty. This ratings, you can see, for example, this products here have a rating. So if I open the object here, you can see, for example, the star here to be 5, and again also the same for this product here. It has a rating, and then rating here is the name and also posted by, you can see. And this also, the star is 3. I don't know if star here should be like I don't know if it should be a string or it should be, I don't know if it should be a string or a number. So if I come back here, for example, let me see. So we have this right here, and I think this is a number. It should be a number, I think so. So I don't know. Let me just come up here and see the product. Oh, this is the rating. So what I can do is that let me make sure that I display the ratings. So what I can do here is I'm going to just close this. So now I have products that have a rating. So another challenge that we have now is to be able to display that rating. So how you calculate ratings, because remember you need to show the average. So I'm going to show you the formula to do that. So for example, here we have for example, product. Let me just use another part here. So I can use, for example, product 1 have a ratings. So for example, it has a ratings of product 1. It has a rating of, let's say, 2, that are star 6, and let's say 9 or something, and then actually not 3, 1, 5, like that, and then 6 like that. Actually there's no star that is beyond 5, so 3. So what you need to do here so that you can be able to calculate the ratings is that you need to take these two and then you plus 1 and then plus 5 and then plus 3, and then you'll be able to divide all this by the number of people who have rated. So this, for in this case, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. So then when you add all of it, you need to divide. You need to divide by 4 people. So that's what you are going to do. So for example, here it will be 2 plus 1, which will be 3. 3 plus 5, it will be 8. 8 plus 3, it will be 11. And here we are going to have 11 divided by 4, which will be something to do with 2.5, I think so. Something to do with 2.5, I think, somewhere else. And then this one, you need to show, for example, in the product, you need to show right here. Let me show you. So for example, so for that rating here, we need to show that ratings, average ratings, somewhere like here. So what we are going to do is to create a component for ratings. So on our front end, for under components here, I'm going to have another component called ratings.jsx, and inside here I want to show ratings And how I can show ratings, let me show you. And how we are going to calculate ratings, it will be very easy. So let me do that. So I'm going to paste the code here. And in this case here, you'll be able to see that first of all, we are importing star ratings from React star ratings here. And then we need to export this show average, and we can call this show average rating. So show average rating. And another thing is here we need to pass the product. So we are going to pass in the product here. And if product and products has ratings, only then that this will we are going to execute this condition right here. So first of all, we are going to create a variable called ratings array, which is we are going to assign to product and product.ratings, and then we are going to have a variable called total, and this is the one that we are going to use to be able to get all the total of the ratings the way we were doing right here, this adding this. So after that, then we are going to use another, for example, you can see for this ratings array here, we are going to push all the ratings, and that's r.star, which are the ratings. Now we are going to take all that. So here we are going to pass the ratings and push them inside this ratings array here. Actually we are going to push to total, we are going to push to this total, and then to get the sum, we are going to use this function for array called total.reduce here, and here we are going to use this formula here to get the total of those ratings, and then here we are going to get the highest, which is the length of that array first of all. So you can see here we need to have the length, which we are getting from ratings dot this one here that we are getting, which is our array. So to get the number of people, and then the number of the items in that array, in that ratings, and then after that we are going to multiply by 5, and then the result here, we are going to take the total reduced, that is the total number, and then we are going to multiply by 5 again, and then take the highest. Or what you can do also is that you can omit multiplying by 5 here, and also omit multiplying by 5 right here, like that, if that's what also is confusing you. So, and now after that, now we can be able to return this, which is just a div, and this div holds now, it holds the rating component here and also the length. So this is the number of people who have rated and the ratings here. So what we can do now is very simple, is that we are going to call this show rating here in the component for the product. So I'm going to come up here, and we have a component for the product, for example this one here, and right here what we can do is that we can use inside here, let me just get rid of this, and then here I'm going to, for example, have show average. So show average, and then here let me make sure that I import here from, I'm going to import this, let me import, you can see star ratings. I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to import here from this rating, need to get from the ratings here, like that, and then here we are going to get show rating average, and then here you can see. So let me just call it here. Here is we are going to call it inside here. So show average rating, and then inside here I'm going to pass I'm going to need to pass the product. So the product, so right now because I don't have the product here. So let me just come up to this where we are getting the product. So we are getting from these products. So let me see here, we have the this is where we are getting everything. So what I'm going to need here is to pass in as the product so that we can be able to display that. So I'm going to pass in the product like that, and then I can save that, and then I can come back here, and because here now we were passing in the product, so I can get the product, and then this one we are going to have product.title, and then sorry, this is product, this one should be product.title, and this one should be product.price, product maybe dot original price like that. And here I'm going to pass in now the product. So let me see if it will work. So product, I'm going to pass in the product like that. So I think you can be able to see the major changes that we have done, and here you can see image is not defined, and I think here I need to now have the product, yeah, like that. I think now that will work. So slice cannot read properties of undefined, which is slice, and this is coming from React star rating. So let me see where I have this slice here. So where do I have the slice? Let me see where I'm getting this error is on which part here, which is this part here where we have the React star ratings JS. Let me just come back here where we have the ratings. Do I have the slice here? Actually, I don't have the slice. So if I come up here, you can see that we have this error whereby you can see cannot read properties of undefined, and this is because I think this error is coming from this star rating here. So what we can do in order for us to debug, let's for example add a number that is varied here, for example 5, and let's see if this will make will solve that error. Yeah, you can see that is solving error, but you can see we are not getting like anything of anything better. So right here, and you can see also for this one, it's showing us that nobody has rated this product. So what we can do is that make sure that result here. So what we can do to make sure that we at least we understand how the results come as, or what is the result. So I can come here and say results, and then after that I can be able to come up here and say maybe something like result like that, and then when I save that, then come back here, and then I want to, okay, let me just inspect here, and using console log here I need to see something. So console log, I need to see, you can see here the result. In some cases the result is coming as not a number. So what I can do here to just make sure that this is working is, first of all, make sure that I inspect if the result is available. So to do that, I can come up here, and then I can remove this everything here, and then I can check, for example, if result is there, and then I can display this. But if we don't have result, then I display nothing. I think this now will solve our error like that. If I do that, then here I need now to pass in the result, like that. Save that, and then if I come back, yeah, you can see now it's showing us like really good. So you can see, for example, only those two products that have a rating, and you can see this one product has a ratings of 5, this one has a rating of 3. So that's how the ratings work. But now if I come back here to on this product here, you can see also on this part here I had already had coded the ratings. So how I can do this now is I can also make sure that I pass in the same product. So I'm going to come up here for the product page. Where is the product? Like here, I'm going to import average rating. So import average, or I don't know how it's called, from. Now this is from component or components, and then ratings. So from the ratings, like that, and then here I can just get show average rating, and where I'm going to display now this, let me see where I'm displaying the show average rating. Here I'm going to just remove this, and here I can just show average rating, and here I think I can pass in the product, yeah, like that. So I can pass in like that, and hopefully we don't have error. Yeah, you can see we are able to show this here, and I think we can leave it like that, but I think I would really like it to be here. So let me go back and let's see. Here, let me see, we can change it here, and we can be able to come up here and say show rating, average rating, and then we pass in the product like that. And then I think this one will even be better. So yeah, you can see where we have the rating right here. So at least now you can be able to see the also how to display the average rating. Yeah, so you can see how to show the average rating right there. And another thing is that down here where we have these reviews, then also you can be able to see, you can be able to show that now the reviews right down here. So what I'm going to do is that I can, for example, remove this, and using this one component here for the rating, what I can do is that I can loop through. So I'm going to just come up here and say, and I can just come up here and I'm going to loop. So I'm going to just add here product dot, that I must make sure that it has a ratings. So dot ratings, and then dot map, because it's also an array, and then inside here I can have rating and index, and after that I can have this, I paste it inside here, and then I can be able to, let me just come here, format this, and I have to add the index here, index, also the key, and then here this one will be index. Also here I can just add the rating dot star, and another thing is this one you should be rating dot posted by, rating dot posted by, like that. So let's see if this one will work. So if I come back here to my, you can see current rating dot to fixed is not a function. So what I can do here is, I think I need to change this. Let me first of all to make sure that the error is coming from here. I can change this to 2, for example, and let's see if the error will be gone. So yeah, dot map, the cannot read properties of undefined. So map cannot read properties of undefined map. Okay, so that means that product dot and then underscore and dot ratings, here it's not defined. So what we can do here is that okay, so for this one we have the ratings. I don't know if also it's called ratings in our database. So this one, yeah, it's ratings. So I don't know why it's giving me this error. So what I can do also is to check right here like that. So let's see if I check that and come back here. So also it's giving me error. So let me reload again. Yeah, it's showing it's showing me like the issue here, but you can see here is rating dot posted by. So rating, oh, this is because I have not added actually this part here, this curly braces here. So for interpolation, and if I come back here, yeah, you can see this one is actually making sense. So here it should be, for example, rating dot star. Let's see if this one will work. So if I do that, yeah, you can see to fix is not working, and this because I think the star is passed as string. So I'm going to call pass int like that, and then here inside I can call now star dot rating dot star, sorry, rating dot star like that, and then save that, come back here, and you can see now you are getting that rating here. So you can see the rating is 1 and you can see the rating person. So if I come back here now, we can have now this part here. So everything, we have actually done everything in this application. So now the only thing that has been left is for us to maybe start background services so that you can be able to see the other parts. So background services like that, and I think let me see if we have .env. So I'm going to just cross backend admin, and then this one here we have background services, we have email here. So I'm going to have node, then index.js like that, and then here you'll be able to see emails being sent. So I think that's okay now. I think we are almost done now with our application. So here there's something wrong I can see. So to go to, and then there's an error here, and then cannot read properties of null, but this is, I don't think it's something that is very crucial. So if I come here to my email and see if there's any email that have been sent on my emails, I think you'll be able to see that we have that. I think here I don't have any email. This is another email here. So let me open, for example, this email. So for example, this email here, and let's see if we get the email. So let's see. Yeah, you can see welcome, please here. You can see all this. Yeah, you can see the template and everything. So yeah, I think that's in order right now. So I think also we have completed our project. So Until now, we have created most of the part of this application, so I don't think I will continue from here. So let me push the last part of this code, and then we call it a project. So I'm going to clear everything. So add, and then I'm going to commit, dash commit here, added changes, finished, or I can just say finished integration, and then I can push, so git push, and then I can add here support or my passphrase, like that, and then the code is being pushed to GitHub, and you can see it's a lot of code. And then now I can come back here, and then I'm going to my GitHub. So where is my GitHub? It's right here, and then I can open the repo. So this is my repo here, and let me open it here, and then I can be able to merge now with our master branch. So let me click here, create, and then it is comparing, and then after that we are checking ability to merge automatically, and then I can confirm merge, yeah, and it will be merged. So like that, and then if I come here under the insights, link under network or insight here, and I can come to the network, and you'll be able to see all these commits that I have done in this project. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Have a great day. See you on see you on the other project.